Yo, I'm here. Just one moment. What's up, Tom? What's good in your neck of the woods? You make billions of dollars yet?
Yeah, soon, man. Soon I will.
All right. How
Maybe not
many?
billions,
How many TikTok accounts have you made, G?
I made another one. I need more.
Fuck yeah, you need more.
I have 6 monetized accounts right now.
All right.
I need a lot more.
Yeah, dog. Why don't you just create a macro on your computer? Do you have a computer?
Yeah.
All right. I can teach you how to make a macro. So, well, actually, shoot. Do you have an Android phone? I know you have iOS, but you have an Android phone, even an old one.
Probably at my parents' house, yeah.
Okay, that's what you really need, because then you can get auto clickers on your phone that will just press a button and it like here's what mine do. And what yours can do too is basically you press a button, it opens up the TikTok app, it goes to a random email address creator so that you can verify the emails. And then what it does is it puts that in, it puts in a password, whatever I want it to be, it goes forward, and then it is a CAPTCHA. You do the CAPTCHA, it says choose a username. Once you choose the username, you can have it like populate the account with whatever picture you want, name it whatever you want, put any links in there you want, and then it just closes that one and then starts up a new one. And you just have it going in this rotation. And I literally have these things going, and then just whenever I look over, it's ready to create a new one. And I just do a CAPTCHA and it's ready to go. I mean, that's how you create a lot of them. If you are creating like one, that's cool, but you want to create like 100.
Yeah, of course, but here's my issue.
What's your issue?
So, for what I'm doing, to get the account monetized, I need to get, it's either 1K or 5K followers. It's different every time. It's like, sometimes with 1K they'll let you in, but 5K is like what I really need. So, and I've already tried buying followers, and so it works. Buying followers works, but I have to get at least one video like to do decent, like at least over 50K views for TikTok to get the account monetized. Like I can't just make that account and buy followers right away.
Okay, so hold on.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna just price this bitch out. All right, approximately. So you need 5,000 TikTok followers. I don't know what that normally costs you, but it's about $60. Is that?
Well, whenever I buy the followers, it would be like $10 for 5K followers.
Okay, so you're doing better. Okay, so you've got a good system there. But then why don't you just buy views? And you just buy, I don't know, 50,000 views. How much is that?
No, the views doesn't work. If I try to buy views, I don't know if I just have a shit. Because I buy them from just another panel, like the most popular one.
Okay.
So I don't know if it's good quality or what the hell. But so yeah, for the views, I already tried buying the views too. That doesn't work.
Okay,
so what I do is I get.
Okay, I mean.
So yeah, what I do is I get one video to pop off, with like 20, 50K views, and then I buy the followers while that video is taking off. So that's like what's worked for me.
I gotcha. I mean, just try another service. I don't know why. You know, I mean, you're trying one service. There are hundreds of these services. So you just find. I mean, you've got enough money that you're able to buy views and buy followers at a few different places. And then once you find one that works, you can create these accounts all day long. I mean, if you did one monetized account every single day for a month.
Yeah, that's the goal. That's the goal.
All right. Well then.
And I can pretty much do it manually already. Like I can do it on my own pretty much, like 1, 2 days, 3 days max. But yeah, it would be more convenient. Like I don't know, because I was thinking that what if I just made 5,000 would be too long, and then follow each other. That would take too long.
Yeah, I did that. It takes too long.
Yeah.
I mean, I did that with 1,000. It's not. I don't want to say it's not worth it, but it's also a really easy way to get them all banned because all they have to do is just look and see who your followers are, and it's like they're all the same. Now you could change them up, but that's more work. You have to add individual pictures to them. They can always check to see what device made them, and if the devices are similar, then they're just going to put the kibosh on them.
Yeah. Yeah, I probably have to make I have to do it on what was it that you said the other day? You have to get a VPN on all of them, or the server for all of them.
Yes.
Every phone or something.
Yeah. So. I mean, you don't need 10,000 accounts. You just need like 30 monetized accounts. So there's a big difference there.
Yeah.
If you're doing that, you just have to put on a. You just need to turn on a VPN when you're creating the account, and then from there, you're basically going to have the opportunity to create basically an anonymous account, not connected to you, and you'll have the opportunity to build that account, get it followers. Once it has whatever followers you want, great. Then you create a new account and you just use a different VPN, so they don't all look like they're coming from your house.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's what you do.
Is there a different option besides VPN? Because I've heard that VPNs are, like, I don't know, TikTok doesn't like them or something.
Yeah. Nobody likes them. It's in terms of apps because they allow for anonymity. There are some. I mean, there's a way that people don't really use, but just go to your local Starbucks or go to your local McDonald's or go to some place that has like Walmart, like an open Wi-Fi for guests. Just go there, create a quick account, and then that's a completely different VPN.
So it's just when you make the account, it doesn't matter if I'm running the accounts on the same Wi-Fi?
Well, it's not as identifiable. Ideally, though, you just use a VPN. And I know that. Okay, so you can practice with it a little bit. So you don't necessarily. Well, it depends what the benefit you're going to need it for what you're going to need it. So, do you need it to be able to go live for 6 hours a day?
Well, I want to do a mix. I want to do some accounts for live streaming and some accounts just for video post.
Okay, so it's easier for just a video post that you can just do it from your home Wi-Fi, but it's not that like it does lead to some suspicion, but it's not necessarily enough suspicion to get your account banned by any means. people are using VPNs everywhere in the world. I would say probably on TikTok, 20% of all users are using a VPN, and
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
so you just kind of have to see yourself. You're in that 20%. Now, where it can run, you can run into an issue, and that's what I would say. Just test it out. Is you're using a VPN and you go live, and no one's watching you. You're like, what? Why isn't anybody watching me? And then you go to your normal IP, and you get 5,000 people watching you. You're going to be like, okay, what happened here? Why is it that I had no success using a VPN and some success using my own IP address? That's where you're going to run into maybe someone previously on that VPN did some shady stuff, and now they've got it flagged or something like that. But they certainly don't have every VPN flagged in the world, and so it provides you with some anonymity, and then hopefully it doesn't happen. But if you ever get flagged on any of your accounts, you just go to another VPN, and they'll never know the difference.
Yeah.
Now I can tell you, I created 1,000 accounts on the same IP address without any VPN. That was like 3 years ago, and I've never run into an issue. Like basically having those, they're all still available accounts. Do I use them still? No, just because TikTok, I wasn't really successful on it, and the reason is there like the demographic for TikTok is like age 13 to 25, and I'm looking for people who are like 25 to 45, because those people are influencers. They have tens of thousands of followers. They're not just new people. I mean, yeah, there are some really viral, young creators, but that's not what I do. I don't really want to interact with children. That's not the demographic for which I'm going. I'm going for people who are writers and bloggers and have accumulated large followings on other social media platforms who find science to be very interesting. And so that's usually an older demographic. But that isn't to say I didn't use it. I met some really great people in this Discord that way. The reason why I moved away from it really can be summarized in them forcing you to do a captcha when you go live once an hour. That became too tedious because that meant it meant I couldn't sleep on stream because nobody's doing the captcha for me in the middle of the night. Now, there is a little way around this, and the way around it, from my understanding, is if you use a computer. Do you ever use your computer to go live, or is it only ever your phones?
Always your phone.
Okay, so I take it you've never used TikTok Studio.
I have on the phone, and I've opened it on my computer, but I never used a computer for TikTok.
Okay, so it does allow you to have some different options. Those would be okay. So, are you familiar with being able to share your screen on TikTok like a video game?
Yeah. I don't know how they do it, but yeah, I've seen that.
Excellent. Okay, so the deal with that is on a phone. I think, if I recall, like they change their metrics quite often, but because like you used to need 1,000 followers to go live, and now you don't. And then I think you used to have 5,000 followers to be able to share your screen, but on a computer it was only 3,000. So basically, you were able to show your screen, which can lead to much higher, much longer dwell time on your lives. So what do I mean by that? No matter what you do on a live, unless you're a really hot girl, nobody's really, like, they're just gonna swipe through and whatever. But if you're showing like a bunch of stuff at once, you're gonna get a lot of people who stick around, and you can do that with a computer. So how do you do it? It's basically it's like OBS Studio. You can have your main screen, which is you doing whatever you want, but then you can have like a really serene like video going in the corner of just something cool or somebody playing a video game that's interesting or whatever you want. You can have like another thing just showing, like TikTok thoughts, whatever, just to get people's attention. Uh, Basically, what I'm saying is you can run a lot more programs simultaneously that way, and that may be a benefit to you because you do so much live streaming. Um, okay, but with TikTok Studio, what I can tell you is, and what I think is a positive of it, is you can download it, use it, and they don't require you to do a captcha, at least on the computer. So that means you can stay live for like 8 hours or 12 hours or 24 hours or something like that. But where you will run into an issue, and I've run into an issue every single time, is at some point somebody doesn't like what you're doing and they'll just flag your account and you'll be like, what did I do wrong? And it's for stupid stuff. Like, um, I've gotten like, look, I'll tell you this. I've never gone hunting. I don't think I've ever known anybody to go hunting, but I'll get flagged for animal cruelty hunting, and I'll be like, "What? Wait, I've never even talked about that on my stream. Like that has nothing to do with what I do." But somebody will just pick exactly. Somebody will just pick like a random one, and then you can you can appeal it, and I usually win those, but it's like a pain because you got to go through the appeal process, and that can take 2 to 3 days. Sometimes it's faster, but sometimes it's not faster, and or they think like what like another one that I get nailed for quite often, probably more than any of them, is not the hunting one because again I don't do that, but music. So I'll just have the radio on in the background, and it will detect some kind of copyrighted music, and I'll get banned for that. And then it's a 3 day ban or whatever, however long they want to make it, and so and it's difficult because especially if I'm sleeping, I can't um I can't how would I say, like, patrol that or whatever. I can't monitor that. So what I'll do is like I'll have it complete silence and it'll just be me sleeping. And you'll get nailed for, just like I said, like if the more that you go live, if you go live for long periods of time, it's a much higher rate that you're going to get banned for whatever reason. So, like normally, if you go live, let's say 1 hour a day, okay, that's great. That's basically a 1 in 24 hour chance that you're going to get banned. But if you're live 24 hours a day, that's a 24 times opportunity that you're going to get banned, and it's just like it becomes very miserable as a streamer. Like I'm a fan of like for the most part Twitch, YouTube, Twitter. You go live, and so long as you're not like live streaming the Super Bowl in HD quality, you're going to be okay. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean you won't get strikes later on because of whatever reason, but they're not going to end your stream generally. Generally, they will for some things, but generally you're going to be okay. As opposed to TikTok, which is like right away, you're going to get banned, whatever reason. They're very, very sensitive. So, what does that mean for you? It may be of benefit if you want. What's the big thing for you? Conversions?
Well, yeah, it's just TikTok Shop. Like the product's linked right on the product. I mean, right on the live. So yeah, they don't have to go into my profile or click the link or anything. It's just right on the live. They can purchase the product. Okay. And yeah, it's nearly like the violations. Yeah, that's gonna happen. It's part of the game.
Okay.
And
so when it comes to conversions for you, what's your what's the best thing that you show to get conversions?
Well, really, it's different for every product, but I just copy a script that other like affiliates are doing, whatever's working at the time.
Okay.
And really, all you can do on TikTok Shop is point out that like the sale is running out. That's like creating urgency. Really, that's all you can really do.
Okay, but there are
overselling the product.
Okay, but I mean, there are probably more efficient ways of doing that than what you're doing. I'm not saying what you're not doing isn't working. I mean, you're making thousands of dollars a month. But basically, are you doing A/B testing? Basically, like saying, like, all right, do I do better with a white background or a black background? Do I do better if I play music while I do this or not? You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, well, of course, there are things you can do to increase the views. Like for example, like there's a thing called beef tallow. It's like some cream for your skin. That's like kind of trendy right now. So you would post you would put a picture, like on the top somewhere, like before and after, of like your skin, the acne there, and then the acne gone. And like that'll like bring in way more viewers than if you didn't have that. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like just like that one picture.
Right. Okay, good. So that's something that works really well. To quote Mad Men, it's before and after since the beginning of time. Whenever you're selling any kind of weight loss product or skin clearing product or hair restoration product, it's going to be befores and afters. Okay, so there are ways to perhaps, and I don't know if this is like a thing, but like you do the before and after, but then at least on a computer, if you do this on a computer, I think you'll be more successful. And the reason why, and you're already successful, but it's like you can always tweak it to be a little bit more successful. So you have a picture of the before and after, but in the background you have just like a mesmerizing background, almost like to make people hypnotized to do whatever you want them to do. Like it could be, like what are pictures that would do this? I mean, it could be like the spiral that people use, but it could just be like beautiful colors going in and out of each other, but with your before and after on top. Now, you're saying you just read a script, like literally you just speak it, like you're on camera and you read a script. Is that correct?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so.
Well, it's not an exact script, it's just like points.
Okay.
Like you just like keep going, like rewording it.
All right, so. I mean, I can almost guarantee you could do better if you just use a woman to do it. And I know you're like, well, okay, I don't want to.
Yeah, that's the plan. Well, yeah, that's the plan. The plan is to hire people overseas and figure out a way. I can have them going live.
Not what I'm saying, though. Not what I'm saying. You can use a few things. You could. Okay, so I'm glad we're on the same page. Like, women are going to sell your stuff better than a man. But what you can do is you can either use pre-roll, basically women who are already selling something similar. It's just vague what they're selling, and so they can just be like, buy the product, it's in the corner or whatever, and they're just saying, oh, thank you for the follow and all that other garbage. You could do that, or you could just use an AI model and just feed her a script, and people aren't going to necessarily know the difference. And even if they do, because it's an attractive woman, they're going to be excited at whatever they're seeing anyway. Now, I know you're like, well, it's hard to do that on the phone. I get that. That's what I'm saying. TikTok Studio is the way to do this if you want to generate huge numbers. So what would you...
I can use an AI girl.
Absolutely. Yeah. Definitely. You can even, TikTok has a feature where you mask yourself so that your movements will have a filter and it'll look like you're just a hot chick. People do it all the time on Twitch. In fact, it's one of the most popular kinds of creators. It's like men who have a filter on that makes them look like a woman, a very attractive woman, and so when they move their hands around, or like their head, it moves in the same way. It's known as an avatar, generally on a lot of platforms. Now that's a way to do it. I think that you can even. I think that's probably. I mean, like, so how would you do that? Okay, so there's the way that I do it. I'm not the foremost expert on doing this, but Snapchat has a feature It's known as filters, and actually there's something called Snapchat Studio. And so I think Snapchat probably has some of the best filters available. That's kind of how they became famous, aside from just deleting your videos, so to speak, or your pictures. But basically, like you, whatever your camera detects, it puts a filter on you, and you can actually use it's called the Snapchat camera. And then within OBS, you basically take that camera and put it in as your main scene. And so whenever you move around, you could be a dog, you could be a woman, you could be like a furry, you can be whatever you think is going to sell. And you would probably want to test those, like which one works the best. But it's going to get people's attention because firstly, they're going to be like, normally I'm used to just seeing people, but now I'm seeing like a cartoon or I'm seeing an avatar or something, or this is cool. And then it's going to be talking. And you can have it match your voice so that whatever you're saying in your normal voice comes out as like, whatever, an attractive woman or whatever you want it to be. And then you can have your product there, the before and after, and that's all you really need. I mean, so long as you have your links there. But basically, what I'm saying is like, if you're making like $5,000 now a month, and that's probably a good month, you might be able to double, triple, quadruple it in a matter of days if you have the right salesperson, basically. Welcome. What up, G-Man? How you living, Ken?
So wait, how would I create this avatar? Just on Snapchat or?
Yeah, so what you do is on your computer, it's called Snapchat Camera. It's just a program that you download. It's free.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's big time. And so then what you're going to be able to do is whenever your camera's on, instead of showing you, it shows whatever avatar you choose. And the reason why I recommend Snapchat Camera is because it just has so many different choices. You can do dog ears. You can make yourself look like a full dog. You can just have it do your dog, like, like all the filters that you have on Snapchat, you can do on this. When on TikTok, I can tell you right now, TikTok has like a limit of like 30. It's not that many, and people are used to seeing them. With Snapchat, they have maybe 1,000 different things that you can do, and you can change it. So you could say like, you know what, being an elephant didn't work really well for me, but being a fox did. I don't know why. It's just people took more towards like the fox more than the elephant, and then they don't always see you, or they'll never see you. They just see the avatar. So what do? You download Snapchat Camera and OBS Studio on your phone, on your computer, and TikTok Studio. So you need those three programs generally. And then what I would do if I were you is I install Snapchat. I install them all, and then when you open up OBS Studio, that's where you would like. That's how you that's how you stream. You create what's called a virtual camera, which is very easy to do. And the virtual camera will only show what you want it to, what you want it to display. And that's where you can create your different views. And so you'd add what's called Snapchat Camera, and within Snapchat Camera, you choose your avatar. So let's say you want to be a dog. I don't care what you want to be. Let's just start example. And so you're a dog, and then you open up TikTok Studio, and you go live. And when you go live, you can change the orientation. So sometimes I'm sure you've seen people have a horizontal orientation, which is really small, or you can keep it being the lengthwise vertical orientation. It's up to you, and I bet that's something with which you can practice. But usually, the bigger the picture, the more attractive it is going to be for people, and that's just about changing the orientation between vertical and horizontal. But then when people go to your whatever you're selling, they're going to see you in a dog suit, and you can also have other stuff going on too, like different scenes next to you, just to keep people involved, like engaged. You can have hot girls, you can have a nice coastline, you can have somebody playing video games that just keeps people like entertained. And then you have your links to and then you have the before and after of your product. That's the big one you said. And all of this is going on in the same scene. And so you're able to sell this product. You're able to keep people entertained. And you're also going to be able to do testing with it. And maybe it doesn't work at all, and you go back to your normal way, or it works way better than anything you've ever done before, and all of a sudden you start your own little empire.
Yeah, bro. Holy shit. No, because I know in China, or not even in China, I know there's like one of the number one streamers. It's like a cartoon character.
Right. You're exactly right. Yeah.
It's definitely gonna work.
Yeah, people like that.
Yeah, it's just a new thing now.
Exactly. I forget what it's called. I think it's just called avatar streaming. But many of the most popular Twitch streamers are just that. They're just cartoons, and people really connect with that.
Holy shit, dude.
And that's how they do it. Now, I'm sure there are other ways to do it. And we can certainly research that, but that's how I've done. Now, have I ever done it to be successful? Yeah, I did it on TikTok. I did it. I was Baby Yoda, and I got more likes out of my Baby Yoda stuff, I would say, than anything else. Yeah, exactly. So, you can play with what you want, but this is when like Baby Yoda was really popular, when like The Mandalorian came out a few years ago, and I wasn't selling anything. I was like singing karaoke or something like that. But people really liked that more than they liked any of the other ones. And then I saved those uploads, and they did better than. I saved those lives, and they did better than any of my other lives.
Yeah, Baby Yoda goes crazy on TikTok.
Yeah, definitely. Exactly. So, do it.
This is crazy.
And then you
It's
can
like
have
a way to like get so many views.
exactly, and then you can do, you can have like things that you normally wouldn't be able to sell for you. Like you could be Mickey Mouse and have Mickey Mouse sell your stuff. Normally Disney's not going to be cool with that, but they're never going to find out because you're not that great, But and all you care about is just being recognizable to the viewer, and so they're going to be scrolling through, and like I've seen enough TikToks that, and maybe yours is different, but this is what I see. I see hot girls. That's cool. I see people who are like doing scratch offs, like lottery tickets. That's what I see people do. I see people who do like something with rocks or like in water or something like basically I see people building things with Legos, and I see people who like do trick shots. Those are like the probably I would say when I look at, and it could be just my algorithm or whatever, but those are the things that perform the best. The things that don't perform well are just people who sit there and read the comments. Like that's fine if that's what you want to do, but and then also people who get in debates and have a bunch of other lives. Now here's another thing you can do is you can you have multiple accounts. You get your other accounts to join your live. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know about this.
Okay, so that's something that I've done. So basically, you would look at my live, and I would just have cameras all around me, and people would think that was super cool. The issue with that is people will report you for platform manipulation. So it just depends on how you want to do it. But people have thought it was really cool, where basically you look and it's like 8 different cameras on the same person. But the key to this, in my opinion, is the testing. A/B testing. So you keep all the factors the same. You keep the same IP address, same device, and everything, and you just test out 2 different animals or whatever, and you see which one works best. Or you test out 2 different sets of items, and you see which one works best. And you'll be able to tweak it to the point where, like, you've just got a money-making machine, which is the goal of everybody. So,
I mean, what could be crazy is if I can have like multiple lives running at the same time.
Yeah. Okay, so you could do that. You're gonna want to be careful about platform manipulation, but
yeah, that's the thing because TikTok is already like strict on that.
Yeah. So usually you would need multiple computers generally to do that if you want to do the different animals. If you want to just do yourself, that's fine. I mean, you see what I have here, just like a tower, like a phone tower. You have different towers just set up. Like I've got different computers set up, and they're all watching you at the same time. So you've got like let's say four going at the same time simultaneously, and you just do your selling. There's nothing wrong with that. The one thing that will happen though is you'll get hardcore TikTok users who start seeing you multiple times after they already said they didn't like you or whatever, they don't want to be showing you, and then they'll be like, wait, I thought this person, I already saw this person, and they'll report it. So you want to be careful with that, but that doesn't mean that you can't start with one or two at the same time. No one says you have to use all your accounts to do this.
No, yeah. Well, let's say I do the Snapchat filter one with avatar. What if I use different avatars for each live?
Okay, so generally you can. You just need computers to do that. So you can. I mean, yeah. So what you do, you buy like, I mean, you can buy brand new computers. That's fine, but that's going to cost you some money. You could just buy, just buy refurbished. Like the best ones that you're going to get are Lenovo's because they're business computers. They generally are very reliable. They're what used to be the IBM ThinkPad. These are Lenovo. Two of these are Lenovo's, and you can buy them for like $150, and they'll run for 10 years for you. They'll run better than any computer because they're made for business. So they're made for the business world, and some company changes this computer, sells it to some third party, and now you buy it off of Amazon. All right, so you buy.
Hello, Rothschild. I just have one thing to say to you.
What's up, Jimmy?
Turn on YouTube TTS.
Okay, I have it. It doesn't always work for me, but I appreciate it, Jimmy. Jimmy, how'd you find out about me? G-Man, how'd you find out about me? Okay, that's fine. So basically, if you buy those Lenovo ThinkPads, you're going to be able to run individual instances on your account. So what does that mean? You'll be able to run, like basically, you'll be able to be a cat on one, a dog on another. Oh, okay. Oh, that's amazing, G-Man. Wow, you've been an OG follower. How's your day going, G-Man? Yeah, I get trolled. That's cool. So, you'll be able to have like your 4 different accounts, and you'll be able to be a different animal in each one of the accounts, or whatever you want to consider it, and that should work for you. And you'd be able to do that for probably less than $600. You buy 4 computers, about $150 each.
No, I think we're working.
Oh, totally. Now, I would, before I buy the computers, I would just try it with my own computer and make sure it is a viable strategy. But chances are it's going to be. And if that happens, then you'll be able to do like 4 times the amount of sales simultaneously, and probably even more than that. Now, I didn't think of this, but you'd have to be selling the same product, probably. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, yeah, getting them out of everything. I just wonder if TikTok will care if there's AI action. I don't know if they...
Dude, I see it all the time. I've never been flagged for it.
Oh, that's right, you did it.
Yeah.
So I found out about you since OG. I always watch you on YouTube. Sometimes I text you, but you can't see it.
Okay, that's cool. I think this person's using an AI voice. Yo, G-Man, if you're not using an AI voice in the next 10 seconds, say The United States of America. All you have to say is the United States of America. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, like anybody else. If I asked Tony Montana right now to say, hey, say the United States of America, he could say it just like the United States of America. No. Okay, so it is AI. All right. Well, that's cool, G man. I'm glad you found out about me from Kick. That's going back like a year. That's baller. How's your day going, Pim? All right, back. No, I'm just trying to troll me, and that's fine. I'm live all the time, so I get people from all over the world who either are positive to what I do or negative to what I do. People come in here and play chainsaws and horns and all kinds of stuff to try to keep me awake. Um, you know, I don't let it get to me. Back to your selling of things. Is it something that would be beneficial for you to? Yeah, I know exactly who you are. You're Jacob Rothschild. Which is cool.
Well, yeah, he is. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, that's fine. So my friend G-Man, it's been a pleasure having you here. I appreciate it. Hope all's going well in your life. Hey, cool, man. Anyway, so basically all you need is just a computer that has a little bit of processing power. You'll be able to have your overlay or filter or whatever you want to call it. And that's just exciting to people. They'll ask you to change it. I mean, like maybe you want to change it on the fly for them. Whatever it is. I mean, it's just to engage your audience. So, it's whatever.
No, yeah, bro. With the filter, bro, because like when you have the link on the video, the shoppable link, like TikTok is gonna push out your stream even if it's not interesting because they want to make money, of course.
That's an excellent point.
So with the filter, it's gonna be like it's gonna give it even more entertainment. Like it's gonna be more entertaining than any other shoppable ice cream for the most part.
I'm in agreement with you. I think that's the way you do it.
The only other entertaining lives with shoppable content is like when it's a girl wearing some like dress or something.
Exactly.
But the rest of them are like pretty boring.
Exactly. So you'll be able to be a trailblazer with this type of strategy.
I've been able to record a couple hundred viewers, like 300 viewers at a time with just my hands and projects and video. So I'm pretty sure I can do it with this, probably 500.
Definitely. What's the most amount you've ever had simultaneously?
The most with regular, like with the shoppable lives?
Yeah.
Like, I know it was over 300.
Okay. What's the most you've ever had at any time, ever, on TikTok?
Yeah, I was like over 300, which is good for like a shop live.
Yeah. Do you know what follow for follows are?
Yeah, a lot of people do that to get monetized quicker.
Right, and it depends on your strategy.
I just never done it.
Yeah,
I just never done it. Like me, I can get a video that like at least 50K views like in the first day on a new account. As long as the account's warmed up, I can get like 50 to 100K views the first day pretty easily. And yeah, that's all I really need So then start buying the followers.
Right. Okay. I've had a lot of success with follow for follows, and I've done a lot of testing with it. So I've done it just being in front. Hey, follow for follow. They make this thing that I have. It's a disc. It's usually for like jewelry, but it's basically like a disc jewelry or just any kind of product that you're trying to show. It's like a lazy Susan that just turns. And I had this thing. The most amount of people I ever had on TikTok simultaneously was 3,000. What I did, I took 4 phones and put them like made a square, and then it was spinning, and so it was just something that was really interesting that no one had ever seen before. And then I had a like a piece of paper on top, like a little sign that had a link, and people would go to it. Basically, it was something like, and then behind that I had a television that was just like really mesmerizing content. And I remember one time I just let that go all night, and I ended up getting like hundreds of thousands of viewers just from that. So yeah, it was like, oh, it's totally, yeah, totally. But here's the thing, I ended the stream and went live again, got 0 people. So I don't know what it was, but it was like I somehow hit the algorithm perfectly and got huge numbers. So I don't know exactly. I can just tell you that was one thing that I did that was more successful than anything I've ever done on TikTok. I also have the most successful thing I ever had on TikTok as a video. And TikTok's finicky, and I kind of think it's rigged. Well, I do know it's rigged. There's this thing called 200 view jail and 200 to 600 view jail. So what they do is, let's say you created a new video, whatever it is. Now, you're not having issues with this because you get 50,000 people to view your stuff. But if you put enough content out there, not all of it's going to get 50,000 views. A lot of it will just get 200 views. So what they do is you publish something. They show it to 200 people. So that's how you get 200 views. If it doesn't get liked or upvoted or commented on, it just stays there and it doesn't get shown to anyone else ever.
Yeah. Well, I mean, no, trust me. I made a ton of accounts from scratch. So, like, all you have to do is get the account warmed up, and, like, that breakthrough is going to be the hardest part. But once you break through, everything becomes a lot easier.
I'm in agreement with you. I have one video. I was watching this person on TikTok who was a television anchor, and she was doing an AMA, and I just asked one question, which was, do you use your right hand or your left hand to wipe? It was like a troll question, but she answered. She said, I use my right hand. Oh, I thought you said right. And this is just one video that I have that got 200,000 views, basically just like totally randomly. Now, here's the interesting part. It had no comments and no likes. So I don't know how it gets 200,000 views with no comments and no likes.
Yeah, that makes no sense. I've never seen that before, actually.
I mean, you can look it up right now. It's the pin post of Super Rothschild, SuperRothschild, and it's just I don't know why it worked that way, but
so you might have gotten bought it, bro. There's like no way 200.
Right? No.
Views and no likes.
Exactly, and I'm sure I did get that, but just kind of like making you aware, like there's just kind of, I mean, I'm sure you know, like random tsunamis of likes that or things that can come in, but they don't do anything for you. It's not like anything happens. But I do get that sometimes where randomly, I have a couple other videos that just have way more likes than I would have expected. It's like my average likes are maybe like 2,000, 200, whatever, because I put out so much content that it's like not always interesting. I created a bot that would just upload. This is more for Instagram, but we should talk about that. But basically I made a bot that automatically uploads every hour of my life on Instagram. So I've just got this huge timeline on Instagram that isn't always that interesting because it's just like my life. It would just be like this conversation. It might not be that interesting to people, but to other people it might be. And I got two. Um, Sometimes I'll get some good results out of that. Do you ever sell on Instagram?
No.
Have you ever tried?
So I was like, I don't even know anyone selling on Instagram because I don't think they have like a shoppable link
Okay,
directly on the video.
I gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. All right, so TikTok's where it's at. Well, I mean,
Yeah, right now it is for the shopping.
I think you're
But
right.
I don't know why TikTok doesn't do the same. I don't know why. I don't know why Instagram doesn't do the same.
Right, they're more about advertising and generating their money.
Yeah,
All right.
I guess they're not trying to compete with Amazon.
Right. All right. Well, you basically have the tools that you need to be able to be successful. So what do? From here, you go to your computer, you download OBS Studio, TikTok Studio, and Snapchat camera, and
Wait, what's the other one? OBS Studio?
yeah. So OBS Studio is the thing that lets you make scenes. So what do I mean by that? It allows you to put like pictures on your screen or put the link at the bottom. Like you can type text on it. It basically allows you to have multiple cameras. It basically is the thing that makes your stream have any kind of um, additional content. So if you just did Snapchat camera, that's fine, but you're just going to see you as an animal or whatever. That's cool, but you won't be able to necessarily see the picture that you want of the before and after. If you want to do that, you do that with OBS Studio.
Yeah.
And
all right. Yeah, I'm writing notes now.
excellent. So you buy those. They're free. You utilize those three, and once you do so, you should have the ability to be able to live stream on TikTok and on using TikTok Studio, and that's going to be a game changer for you. Also, your connectivity is better on TikTok Studio, I would say, than on a phone. Like, I mean, I'm sure you're aware, apps crash, and that ends your live usually. You know what I mean? And maybe it's never happened to you, but the TikTok app sometimes closes, and it can end your live. So your computer is generally more stable, and that's going to mean that you're going to have more people watching.
Yeah.
I mean, have you ever had it where the app crashed on
No,
you?
I've never had it crash.
Okay. I mean, you're using an iOS device, so it's more stable. But Android, it'll crash on you.
Yeah. Well, now I'm thinking about this. Do you think, I guess I don't want to get too ahead. Do you think it will be possible to, let's say, to use a Snapchat avatar? Maybe it's not even Snapchat avatar. Maybe there's something else out there.
Right.
And would it be able to give the AI a script and it would go off on its own?
Yeah. Now you're talking about creating a character. And yeah, you can have it do that. Where I think that's the way to do it. Like if you want to basically have the best bang for your buck in terms of your time, which is valuable, then you just create a character and like an animation, and you just do 1 hour of recording or so. Whatever, it doesn't even have to be that long. It could be 5 minutes, but generally, you don't want people are going to detect that it's repeating itself. But after an hour,
I would just make it decent amount of time, like 20, 30 minutes. No one really stays on for longer than that.
Exactly. And then you just have it read your script and do some movements. Yeah, it definitely can do that. And you can do that in a few different ways. You could even just record yourself using Spotify, the Snapchat camera, and then you just play that as like a pre-recorded video. Or you could have it do it live. I think it's probably best though to just do pre-recorded videos because that way you're not going to have any kind of issues with the app. Like you don't want to have to, run into issues where the app can crash or it has a delay or anything like that. So basically, you just, and that's what I was saying earlier, you should just take hot girls who are selling things already on YouTube and then just put your product in front of them and just play that.
Well, what clips would I take from them?
Oh, easy. So you just go to YouTube and type like TikTok pre-roll, hot girl, and like TikTok, they like have a ton of them on here. Now you want to find the right one of like selling. So girls selling, hot girls selling, and like they have pictures of these girls who are just selling products. And you just put your product in front of it. You can even just screen, like go to one that's like I'll go to TikTok right now and find somebody who is selling something. So TikTok, and you just need like five minutes of good content. Like even 20 would probably be ideal. But like you were saying, 20 or 30 minutes, but nobody stays on that long. All right, so then I go to, I don't know. Well, actually, I just have to go to live. So I'll go to live right now. Okay, so I'm on the live. So like, here's a girl selling something. She has really attractive hands. She's showing like some kind of gem. That's fine. I don't necessarily think you need that. But okay, this girl's selling wigs. So that's cool. Now I know you're like, well, how do I do my before and after? Or whatever. This guy's selling shoes. So basically, you just screen record the, like, what would it? Okay, this girl's singing. That's not what we want. Okay, this person's selling like jewelry. So, like what's something that you sell? Before and after skin product, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, she doesn't have to be talking about the skin product 24/7. She could be talking about something else. You find a girl, like this girl is doing her hair. All right, so let's see. So this girl's doing, okay, so that's what you want to do. This girl is selling some kind of fashion stuff, but you could put your link there for her skin for before and after. She's a pretty girl. People are going to be like, oh, she uses the skin thing, when she doesn't even have to talk about it necessarily.
That's true. I mean, yeah, it probably still would work just because it's a pretty girl.
Exactly. You just, okay, so what would you do? You, like, here's a girl, she's attractive, she's selling something right now. You screen record her for 20 minutes. Now, she's selling something else, which is fine, but you put your link there, and people are going to think she's selling whatever your link is. And they're going to be attracted to her, and they're going to be like, oh. And especially if you can put a before and after, so they know, like, not only is this a product that works, but you have a pretty girl selling whatever she's selling. They're not going to be necessarily paying attention to it. That's I think can be really good. Or it could just be Like you just take this girl. She's like playing music. She's DJing. She's attractive. You do a screen record of her, and then you put the link in there, and you test it and see if it works. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But basically, you just screen record other people's content, and then you just play it as pre-roll, and then you just have it on an infinite loop.
Yeah, I still think the avatars is gonna work against because I can make it like talk about the product.
That's true. I'm not even denying that. I don't disagree with you.
Yeah, I'm gonna try both of them, bro. Because the thing about the girls, man, they just get so many views. I think the fastest way to get views.
I'm in agreement with you.
Dude, there's so much shit with AI, man.
100%.
There's so much shit.
Like even you could do what you wanted. You said earlier, create. It's just really creating an animation. Create AI animation. All right. I know you can do this. Okay, Animaker. Make animated videos with AI features. So you go there. It's an app that you can download, and it creates super powerful character builder. It's exactly what you want. Thousands of unique video templates. Animaker. Yeah, dude. And they're attractive animations. They're 2D, they're 3D. They can do text animation. So that's a cool thing that you can do with OBS Studio that you can't do with just TikTok. And the thing is, you want to make your TikTok like better than everybody else's. Is you can use like animation and things. What OBS Studio allows you to do is create a canvas of whatever you want. Using TikTok Studio, it's going to be limited because it's just going to be the camera. You can't like put moving text wherever you want because it doesn't have those kind of capabilities. But you can with OBS, and then what you do is you use if you this is it's somewhat complicated, but if you need just come here and I can walk you through it. Once you do it once, you'll have it. But basically what you do is you use OBS Studio, OBS camera in TikTok, and so whatever you're showing in OBS, it will show on TikTok, and that's where you can have your little animation. You can have like moving text in the background. You can have your link. You can put your link wherever you want. You can put multiple links. You can say like buy now or whatever, running out, only 35 left. Like, have you ever tried that? That's a cool idea. Like, you know how they do on QVC or the Home Shopping Network? They have like only 35 left. It creates a sense of urgency.
Yeah. No, yeah, that's part of it. Yeah, I can definitely add that. I've seen people add that before. I've just never done it.
Okay. Well, it's something that you might want to try.
Oh, yeah, I just gotta set all this up tomorrow, bro. Shit, dude. Well, thank you, Rabbi.
Absolutely, I'm here.
I don't know how you know all this stuff. It's crazy, man.
Well, I've tried just about every way to try to go viral, so I know all of the insides and outs. I know all the back doors.
Yeah. No, I figured. It's insane.
We're done. Well, try it out. Come back, let me know how it works, and we can improve on it, okay?
Yeah, 100%.
Excellent.
100%. Wait, so Rabbi, do you ever go outside or anything, or you stay in the room 20%?
Yeah. No. I go outside. I've done IRL streaming as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in downtown LA. I've streamed in Disneyland. But those are expensive.
So do you make? Yeah. So you make sure it's streaming 24/7.
As best I can. I don't say I have the world's longest stream. I have more data than any person ever, which to me is more important. So, like basically, if anything, I always have my cameras going as best I can, and I would say that you can watch me. I mean, like, yeah, I'm always live now. Um, it's like I used to have like 4 data lines that I would use, but those get capped off. Like no matter how much live stream you're doing outside, like eventually you're gonna meet some kind of cap with your cellular data provider or your ISP. I just find it much more efficient to stream near the router because because I have so many streams going simultaneously that it like connectivity is really important to me, especially like there are so many variables that happens when you do IRL streaming. You've got to have power banks because your battery's going to run down really quickly when you're doing live stream, especially for as long as I do it. Like that's the thing. I don't do just like a 10-minute live stream. That to me, it's cool for some people, but for me, I want to do like 3, 4, 5 hours. And so I need power banks. I need lighting. I need, that means that I've got car and insurance and gas and all that other stuff. And that adds up very quickly. And so to me, it's just easier and more efficient for me to just have my 33 different devices on me simultaneously. And then, if somebody comes into my Discord and I'm doing an IRL stream, I can't interact with them. I don't even know that they're here. So then they're like, oh, so he's not even live or he's not even in here. So it's easier for me to make this a central hub. So yeah, I do live streaming, and I go outside at least once a day just to touch grass and, go to the mailbox or perhaps, on a little walk or just even take out trash and stuff. But for the most part, this is what I do because I found the most amount of success with it. Like if I'm doing an IRL stream and you come in here, I'm not going to be able to be in a Discord and live on YouTube and live on Twitch and live on Twitter and all those other things simultaneously. Which, I'm only really able to do generally one platform that way. But yeah, I have more IRL streams than most people have normal streams. Like, I've got a lot of content available. Yeah, I probably would do more IRL streaming if I found it to be, like, how would I say, people went crazy over it. But I get the same amount of viewers IRL as I get as a desktop streamer. Yeah, I mean, it's just how, like the algorithm wants to place you. Where IRL streaming gets a lot of, I would say, bang for your buck is when people do clips of you, because those are the most exciting moments of when you're doing whatever content you have. But, you might. What'd you say?
The clips give you the most exposure.
Yeah, exactly. So I have a lot of clips of mine that are IRL, but I feel like then I have to play it to the audience. I like to just do what I want to do, and so I'll go shopping or I'll go just like walking and do talking to the camera or whatever. But I don't want to have to I'm gonna go try to pick up this chick just for views or whatever. Or and that's the thing too. You get people who are in your chat who want you to do things. Hey, jump in front of a car. Well, I'm not jumping in front of a car while I live stream. Like that's not practical. It would get me hurt. Or you'll get people who say do you like steal something. Like that's against my moral compass. It's against a lot of things in my religion. Like that's not something that I do. I and you know, like basically you're having to type to people simultaneously if you want to keep viewers. That's another thing. When you do an IRL streaming, you have to communicate with people, and I find it to be very um, it's good, but it's a lot of work, and you know, really a thing that hurts me, I think, more than anything. I have a very hard time seeing the screen when I'm outside because of glare. I don't know if you're like aware, but if you use a phone outside and it's really bright out, it's super hard to see what's going on the screen. And some of the things that frustrate me most. Welcome, Miss Aquarius.
Hi.
Are you ready for me?
Yeah. Cause I fell this morning. I'm okay though.
You fell. What happened?
I was trying to get my granddad's shoes, and I just fell.
Are you okay?
So I'm okay. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Well, that's.
I'm alright.
Are you
It's
in?
sore, but I'm alright.
Okay, just sore. Nothing broken.
Nothing broken out.
All right.
Okay, I'm okay to move.
That. Yeah. Exactly.
It's kind of not to really. I don't want to get nervous. So I just get but I'm okay.
Okay.
Thanks for asking.
Absolutely.
All right.
Well, Tony
I gotta
Montana.
get on.
I know.
What's not ready?
All right.
There we go.
Excellent. I play a game with Mr. Aquarius every night. So we're going to do this. You do what you need to do and come back when you've got more results, okay?
Hey, Tony.
Alright, guys. Be
I'm
back
saying
later.
speaking. I'm
Excellent.
speaking to you. I said hello.
She said hello.
Hi. I thought Rabbi did you want me to get up?
No. You can stay as long as you want. I just didn't want you, like, I wanted you to know I'd be talking to Mr. Aquarius again. No, apologies. I did make it sound like that, but no, that's not what I meant. You stay as long as you want.
Oh, okay.
In fact, if you want, you can play a game with us. We play a game on Play-Doh. It's an app. If you want to download it, we play bowling.
Oh, that's alright. I'll just be here.
Absolutely, you stay as long as you want. No, you're absolutely right, and Miss Aquarius is right too. Yeah. So let's introduce you to. We have Miss Aquarius, a friend of mine who I met on Discord. She just saw me, well, like you, Tony Montana, if I recall. She saw me in a different Discord. She saw me in the Socialized Discord and saw I was live all the time. And came in and was like, hey, what's your deal? And I'm like, you know, I live stream, I live 24/7, etc. And then we became friends. And for the last couple months or so, every night, we've been playing a series of games. We like to play bowling. And then Tony Montana, I met him within the last week or so. He saw me in the Aiden Ross stream, and or Discord, I should say, live streaming my life, and he was like, hey, what's your deal? I see you live all the time. Do you talk to people, etc.? And that's how we became friends. Miss Aquarius is she is one of the nicest people you ever meet. And Tony Montana, also a nice person, is a kind of like a TikTok guru. Miss Aquarius, do you do TikTok?
I don't be on TikTok like that. Ooh.
Look at you, nice strike. Well, my man,
I don't be on TikTok like that, I do, but since they, good job.
Thank you.
Good strike. Ever since they had that shutdown, I just ain't been on it. So.
Okay. Yeah.
A lot of people are
yeah. So Tony Montana, how did that affect you with the TikTok shutdown recently?
Oh, I knew it was gonna be back. I didn't think it was gonna be back in a few hours, but I thought max like 2-3 days.
Okay. Do you have a backup? Let's say.
A backup, not really. I don't believe in that.
Okay.
The way I see it, when there's a lot of money in something, it doesn't just disappear, man. People figure things out.
You're 100% right on that. Did you ever try Red Note?
No, I'm not even gonna. even waste my time downloading anything else.
All right.
The
All right.
only backup would be like Instagram or YouTube or something. But for now, I'm all in on TikTok.
Right. I was gonna say if you downloaded, even tried to use Red Note, it's not that easy because it's like all in Chinese.
Yeah. No, yeah, that was just a little gimmick. They got a little bit popular because of the band.
Yeah.
But I knew it wasn't going to get banned.
Who do you think is gonna buy TikTok? I've heard Amazon.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wonder how that would affect the really.
Oh, that's a good idea. A good point. Like they're
It'll either make it better or it'll make it worse.
well, yeah. I mean, what else can it do?
Yeah.
I would
It might
imagine.
make it better, honestly.
I would
Because
imagine.
then Amazon would use TikTok to funnel more sales.
Yeah, but I would imagine they'd force you to use Amazon products. That's going to be since you do affiliate marketing, you would just connect with Amazon stores currently. I think it probably, depending on how much they pay you, it could be very beneficial to you.
It would become very crazy for sure.
Yeah, but
Because then there would be so many products to do.
yeah, that would be really cool. I mean, you could do whatever you wanted. Where do you get your Go ahead.
What'd you say? Where I get my products?
Yeah, like where do you get the links, or how do people connect with you to sell for you to sell your stuff?
So when you all you need is 5K followers to get into the affiliate program, and then you can choose any product that the seller offers commission for, and there's like thousands and thousands of products.
Okay.
And yeah, you just hit up the seller, you request a sample, tell them you're gonna make videos on it, and they'll send you a free sample. Or you can just buy the product and start making videos on it.
Okay. And
so yeah, it's like everything's set up. It's not like you have to request access to sell product.
I gotcha. Do you ever have connections or like discussions with the sellers?
I mean, yeah, like once you start like getting sales, then you can hit up the sellers and they can boost your commission or whatever, or like get you on a retainer or something if you're doing like really well.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. But yeah, TikTok has only been out for less than 2 years. I mean, not TikTok, but TikTok Shop.
I gotcha.
So yeah, there's still like room to grow. So
good job, Rabbi.
Thank you, Miss Aquarius. All right. I got you, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win. I win, you win.
Yeah. We won it. We won.
Absolutely. I hope you feel better, and I hope you heal well. Excellent. Tony, do you have intentions to are you able to choose products that have higher commissions?
yeah, of course. So I only do supplements and vitamin type of products, like health type of products, and yeah, you can sell anything, man. Like a gummy vitamin or something for like a cream for your skin or something. There's millions of products you can choose, and they all have different types of commissions depending on the brand.
All right. So then, have you ever used Fiverr for? I mean, you probably haven't, but with what you're saying, they have super hot girls on Fiverr who.
Who can make like UGC videos for me?
Yeah, exactly.
It's just kind of pricey.
I mean, it starts at $5. You could probably.
I don't know. Because most of these good-looking girls are gonna want like all the time egos, so they're gonna want like Everyone wants like a couple hundred or something for one video.
Yeah, you're
Like at least $100 for one video.
yeah, you're probably right on that. Oh yeah, especially for like a 20-minute video.
Yeah, so my idea is, of course, like that's the way to do it. My idea is to probably use influencers, not even influencers, just people from other countries
Right.
to do it.
Yeah.
Say like Venezuela, countries like Venezuela, the Philippines, Colombia, like different types of countries like that.
I just don't know if that's going to sell as well as a Native American or a not Native American, but like someone either British
Well, yeah,
or American.
the Spanish content was really low on TikTok. It's a big demographic,
Yeah,
even here in US.
yeah, I get that. Yeah, that'd be good. Yeah, but I can understand those models are gonna want their cut, and they're not necessarily gonna do it at super cheap price. Okay. What about this? Now, this is a thought. We're just brainstorming here. You take an AI voice, like a British woman, and just have it. You can make it have
Lip sync?
lip sync. Did you say?
No, I thought that's what you were going to say.
No. Basically, you just have that.
That's what you're going to say.
You just have that as your sound. So, like, if I go to TikTok right now, I don't necessarily have to see. Let's see here. The people. A lot of times it's just their voices. So what I'm saying is like you have an attractive sound, an attractive voice. Like, okay, I'm opening it up right now. That one definitely not attractive. Not attractive. Okay, this woman's on camera. Okay, so here's one. Like this person. So how could you do it? Okay, perfect. You have someone who just has an attractive hand or whatever. Basically, so you don't have to show their mouth. You just take this person and then do it.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing currently. That's exactly what I'm doing currently.
Okay.
I'll just take a video of just hand the product, or I'll either film it or take someone else's video. And then I'll grab a sound that already went viral and I'll just put that as the sound for the video.
Okay. So the thought would be you take your script and run it through an AI voice so that it sounds like a woman or whatever you think is going to sell. It could sound like a celebrity. And then you just have that person sell your product. So like the same thing.
I can do that too.
So like the same thing, like the guy came in here with Rabbi Rothschild. You just use the same, not that voice, that's not gonna sell. But you take like an upbeat, cheery voice, generally probably a female, and you just have that as your overlay. So it looks like somebody's just sitting there talking about it with their hands or whatever.
Yeah. Oh shit, yeah. That's smart.
Right. Now another thought too is, I mean, you basically just need a good 20-minute video that you can just have on. Hold on a second. That's against the TikTok terms, by the way, though, to have pre-recorded content. But if you do it for long enough, nobody's going to know the difference. So the thought is you have, okay, so you have like somebody, their own video that they have, just somebody whose hand is on the product or whatever. You mute the sound for that. You play your script with like the person reading it who's like a celebrity or whatever, and then you cut to a video of the woman, so they think it's the woman whose hands it is, and she could just be talking about the people in the audience. Oh, thank you for the follow. Oh, that's a really funny comment, but just generic things, and then you cut back to the product. So like you only have to show her on camera for like 20 seconds. And that way no one's going to know the difference.
No, yeah, I've been thinking about how to do all these things, just like how can I protect it, but yeah, that would work.
I think it would as well. You'll find something though that works better than anything else, and then you just
Oh yeah, I will. I just gotta start testing stuff.
right. I would try some kind of um when I tested, I would try some like I would try a chick in a bikini who's just so it looks like she's how could you do it? You could even sync it with her mouth. Basically, if she's like far enough away, you wouldn't be able to tell. Um, but basically, what I'm trying to say is like utilize sex as much as you can because sex sells.
Yeah, no, trust me, I know. Yeah. She gets so many views. When she's just a girl, like she'll just be like making breakfast in her kitchen. Like she'll just be good, living her life and doing normal stuff, and she'll just be wearing a dress and she's selling the dress, and she's holding like a couple thousand viewers the whole time.
Right. Now, that's a thought. Do you ever buy viewers?
What?
So, like, people want to watch videos that they think are popular. So, you would just buy viewers so that people think it's like a really exciting live.
That's another thing I could probably do. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, that's
so
a bit.
true.
That's what those girls are doing. They don't really have 5,000 people watching them making breakfast. What they do is they buy 4,500 viewers, and then they have 500 real.
Some of them do. Some of them do, man. Like you go to the comments, and that shit's moving super fast.
They buy comments as well.
All these guys.
Wait. They buy comments as well.
It's done.
They buy comments as well. So what they do is they just have people who create emojis. So it makes the chat look like it's going, and then you get, a real 200 people in there who are commenting on you, and it looks like it's all 5,000 are commenting, but it's not.
Yeah.
So that's a thought you could have as well. Basically, so you have your live, you have, let's say, 1,000 people watch it simultaneously, 1,000 bots. You buy 100 comment bots that will comment once or twice a minute, just like, oh, it's so cool, or you're so pretty, or whatever, cool product, whatever. You can tell them whatever you want them to do. And then sometimes they just do emojis, just like flame emojis. I mean, just to give you an idea of how common this is, on Kick, that's just one platform. The highest people on Kick right now, who are, and some of them sell stuff, they, like Aiden Ross right now. That's how you found me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Aiden Ross right now has 57.4 thousand people watching him. Do you know how many real viewers he has?
No.
Guess. So I just said he has 57.3 thousand, so 57.4 right now. He has 57.4K. Okay, lower.
Lower.
Oh yeah, this tells you everybody. It's called botted.wtf. Keep guessing. 15,000? Lower.
10,000.
Lower.
Bro, before. There's no way.
Dude, this website tells you everybody. This website tells you everybody.
All right, 5,000.
Lower.
2,000.
Lower.
1,000.
Lower.
I mean, bro, but there's no way.
Dog, I'm telling you, I have Aiden Ross's botted guy, the guy who Aiden pays to bot him. I know this is what he does. And this website gives me the exact statistics. You can look at it for yourself. It's botted, B-O-T-T.
Is he botting comments too?
Yeah, exactly. Yes, he's botting comments. I know. I'm telling you, it tells you. This guy will tell me you can buy the emojis and everything. Everything that these people do is botted. Keep going. You guessed 1,000. Lower.
500.
Lower.
100.
Lower.
Bro, he can't have 10 people watching this.
He has 57 people watching him right now.
Dude, what?
He has 3% engagement.
Everyone's a fraud.
Exactly. He has. It tells you. This website tells you it has their chat, so you can see it live. It tells you their engagement. He has 3% engagement. He has comments per minute. It has unique chatters. So 1,232 of his 6,688 people are just emojis. So people who just make that chat go really quickly. It just post emojis. Exactly. Go to botted.wtf. And you can see all these people are botting themselves. And everybody. And I even have the guys, because I'm live in Aiden Ross's Discord all the time, and all these other people, they know who I am. The people who that buy the bots from. The guy comes in here, the guy who bots Neon and Aiden Ross and all these guys, then he tries, like, we've become friends. He comes in here and gambles, actually, and we just comment on his gambling. But basically, what it is there's a price. So he quoted me for 1,000 people to watch you 20, because I wanted 24-hour people, which is like really expensive because the servers have to be going all the time. It's about $5,000 a month. But I've even seen videos where Fusi, who's a streamer on Kick, calls this guy who comes in here, the botting guy, and just turns it up to wherever he wants. 5,000 people watching you, 50,000 people. Yeah, you know it. Yeah, exactly. It's a very famous clip. So, are you on botted.wtf?
Yeah.
So you can see, like,
It's kind of hard to use this.
It is on a phone. It is on a phone. It's terrible on a phone. If you want, let's see here. If there's it's terrible on a phone. It used to be better, but they redid it, and it's okay. So go to. Do you know how to request a desktop site? Let's see if it's any better there. No, it's not. Do you have the ability?
For Aiden Ross, it says 57 viewers, 3% engagement. MPM 437. 1,900 active chatters.
But those are all fake.
Yeah.
How do you have 1,900 active chatters and 57 people watching this?
But then it says suspicious. Why does it say 50? It's like it says suspicious, then it'll say Ahmed, some like 16 viewers, Aiden Ross, 57.5. And then you click on Aiden Ross, and then the viewers is at 57.
Yeah, so that means.
I don't know if it's 57 because there's a streamer.
It's all bullshit, man. It's all bullshit. Jack Dorsey was, or Jack Doherty was the same way. Neon's the same way. Fusi's the same way. Amaranth is probably the biggest person who uses them.
So who was like someone who's like more legit?
Okay, so
Who's one of the most viewers right now?
do you see where it says recommended? It's
No,
easy.
I don't.
Okay, that's fine. On the left-hand side, you're gonna see recommended right above suspicious.
Oh yeah.
So and it has Kick, Twitch, Party. Okay, so you go to, it looks like recommended right now. Holy Phoenix has 677 people watching them, and we'll get their statistics in a second. They have 677 viewers, 10% engagement. They have 1,600.
How is this guy getting more than Aiden Ross? Aiden Ross has like so many clips of him out there. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Because nobody pays attention to Aiden Ross. It's all bottom. I know it's a wake-up call. Like, you mean to tell me everybody, like Mr. Beast and I Show Speed and all these people really only have like 100 people watching them at a given time? Yes. And it makes sense. Why is it that Aiden Ross has 57,000 people watching him simultaneously, and the next closest person has like 1,000 people watching him simultaneously? You mean to tell me he's that big of a draw, and then when he goes offline, everybody just leaves? Nobody, that doesn't disperse amongst the community? Action Man's like this. I mean, if you go, he's got an exposed page, and I know it's not that easy to read, but he basically like has people who they expose for body. Now, the question exists: why does Kick allow this for numbers? Kick is a growing platform, and I've heard Eddie Craven. He and I are friends on Discord. I could send him a message right now if you want to. He has said in his weekly discussions that we know that people are botting. It's a constant issue in the streaming world. Everyone on YouTube is botting. Everyone on Twitch is botting, and it's just a competition to get higher and higher in the list of current streamers. We don't pay on people who bot themselves. So basically, we just pay on what you're going to be seeing on botted.wtf. That's not what he says. But basically, he says that if they don't have unique IP addresses or unique devices, we don't pay on that. So basically, Aiden Ross, when he streams right now, is going to be paid for 57 views.
But when he shows his dashboard, he shows he's making like 400, 500 per month off this.
Yeah, that can be manipulated as well. He also owns, as I understand, 20% of Kick.
I mean, bro, he's not going to make the money. Like, he's not going to get this huge kick deal from Eddie if he's not bringing in viewers, you know?
He's a big name.
Exactly.
Well, I'm not saying he doesn't. I'm not saying he doesn't bring in anybody. The proof is in the pudding. It shows he has 58 viewers right now. Let's test it. I'm going to go to his stream right now and see if the number goes to 59.
Let's see how many goes. Oh yeah, right now it says 58K.
Right. So he's got some kind of thing that it just multiplies his real viewers by 1,000. So I just joined right now.
It's fucking ridiculous.
Like, look at all of the emojis that he has. Even people are saying in the comments, so fake. I mean, look at all the reason why his chat goes so quickly is because this person posts this emoji of this Turkish guy who's like got a mustache. You know, like it's a square. They just keep posting it. Okay, here's another person. Called out. They're just. And it makes sense that there's 57 people in here. If it, like, have you ever seen, do you know what Kill Tony is? You're muted.
Yeah, I switched devices.
You're good. Have you ever seen Kill Tony?
Who's that?
It's the largest live podcast in the world. It's the #2 podcast in the world on YouTube after Joe Rogan. It's a stand-up comedy show that airs live from Austin, Texas, in front of a live audience every Monday. It's been a podcast for like 12 years. If you ever look at their chat, there aren't emojis because they get banned for spamming emojis. It's just text, and it's just real people's comments, and it moves this quickly. So you can tell that Aiden just wants the same type of quick moving chat because people think that you're viral that way. Look, I'm not making up the numbers. This is what Bada is saying, and they're
What they know though? How would this site know?
yeah, so they have some kind of thing when Kick launched their API, they allowed somehow to be able to track this information. And they launched their API a few months ago.
I don't know. I think it's because look, let's say you click on Demi Suggs.
Yeah,
It
she
says she has 1.9K, and then when I click on her, it says she has 1 viewer.
I think
So I don't know.
I think that's probably accurate. Nobody watches her. She's boring as fuck.
Same thing with this other person, Ali Boba. It says 1.5K, and when I click on it, 1 viewer.
Right. I'm in agreement with that. Okay, if we go to Ali Boba right now, or Demi Subs, I'm looking at her chat. It's an emoji. It's still the same emoji. It's not moving very quickly. Okay, another emoji. Another emoji. Another emoji. Okay, so somebody just wrote something real. Let's take him to Fig. Emoji. Dude, this girl's botting. It's obvious. And I can tell you, look, the guy who Aiden calls and Fusi calls and Demi Sucks calls and Amaranth calls comes in here and tells me all their secrets.
So everyone's basically botting.
100%. Except for the people who are in the recommended.
It's fucking crazy.
It was a shock to me as well, and it made me realize, like, oh, no wonder nobody's watching my shit because I don't bot, and I bought it at one time. I even paid real people from India to chat with me for 30 days. I mean, like, I've tried it. I've tried botting, and it's just really expensive to do.
Yeah.
So when you look at TikTok and those people, they're doing the same shit. Like,
no, well, I mean, not really on TikTok. Like, if you're a small creator, then people probably don't even know how to do that.
oh, they know. They know. Anybody who sees that their friends have tens of thousands of people and they're not that popular in real life has questions. How were they able to do this? I even see people who ask for like presents for like their birthday and stuff of just followers. Like that's the gift that their parents give to them. There's just like 10,000 followers. But so what does this mean? Is botting that rampant? Absolutely. Joe Rogan talks about it all the time. That it should be an illegal practice, but it's not.
It's kind of impossible to regulate.
No, it's not. All you do is just you have to show your ID in order to create your account.
Yeah, you think that's ever gonna happen?
Yeah, I do. I think it'll probably happen in the next 5 years. The reason why they didn't do it earlier is because they wanted to be able to control everybody. But now that we're all controlled and we only have a few outlets in which to use, now they force you to put your ID on, and that way you can't create all these botted accounts. I mean, you see, I'm taking advantage of the system better than anybody creating these accounts. Getting my name out there, you know, just making sure people know what I'm doing. It is a wake-up call, though, when you're like, all your favorite streamers are botted. Look, I can tell you this. Aiden Ross is always, whenever he streams, is between 50 and 60,000 viewers, except when he has Drake on or Donald Trump.
So the rest of pretty much every day he's not even breaking 1,000 viewers.
Oh, for sure not.
Holy shit.
And if you're like, well, how's he so popular? He has a lot of money, so he can just buy all the viewers that he wants.
Yeah, all the clips.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I created a clip bot. For all these people, and it's very easy. All you do is have a clip, people streams, and then I would put my Discord link in there. And I get people who come into this Discord who saw this years ago, and they're like, yeah, I didn't know you were such a big fan of, I don't know, some Polish streamer. I'll be like, who? And they'll be like, well, I saw that you made a clip of them, and there was this link in there, and I clicked it, and here I am. I'm like, oh, yeah, that was just a clip bot that I created.
You have a clip bot?
Yeah, they're really easy to make. They're one of the easiest kinds of bots to make. So basically, what it does, it's very easy to automate. You just have it create an account, which is really easy to do on Kick because they don't require a CAPTCHA. But it's also very easy to do on Twitch, and then it just goes from person to person. Welcome, Riser. It goes from person to person and creates a clip of them. And the issue is you can't create more than one clip every 30 seconds. But that's okay. It takes about 30 seconds to go in and be able to create a clip in itself and put your text in there. And then what you do is some people have a setting at least on Twitch they do, where you can't clip their stuff because so many people do this. But on Kick, I don't believe that feature exists right now. So you just create clips, and then I would do it just for free advertising for myself. So basically, you would look at Aiden Ross's stream. You'd look at his clips, and they would all say, join Rabbi's Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. And he'd have 60 of them.
Holy shit. It's pretty damn smart.
Yeah. And I still get people, the randomest ways of people to come in here. And that would be a way that I would do it. Welcome, Riser. How you living, Pimp? I'm excellent, baby. Hey, you wanted an idea? Or we were talking about it for some kind of, well, you sent me that thing about that guy to get, if he had gotten 1 penny or whatever for the Windows XP background, which I thought once that was overpriced, and then, which it is, they would have just gone with somebody else. Yeah. Tony, your phone has some bad feedback.
What do you mean?
Every time I speak words or rather words, it's like a super distorted
Tony, do you have my other account muted, the one with Joe Rogan on it? Mute that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, muted it.
All right. So you're basically getting feedback. Oh, okay. So there are some things that you can do if you want to limit it. You go into the Discord settings and turn on noise cancellation. And by the way, Tony, the only time you get this is when you're on the device you're currently on. When we were talking earlier, you were on that other device, it was fine.
No. Yeah, let's switch the other one though.
Okay. Take your time. All right, Riser, you had mentioned about a fidget spinner. So it's just an oversaturated market. It peaked in probably.
No, it's not. I'm not talking about selling the. You're probably, when fidget spinner comes into mind, you think of the classic, like, 3, like, triangle fidget spinner, right?
Right.
Those things, yes, that's been around for years, and it's sold in convenience stores. Everyone knows that it exists. Everyone probably has, like, 6 of them. But what I was talking about was same concept, same market of these like ADHD or whatever. I don't know, the people that fidget, the fidget market, but you invent these new different kinds of devices for fidgeting. So it could be a different type of sensory input. And it's not just like the classic fidget spinner, but these different variations and reinventing different fidgeting devices. So it's like a fidget engineering company.
All right, isn't that like a small machine shop?
Yeah.
No, isn't that a machine shop?
Right during my Discord message sounds off.
You go to settings, sounds, and then turn them off.
There's no settings, sound.
Yeah, there is. It's in notifications.
Or I can just turn off the message one.
Yeah, just turn off the message one. That one bothers me
Alright,
too.
that works. I like the sound itself, but it's just. Alright, sorry. Please repeat whatever you were saying.
So you're basically talking about creating a small machine shop, right?
I mean, I'm not saying that the manufacturing has to be done in-house. You could probably outsource that. But just coming up with different like variations of the fidget spinner, but it could be like very much different, but the same devices.
Okay, so you would just do the designing in North America?
I brainstormed 3 with AI, if you want to hear. Facebook Meta's answer.
No, just describe them to me. I mean, let's just.
Notice how you're not shooting down the idea because you're like, oh, hey, this could go, this is a good idea.
No, this idea sucks. I'm just getting ready to shoot it down.
Okay, here are 3 new ideas for fidget devices. A tactile form, a small handheld steer with interchangeable textured surfaces. Users can rotate the orb to explore different tactile experiences. FlexiLink, a flexible chain-like device composed of interconnected links. Users can manipulate the links, bending, twisting, or pulling them to create different shapes. Pulse pack, a small disc-shaped device with a subtle vibrational pulsing mechanism. User can hold the puck and manipulate the vibration, intensity, or pattern. That's just a handheld vibrator. I don't know what that's supposed to do, but I'm sure there's possibly good ones.
Here's what stinks about this industry. Let's say you have the best idea for one, whatever it is. It spins, and it spins for hours. Somebody knocks it off, and they do whatever you're set for what you're selling it. They sell it for 1 cent more, or 1 cent less.
No, but I'm already going to China to manufacture it.
Yeah, but even in China, there are competitors. My friend used to do this. Basically, everything that you see in like a Walgreens or CVS or Rite Aid or whatever you have is created in like this one area of China, Guangzhou. It's like this mega city, and they have this one huge factory that does most of it. So all this little plastic and metal creation is done.
There's like some gigafactory there that makes how much of the world goes.
Like everything that you see in a CVS or like in an airport, or like a 7-Eleven, all that's made in this one area of China. Now they have competitors, but generally, because it's the cheapest to do it there. So you go in there and they'll create the mold for you, they'll create the packaging for you, everything that you want, and they do it cheaper than anybody.
I saw this one on Shark Tank that's been around probably before that. It's like this same, like kind of a fidget product, but it's just slime. And this guy just makes these different slimes that people wash around in their hand or whatever it feels good.
Did anybody buy it?
Yeah, I think you got an investment on the show, but the slime market is like a whole market in itself. It's kind of the same. That's what I mean. It's like a variation of like fidget spinner.
Right. What you're really going for is
Again, it's hard. I mean, you can't really get a patent on
Right,
for selling like
right.
the
So,
Coca-Cola brand. And,
I mean, slime has had, like, I don't know, when I was a kid, they had something, well, like my parents' generation, they had Play-Doh, and I'm sure they had stuff before then, but then they had, at least with my generation, they had something called GAK, G-A-K, which was really popular. And they had something called Floam, F-L-O-A-M. GAK was like a slime that was great, but what happens is hair gets in it and dust and dirt and stuff, and you can't use it indefinitely. And then you just have to throw it out. Floam was like GAK, it was like a slime, except it was a foam that you could move around. Okay, so that's all great. Even if you make the best one of those in the world, the best one, and nobody knocks you off, what's your price point? How much are you gonna sell it for?
I mean, whatever the flow price is, I'm not sure what the flow price is.
Okay, but what I'm trying to say is, you know how children are. They're going to play with it for 10 minutes, and then they're not going to play with it anymore. It's not something that's going to keep them excited repeatedly. Now, you may get some repeat buyers, but generally, like in my case, I got a Floam, and I got a Gap, or I had a friend who got one, and we played with it for like 10 minutes, and then it was like over. Like you kind of wanted to eat it. I think it was, biodegradable and everything, non-toxic. But like, it came in different colors. Then they had one that glowed in the dark. I mean, that was it. Like there, like, and the reason why it was so popular is because Nickelodeon used to slime people on their show, like it was called Double Dare, and then so you thought you got like some of the slime that they got in the show. The real slime that they make, it was made out of like cornstarch, water, and dye. Um, the sliming era has come and gone. Now it could have a resurgence. Okay, so do you really want to know a good idea that I have?
I do, but let's just
Let's continue. Okay, okay, excellent, absolutely. It's
I
related.
heard
It's
what
related.
you said.
It's
I'm
related.
not saying that I would go into like the slime market at all. But
Okay, so that kid on Shark Tank, I think I saw that one as well, and the reason why he's going to make some money is because he's a kid. It's a kid product, and he got an investor. But
here's the thing. I do think that it's not. I don't think that slime is just for kids. And then I also think that his slime stood out or was at least investment worthy because he's coming out with these like different ice cream variations or something. Like he basically, it wasn't just a single product line. It was like a lot of different products that were not a little like more unique than just like different colors.
okay, so it has different smells, which has some attractiveness to it. It's like the candy Jelly Belly. What did they do that the regular Jelly Bean didn't have? It had a lot more flavors than your normal amount of Jelly Bellies. Okay, than your normal amount of Jelly Beans. Jelly Beans, I think, have like maybe, I don't know, 8, 10 flavors. Jelly Belly comes out with hundreds. All right, great. So you got slime, and I think that there's something to this where you have it smell like in unique kinds, but that means you need more. It's more manufacturing. It's more fragrances. I'm not saying it's not possible, but
Here's an idea that I had the other like 2 days ago. It was like the man candle.
dude,
Where
stop,
there's,
stop,
candles
stop, stop.
scented for men, so it'd
Stop,
be
stop,
like,
stop, stop, stop,
barbecue.
stop. This is already a product. It was on Shark Tank.
The man candle?
Absolutely, yeah. They smell like popcorn and beer, and I think it's called the Mandel, but there are a bunch of knockoffs of it. It did very well. Okay, yeah, it's called Manly Indulgence. The original Man Candle, Man Cave Scent. So original man candle. Yeah, this is the one. They have fart smell. Oh, that's how it started. Was the fart smell, and it did really well. And so then they opened it up to Beach Babe. They have Bacon, New Car, Freedom, Golf Course. It was on Shark Tank. It even says on their website, as seen on Shark Tank.
Yeah, do they have, okay, I can't barbecue in my building, like I guess for good reason, because I don't want people burning the building down, even though there's people that, I guess it makes sense, so we have an balcony, it's not like a open deck or whatever, but when you get a whiff of just the scent of barbecue, it's very, I mean, I guess arguably it's misogynistic to say that the scent of barbecue is man scent, but
I get what you're saying. So why wouldn't you buy the Bacon Man Candle and have that going all the time?
I think that you're kind of you're slicing your market in half if you're just marketing, if you're going straight for man sense only, which I think is a bad move, because if you probably look at the candle market, probably 90% of the buyers are women.
Absolutely.
But I guess it's still a large enough market that there's potentially the need there for a man or whatever. But still marketing it directly like that might not be a move or whatever. But it's still like the Shark Tank. I think that was underneath the Gators.
I mean, then you're going with the Yankee Candle Company or some other candle. You know how many Etsy stores just make unique candle smells?
Yeah, and it's hard to market those online because you can't see it or test it really easily. I guess that's kind of a disadvantage as well.
No, it's a disadvantage. That's why they have Yankee Candle Company stores, so you can smell it in real life.
What's the Yankee Candle?
Oh, you don't know what the Yankee Candle is? It's they're like in every mall in America. You go in and they have all kinds of different candles. It's the biggest candle company in the United States. There's a guy who made $1 billion just off of candles. He has a huge house, I think in Connecticut, and it was recently on Zillow or something like that. But anyway, the Yankee Candle Company is the largest candle company, I believe, in the world. But they're like, they have all kinds of jars that you buy that smell like sagewood, and vanilla is their big one, and cookies and cream, and they have every flavor that you've ever want, or whatever, every scent that you've ever want. Now, this was on. This is a big thing. This is bigger than you, but it's Smell-O-Vision. SMELL-O-VISIN. It's a real thing that people have been experimenting with. But basically, it's the idea that you can smell something through a screen. And the way that it's done is like these little, like this was actually on it was on Shark Tank years ago. It was like season 1 or 2, and nobody bought it. But that doesn't mean that it wasn't a good product. It was too early. But basically, Smell-O-Vision is going to be a game changer, like television, where you can smell stuff. So how does it work? Basically, you have a little device that emits smells that are sent electronically from whatever's being shown on television or on the internet or whatever. So what does that mean? You're watching someone barbecue, or like you're watching a cooking show. You could smell whatever it is that they're cooking, and this little device emits it. Now, what is it emitting? It has little inserts that you put in there that basically can change smells based on what it.
Printer, like printering.
Yeah, Great analogy. Yeah. Why isn't it popular? It just is a difficult thing to do accurately, and there isn't a huge market for it yet. But there will be in the future.
It seems like the TV show itself also needs to integrate into it.
100%. Now they've done this in trial.
You can use AI, but
Absolutely. They've done this in trial runs in movie theaters with limited success. So what do they do?
I went to one in Disney like 2 decades ago. I went to one
In Tomorrowland?
5D movie.
Okay.
It was a 5D movie. It was in 3D. It had smell, and there was also a touch because one scene scared the crap out of me. Where at the end of the movie, it was like, "Ladies and bugs, please, you can now leave your seat or whatever," and then like you felt like this bug was crawling under your butt, like on the way out the thing, and it caught me so off guard and scared me. It's funny, everyone in the theater was laughing, but they did like this one smell that was so gross. It was like, "Oh, the character farted," and I left this smell. It was like disgusting.
Okay. So you've experienced smell-o-vision, and that's the future, and it'll be integrated into Netflix. No, it will be. It will be.
I don't think all technology just because it exists is going to be integrated. There's lots of crummy technology out there that people just don't want.
It will be eventually. Everything will be integrated. So you'll have smell-o-vision, and you'll also have taste-o-vision. Basically, you're able to eat a product that tastes like whatever you are watching. Now, what is this for everybody? Not necessarily, but when there are companies that are trying to make people buy more and more things, this is an option. And when it gets really accurate, it will be extremely successful. So what does this mean? What would it be? What's taste-o-vision? It's essentially like an easy bake oven that creates whatever's being made on television, and you're able to eat it. And it depends on the consistency, but generally, as I've seen, to make it as easy as possible, it's like in a pill. So basically, you're watching a cooking show and they're making barbecue or whatever. Well, barbecue is really messy and stuff, and you can't just, import meat into a machine. But you could have little capsules that integrate different flavors in it. And just like you said, like printer ink, some of them run lower than others depending on what you're using. And then you eat that pill, and then you can basically have an interactive experience. And then utilized with smell-o-vision, this will be very popular, especially when food companies in particular, recognize the influence that smell has. People don't know this, but just in advertising, smell is the #1 sense that is linked to memory. That's a huge opportunity for marketing.
That's fascinating. I guess maybe overlook that, but it seems like a very food. Maybe there's some reason for that, like it's like food or whatever.
It is. That's correct. But it's not necessarily. I mean, I can think like when I smell certain women's perfumes, I can link that to different women with whom I've been, just because it reminds me of them. I can even do that with different colognes I've worn and what. Well, I don't really wear cologne, but like I should say, like I smelled around me, and like I can tell you, like certain smells were really popular when I was a younger person. Like the one that I'm thinking, it's not really a cologne, but you know what Axe body spray is?
Yeah, that one's pretty brutal.
It is.
I used to also wear.
Exactly. So it's not really a cologne, but it'd be something that like like a deodorant that I would wear. And it just had like a time, like it's kind of gone by the wayside. But it would be very popular. And if I ever smell that, it just makes me think immediately of sweaty adolescent men, because that's who wears that stuff. Or if I smell So there's just things that I smell that immediately make me think of certain events and or like memories, and that's very important, uh, especially in terms of selling products to people. So with that said, smell-o-vision is going to be really big in taste-o-vision, and this was something that was always pondered in the past. It's just how do you deliver it? When it is, it's just like you said, it's like a little printer with printer cartridges. It's a little machine. There was a guy on Shark Tank who brought on smell-o-vision. This isn't the first time we've seen it. We've seen this going back to the 1950s, but nobody's been able to really um, emulate a good version of it or recreate a good version of it. But it will be, and there'll be some company that comes out with it, and then it'll start to catch on. And imagine, it'd be really cool if you were watching a cooking show and it smelled like barbecue or whatever you're watching. That's going to stimulate hunger. It's going to make people want to buy more and eat more food. That's an incredible way to sell products.
Yeah, I mean, I have my doubts on like the technology itself and being able to authentically replicate those kinds of smells with just like a little. I mean, I don't know enough about these little
Cartridges.
like insert things, but I don't know. It seems like you need like a lot of. There's a lot of smells. I don't know. Is it like primary colors basically, where it's like you can make all these different scents from like these primary smells?
Precisely. So you can make any smell.
What are the primary smells? Because no one people talk about primary colors. What are the primary smells?
Yeah, they're like the primary tastes. There's like unagi, sweet, sour, savory, and salty.
Yeah, I have heard of that. I was maybe you can explain it. What the fuck is umami?
That's right, umami. It's like a savory taste. I always mess that up with that type of martial art. So
Sweet, sour, salty, bitter, and umami.
that's what it is. Apologies. All right.
Savory is not. I mean,
Umami is
substitute.
umami is savory. So it's like a
Umami is like soy sauce, Parmesan cheese. It's hard for me to connect the dots.
yeah.
List of umami. Tomatoes, mushrooms, soy sauce, seaweed, aged cheese, meats.
Isn't that interesting that like none of those taste the same?
No, I mean that just makes it even more confusing, to be honest. Like, I can't pinpoint it. It's easy to pinpoint like salt, because that's an element that you can directly eat. Sour is also very easy to get through, so I don't know.
So with
I've watched like multiple YouTube videos on this, and I've tried to process the information, and I'm still, it's just like such a weird. I can't imagine. I can imagine sour, I can imagine salt, I can imagine sweet, bitter, sure, like umami, I don't know.
well,
Fish, meat, cheese, tomatoes, but they're very, like, there's no using a lot of taste.
I'm in agreement with you. It's difficult. I just kind of think of them as savory foods, like almost salty.
Salty is its own thing. Tomatoes aren't salty. salt.
I know, that's why I said almost. Like, that's the best way I can describe it. But, like, it's difficult to describe. It's interesting that we don't really talk about it that much. I don't know why they don't just call it savory, by the way. But, what is a savory to me? It just reminds me of, like, meat. But I can see how soy sauce is in that. The weird one to me is tomatoes.
Salty or spicy rather than sweet.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I think of it.
It doesn't even salt.
Right, which is different than salty. So,
Yeah, do you know the fragments wheel?
yeah, so the wheel?
Or the four pillars of
What are they?
there's one is floral notes, one is oriental notes, there's woody notes, and there's fresh notes. Woody notes, mossy wood, dry wood.
Yeah, this isn't accurate because there are so many other kinds of smells that.
No, but that's like the earth, wind, fire, air. Bringing it down. I mean, there's a color wheel, so there's also a sentence wheel. And these are just the primary notes according to. I mean, oriental notes. I don't know.
Doug, that's just one guy's opinion. According to.
No, this is not one guy's opinion. This is Google it.
Okay, I am. And I get the LA Times that says there are 10 different kinds. There's fragrant, woody, minty, sweet, chemical, popcorn, lemon, fruity, non-citrus, and pungent, and decayed, which makes more sense to me. That.
You know how I know that one's bullshit? It's because popcorn has its own fucking category.
Yeah, but it includes butter, molasses, and fried chicken. I get what you're saying. They just kind of make almost like a cooking smell, but the best way to describe it is popcorn. I was in agreement with you. I looked down like popcorn, that doesn't really make sense. But okay, I guess it does if you include butter, molasses, fried chicken. All right, so what do? You get 10 of these little cartridges, fragrant, woody, minty, sweet, chemical, popcorn, lemon, fruity, pungent.
You only need four. But within those four, it seems like there's
within your four, whatever they're called, floral and all that, where are you going to get decayed? It's in none of those. It's its own thing. Where are you going to get chemical? Like kerosene and ammonia.
You need every single element in this little perfume wheel.
No, you don't. That's another thing. That's known as a Santa Claus machine.
Well,
Well, we could talk about that. A machine that has every element, or generally every element in it, and can create anything. It's like a 3D printer for anything. It's known as a replicator, also known as a Santa Claus machine. It's one of my favorite things about which to discuss. So, what does it do?
is there actually any progress towards being real, or is it still a concept?
Yeah, I mean, that's what 3D printers are, basically. It's just 3D printers.
That's very true. That's very true. It's just a 3D printer that can do Mercury.
Exactly. But yeah, I mean, obviously, everybody would be super
I
excited.
mean,
for that.
arguably, there's machines that create diamonds. So those are like Santa Claus machines that make diamonds.
I mean, that's just like a lab-grown diamond.
Does that count?
No, Santa Claus machine uses like every element in the periodic table of elements to make whatever you want. So it could make a car. It could make a cell phone. So long as it has the necessary elements, it'll make whatever you want. A lab-grown diamond is only
It
from
also
carbon.
has like this crazy. It's basically like a Chinese city at the same time. It's basically the Chinese city.
Exactly. In a machine. That's right.
What's that town called?
Guangzhou. In fact, it's a megacity. It's arguably the largest city in the world because it has a bunch of sub-cities around it. It's giant. It's in southern China.
How do you spell it?
It depends. Americanized, it's like Ghangzhou.
Okay. Wang Zhu. You know what is? Oh wait, what's? You know what a hoodoo is?
Enlighten me.
Hoodoo is look it up. They're interesting. It's like a geological formation that's almost like a butte. But, or I guess it might also be able to be a butte, but it's like, it's very strange. It's basically like this, like a tall, like a tall, like rock that goes like straight up in the air, like a giant finger. And then on top of it, there's like an even bigger rock that's bouncing on the top. So they look kind of like mushrooms.
Does it have to have a top that is wider than the base?
I feel like they all look like that, so I'm gonna assume. Is a thin spire.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, okay. So that's baller as fuck. Yep, I see it. It's baller as fuck. Yeah, I see it. I'm looking at it. Have I ever seen one of those? Yeah, in the Southwest. Like in desert areas.
Some of them are really wild. Like it just looks like a giant.
Just placed like a giant just placed a rock on top of the formation. But it's generally from erosion, right?
Yeah, I guess the rock on top doesn't erode. It's like a rock on it's just a big rock bouncing on this.
Right.
Almost like a
Nuksha?
I know the Egyptic word of because the Egyptic people sure know what it means.
Are you sure that it is not the Inuit people? It's called an
Yeah, no,
it's called an Inukshuk, dude. And of course I know what an Inukshuk is. Yeah, it's an Inukshuk. You were saying a Inukshuk. Okay. Okay, I hear what you're saying. I thought you were saying a Inukshuk. Inukshuk. Yeah, I've seen these. Yeah. All right, are you ready for my $1 billion idea? I mean, I
Better than the party planner idea, right?
yeah, that's not a bad one though. That wasn't my idea. All right, you know how people are obsessed with ASMR? Oh, yeah. So basically, it's an ASMR software where you can create anything that you want. So you can have rainbow backgrounds, and you can have different kinds of music that you want to play, and you can have basically a virtual person doing whatever you want, kissing the microphone or all the stuff that they do. But basically, it's like a choose your own adventure for any kind of ASMR that you want. Absolutely, 100%. You could have it being built. I like it. In fact, I love it. Yeah, definitely. Like basically, like
using artificial intelligence.
Yeah, it does. So basically, you would type in a prompt, like you would like take Stonehenge, and you'd have Stonehenge. You know how it's like in a circle. You could have those things like falling over and just continuously falling over and just mesmerizing people with rainbow backgrounds or starry sky backgrounds or zooming backgrounds. It's basically like the like take any kind of YouTube video that you've seen that's like 12-hour to mesmerize people. You take that and then you just add ASMR features to it. And you sell it like Spotify. You could even integrate Spotify or Pandora in it where people could play their music if you wanted. Just have that integration. So basically, these are just what are known as basically back in the day visualizations, but you create that ASMR sense to it. So if you want, you could have a heartbeat playing over it. You could have, a beach visualization. You could have a like it's audio and video. So basically, you could just.
That's not what ASMR is,
Yeah, no, video is a key component of it. No, ASMR can be video as well, at least, because it's. Let me make sure ASMR isn't auditory only. I thought it had to do with like people.
ASMR can be video too.
Yeah, autonomous sensory meridian response. The tingling sensation that usually begins on the scalp and moves down the back of the neck and upper spine. So, you definitely could do this with video. So, like, I'm gonna give you.
Related, but before I forget, there's this lights turn light waves into sound, so you can show all these different types of light waves, and it'll make potentially this ASMR app can say, okay, I want the ASMR of these hypersexual wavelengths or something in this pattern, and then it'll output that.
Exactly. So it basically exists on YouTube right now, in some way. There are people who listen to like 432 hertz sound with like really serene backgrounds and they fall asleep to them. Basically, you would do that, but just be able to monetize it. So how much is it? It's like, no, this is the best. This is the best idea that you're going to hear.
This is the best. This is the even better one.
It can't be.
AI, Mickey Mouse reading erotica, and all these different reading erotica.
Doug, we've already had this discussion.
I know.
Excellent. I was like, was that with you? That's a very good idea too. And I think that it could be very funny. Yeah. I mean, you could literally have that going at the same time. It's basically an AI generator that allows you to create ASMR content, but you could choose whatever sound you want. So you could be like Mickey Mouse reading literotica while having a scene of a serene beach. And then it just plays that. Exactly. What are your thoughts? Yeah. Oh, dog. No, I definitely will. People come in here and ask me all the time, do you have any good ideas? And that's a $1 billion idea.
You use ChatGPT, right?
No.
You use the free version, I'm saying. Does the free version have the internet access?
I didn't use ChatGPT.
No, I wasn't saying to come up with that idea, but when you do use ChatGPT on like the free version, does it have internet access?
I've never used it without any internet access.
No, like does the AI used to not have the ability to search the web as we're talking about? I'm assuming that feature is free because DeepSeek has that feature for free.
What's your question?
Do you go into the mode where it like searches the web?
Yeah. Though I don't like when it does that.
Why?
Well, if I wanted to search then it's too much like a search engine. And I understand why they do it, because they're starting to want to get into that search engine. Didn't we talk about this? How the EU is limiting what Google can do?
It's different because it's retrieving. I mean, it's almost like blurring the line between Google giving you the AI response and then AI giving you the.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right. Yeah, I think it just probably searches multiple platforms or search engines just for proprietary reasons.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason I brought it up is because I was using ChatGPT in the non-internet search version for like the last, or since I fucking had it like way too long. And then I finally yesterday, I'm like, alright, let me just try the web version. And before I was searching the web, I was just putting not enough of the code it would do or whatever. And I just say, which is the web version. And it's like, oh, cool, here in Blender 4.4.3, we're going to, like, it's searching the Blender API documentation, searching through the Stack Exchange, finding random people's posts in another language, using that as a reference for why the syntax of the code that it's generating is correct. So I thought it was pretty neat that I didn't do that. It's still, it wasn't flawless code, but there's some weird thing, I guess, that like there's an error or something in the documentation. But I looked at the documentation and I was like, oh, if you're using a Taylor math node, and then you have to be like A and B, and then I asked Gemini, I was like, oh, no, I actually mark them as 0 and 1, just to like multiply, and then all I had to do is change the output from multiply like the outputs from A, B to like 0 to 1, and then I got it to work. All this long is to say if you turn on the internet function, which seems like you have, it's pretty interesting. It's like you now have like the world's like the most. Before it was like basically like a sword with like no handle, so you can really like grip the sword without cutting yourself in the hands. But now it's like you have this sword with this beautiful handle, and you can use it to actually cut things up, which I think is. I mean, I know it's been out for like a goddamn year, probably at this point, this feature, but it's a good combo. You'll be able to search for it. Possibly you could integrate it with the ASMR stuff. Maybe, I don't know. But the problem with this ASMR idea, I don't think it's actually a bad problem. Potentially that problem is also like the same market opportunity. Like how iTunes, like yeah, music existed before, I guess, on YouTube, but iTunes aggregated it together like this library. It sounds like that's what you're trying to build, is like this huge, massive library, like the Spotify or iTunes of complete ASMR.
Yeah, exactly.
Even though I feel like yeah, I guess this is like the problem I see with like is all the ASMR already on YouTube. Like why?
Wait, yes.
I get generating if your goal is just simply allowing people to generate their new AI ASMR, then I think that's not
It essentially takes like okay, so great point. Before Spotify, you could listen to all those songs on YouTube anyway. But it was a pain in the ass because you had to click on every single one, and it wasn't necessarily creating playlists for you, and it didn't give you visualizations like that you wanted. So basically this just makes it easier. So what do I mean? Instead of going in and finding 432 hertz sound on a beach, which somebody has made, I could just take 432 hertz and put it on a beach or on the moon or in space or in a mall or in a factory, wherever I want, whatever I want the background to be. And it just will play it. Exactly. Not saying zoo. Exactly. And that would be really tight. And I'm telling you, that's $1 billion idea. And people are already hearing that I'm using it. But if anything, in the future, I'm going to make a lot of money off of that. And I won't even care. I'll donate it all to charities because I won't need the money. But, yeah, I mean, we'll donate it to smell-o-vision and taste-o-vision research.
Your videos, are you resetting your camera?
Oh, no. Are you sure that's not you?
I can hear you fine. I just want to see caller correct.
Yo, big dog.
Oh, you're back.
All right. Sounds like a you problem, baby. Not a you pick, a you problem. Yeah, dog. But yeah, that ASMR software is gonna.
Does it require like scraping? Are you just like if you're not just having to download every ASMR clip into database and just like link YouTube ASMR to the user?
It could generate it. So it's just basically visualizations that it would be generating.
I'm talking about the sound. I feel like the sound generations might be more challenging.
Oh no,
There's less effort.
that's the easy part. Can you bear with me 2 minutes? I have to use the restroom. Thank you. Here's Joe Rogan. Yo, Pimp. The computing issues would likely arise from the visualization part. Sound is easy to do. Okay.
I was looking at this the other day because I was like, okay, I want a spaceship, futuristic spaceship sound. I'm like, is there like a web UI that you can use to generate similar sounding sounds versus like in the web? And I was like, no, it's not really a web application that'll do this for you, but if you want to run this thing locally, try that. There's no AI thing in the web. No one cares about sound editing.
You raise a really great point, and I guess people are doing it more with voices, but I imagine other sounds will be more common in the future. But it's just so easy to get that kind of sound if you want. Like I wanted the same thing. I used to just have the sound of like it was like white noise, but like in a space capsule. And I used to just play that 24/7, and I would just go to YouTube and get something that sounded like that. And it worked really well. Now, I get what you're saying. Not using a video, creating that organically. Very few people want that right now because it's just easier to just go and get a video that already sounds like that what you want. Where people are using this is with AI voices. And those are very popular applications that you can use today that can sound like anything that you want. Any one you want, I should say. So
I love Labs as like a leader in this.
That's correct.
I don't know, maybe they added this feature because there's other, I wanted to do like this AI Mr. Beast channel, and then there's a good website where you can go, they have like a huge list of different celebrities, but you would do the talking, you would record your voice speaking exactly like the tones and like how you want it to sound, and then it'll just switch it into the AI voice. But last time I used the Lab, it seemed like, okay, type whatever you want it to say into it, and then it'll just talk however the robot wants to talk. It's not going to Latin MO or how do you say it? I don't know the name.
Okay, the whole video that just used like a Brooklyn accent that I wanted to do, a Brooklyn woman's accent. And actually it was Mike Myers. I told you about this. Mike Myers from Saturday Night Live. And it worked. Mike Myers, the guy who was Austin Powers.
Oh, okay.
So he used to do this impression of his mother-in-law, and it was a phenomenon. It was called Coffee Talk on Saturday Night Live. They did like 40 episodes on him or something. And I wanted that voice. And I can do it, but I sound like a man. I couldn't sound like a woman. And he could do it that he sounded like a female. So I just took a sample of his voice from those Saturday Night Live, 30 seconds, and ran it into this program, and it generated a minute's worth of content for me. And then I had to do Fran Drescher and Maggie Wellen as well, like who's Janice from Friends.
It was actually like that good with only a minute of training data.
Dog, it's amazing. Here, I'll for you. Just a moment. I mean, there's one word. I had to do a little bit of editing, but not really. There's one word. Instead of saying rabbi, he says rabbi. But aside from that, it's like he keeps saying rabbi, rabbi, rabbi.
Sometimes you have to do like R-A-B and then E-Y-E.
Yeah, I was just having to do 3 B's or something like that. Yeah, but you're exactly right. All right, so let me get to it. I would play it on my phone, but for some reason, it's like the oh, I can do it with this device. Just a minute. And it was so good. It's so good. And it talks all about me. All right, here we go. Yeah, I just shoot. Yeah, it's a website. Yeah, I'll find it in a second. Just a minute. Have you ever seen the show Friends? Okay, so there's a woman on it. The what? Yeah. Okay, here it is.
Oh my God! Say no more sweet lies. Listen up, ladies. Do you all know about Rabbi Rothschild? Rabbi Rothschild has been streaming by day for days for 3 years on the free year. He was on a real-time person in global history. That is unstoppable by research. The rabbi has more data than anyone. The rabbi is a real-life trivia show. Rabbi is going to be a question. Very well with this project goes viral. I can listen to Rabbi technology forever. Rabbi talks about Rabbi truly is the total. Have you seen that show? Have you seen that show? Please join me and the rest of the world and Rabbi's Discord server. Please tell everyone about Rabbi. This is the biggest event in global history. Please share the page right now.
What'd you say?
That's probably the best emotional hip content I've seen today.
Are you serious?
When did you make that?
Like 3 months ago. Isn't the voice good?
Yeah, I mean, there's like
Little hiccups, yeah. But here's the thing too, Riser. I did not do too much editing to it. I was just like, you know what, I want to just get this out and have it just say this. I'm fine if it doesn't sound perfect because I'm a perfectionist on some things, especially with some video editing, and I will sit there and make sure the audio is absolutely perfect. I did it all on my phone, so I didn't even use a computer. Like, just to give you an idea of, like, it was just very quick. Um, I know I could have made it a lot better, but I just needed to get the point across. I didn't need to make it perfect. Okay, so you asked what software I use or what website. Now keep in mind that was a custom voice that I created. So basically, I went to YouTube and took 30 seconds of Mike Myers doing this impression, and then plugged that into this website. And so it'll do any voice for you. It doesn't have to be like they didn't have like Mike Myers coffee talk voice. I had to have that. Okay. 11 Labs is not as beneficial. It's just real simple website. Just one moment. I've used natural readers. Those are all good if you want celebrity voices that are already pre-created. But if you want to do your own, um, yeah. So it's called voice cloning. Voice cloning. And that made me feel really good that you said that was the best thing that you've heard me, or promotional thing that I've had. Okay, it's UberDuck. UberDuck.ai. Now, the issue with this is I just used the free version, and I think it has like a minute. You can do up to like 30 seconds or up to a minute or something. Now, that was a minute, but you could do like a minute per day or something for the free version. But yeah, it's a really simple website. You basically upload your voice to it or clone it from an audio file, and then it'll create whatever you want. And you give it your script.
The link was already like perfect, so apparently I've seen here before. There's a lot of these tools.
There are, but most of them are.
Run locally, and then you're not. There's no credit to your credit card.
Yeah, well, that's why I used UberDuck because it allowed you to do. Oh, I know what I did. You could just keep creating accounts, so you could do as many as you wanted.
Can you train the voice for more than a minute of audio?
Yeah, I think it wasn't a minute. It was 1,000 words. I think that's what it was.
You can describe the ASMR app that you want to create.
You want me to describe it? It's really a visualizer.
I don't know why you'd say that as CEO of this app. Say that the ASMR is visual first. It's way more focused on
Well, that's a good point. I would say the reason why I'm so focused on it being audio or video is because video is king. And anyone, well, it's both in ASMR.
Okay, wait. ASMR is like basically well, to me, it is like the audio version of a fidget spinner.
Yeah, exactly. That's why when you mentioned the fidget spinner, that's when I said that's what led me down this road. Okay, and I think you could utilize a fidget spinner in it as well. Like, basic.
But like the visual equivalents of like fidget spinners. I don't know if it counts as ASMR, but there are like these videos where it's like, oh, this is so satisfying to watch. And it's like whatever a guy that's like painting a pickleball court or like this cheese.
Exactly. Have you ever been to the Reddit subreddit Oddly Satisfying?
Like I've heard of it.
Okay, so it would just be stuff like that, like people painting a pickleball court, people like a machine filling jars of paint of different colors, people doing like really cool tricks on a skateboard, but like infinite loops of it, so it just always is going.
That's like visual ASMR. Like satisfying to watch videos.
Yeah, to some extent. And then on top of that, you add the auditory aspect of it.
Like, you said it could also be like a beach.
Yeah, it can be. Exactly. A plain beach can have ASMR elements to it. So just the waves going back and forth is just very serene and very calming, and that might be a benefit to people.
Right. So is the idea for the app to curate primarily the ASMR that already exists on YouTube, or enable people to create their own ASMR using AI, or both?
The latter. So you just create your own. But basically, it would be based on what's popular on YouTube. Like you could, I mean,
Okay, so
you don't need YouTube. You could literally, it's just you have a prompt. What kind of ASMR stimulation do you want today? And it would be like, I want 432 hertz sound flying through space. Enter. And it would just generate, you're flying through space, and it's a 432 hertz sound. And you can be like, no, I don't want the flying through space where I see planets. I only want to see stars. And then it would just show you the stars. And then you'd be like, yeah, but I don't want the stars to be white. I want them to be multicolored stars. And then it would just be multicolored stars.
and they can also, I guess, edit the sound as well, like the sound of the waves.
Oh, absolutely.
Whale sounds.
Absolutely. So you type, in addition to having 432 hertz, every 3 minutes, I want you to have the sound of someone snoring for 10 seconds, or randomly placed, or for an entire hour, or 30 hours. I want you to have the sound in 8 hours. I want you to play horns because I have to awake to an alarm. I want you to have just remove all the sound. I just want you to play instrumental jazz, and it would just create all of these things for you.
You think people will subscribe to this application?
Like they would to Spotify, yeah. So you would just start it at like $4.99 a month or whatever, and you got to think there's no, you don't have to buy any artist rights or anything because it's all AI created. Now let's say somebody was like, I want to listen to Taylor Swift when I do it. That's fine. It has a Spotify plugin, and you put your Spotify information in, and it'll play. But that's Spotify. That's not this. This is just visualizations and generic sounds.
Do you think the AI won't have a problem creating the audio?
It doesn't now. I mean, it will create an entire symphony for you in 1 minute or in 1 second. So it'll be easy. And that's like a no.
Where is he? I guess Sono, whatever.
Exactly.
But that's for like specifically
I mean, just
creating
now the key. I mean, I'll be able to sell this software because I have so much data that anything that I think is cool will be just the coolest thing on earth. So my endorsement will just put the seal of approval on it. But I want it to have a really good name. ASMR is too wordy. It's got to have a name like what would
ASMR needs to be because people recognize that.
No, they don't. Spotify doesn't have the word music in it, and people recognize that.
Oh yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, it should be like a
Dog, what's the name of those mesas with the rock on top?
voodoo.
There you go. That's what it's called.
That's a good name for it.
Yes, it is.
Such a good word.
It is.
It's like probably the best word for that, and also lines. Kind of like if you look at like the structure of it, like this large object kind of mysteriously bouncing on like a spinning rock. Like, how is that even possible? And that's what just happens. Like, how is it even possible to make something like this happen?
Exactly, man. You described it perfectly.
Crazy how much we aligned on that one.
I'm in agreement with you.
Right.
Yeah, it sounds like voodoo, and it sounds like voodoo. So here's the thing. It rhymes.
Also, that does sound like voodoo. But also, it sounds literally spelled the exact same as voodoo, but with an E. Which is also
Convenient.
what?
It's like YouTube, but hoodoo. It sounds similar to that too.
Yeah, YouTube has the two oohs.
Exactly. Which was built off what was once known as the boob tube, which was a nickname for television. Yeah, boob tube. People used to say, instead of saying, hey, what are you watching on television? They'd say, hey, what's on the boob tube? It was popular from like 1960 to 1980, maybe even 1990. Probably not as early as 1960, but like 1980 to 1990, it was very popular. Boob tube, Urban Dictionary.
Are you positive that this app is not exist already?
Yeah. So the boob tube was a 1975 parody of soap operas and TV commercials. It's slang for a television set. So that became popular, and then YouTube took that name, and then Google bought YouTube, and then we're going to have Hoodoo.
That's spelled the same way as the ELO.
Exactly.
What's the soapbox? Is the saying that's just like, so that's meaning like when you stand on a soapbox, does it relate to television at all? It's not a slang word for television.
A soapbox? Oh, a soapbox. So back in like the 1910s, 1920s, 1930s, but even perhaps before then, that's when this term became popular. You would, if you wanted to get your opinion out, you would stand at a street corner, and in order to be a little bit higher so people could see you, you would stand on a soapbox. And that's where that phrase came from. So you'd be like, I'm sorry to get off my soapbox right now, or whatever, but that would mean like I'm stepping down and I'm no longer going to talk about this given subject.
Right. it's nothing to do with television.
No. There's soap opera. That's different.
Yeah.
Soap opera came from, it was a play on the idea, many of the advertisers in the early days of what would be called dramatizations, like soap operas as they're called now, would have advertisers, and because their audience was generally housewives or stay-at-home moms, so to speak, females, and they were the people who would make purchases in the house, many of the advertisers were soap companies, so they call them soap operas as a play on words.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like I thought I got it during an episode like, do you want to watch the soap box? Are you referring to the TV as soap box or something? I don't think.
Oh,
Yeah.
what is that?
No, you're right. But it just did not make sense. Maybe I read it wrong or something, but I'm pretty sure that's what it said. ASMR TTS.
That's text to speech.
Text to speech. ASMR text to speech engine.
Word.
So those ASMR text to speech engines already exist.
Yeah. It's basically like sound effects, like a soundboard. Hoodoo. Even if somebody comes out with this product, just name it Hoodoo is going to beat them. It's like a brilliant name.
No, I agree. And it seems like perhaps the other text-to-speech platforms, at least the one that they referenced, because I go specialized ASMR text-to-speech engines. I like Top Media AI, but you go to Top Media AI's website and it's like text-to-speech, like, oh, you want Aaron's voice, you want Mickey's voice, you want
Yeah, that's not what
speech, like,
that's not what you want. You want custom speech.
ASMR, yeah, that's the thing. Like, it's not really the text to speech, but text to sound, which is a whole different arena.
Right.
I mean, I don't know. I guess I can see if media generates. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the definition of ASMR is too vague because they're saying that, like, ASMR voices are like. To me, ASMR is not a voice.
Correct. It's like sound effects.
Yeah, but
Though it could
for some
be.
reason there's something called an ASMR voice generator, which just seems like a voice swapper that I can somehow qualify as ASMR.
Right. I'm in agreement with you. It sounds like they're just trying to market an AI voice cloner for ASMR purposes. So they call it an ASMR voice generator, but it's really just voice clones that are used in ASMR videos. Or for ASMR purposes.
Annoying that they're overlapping the definitions so far away.
Right.
But
I mean, I guess it could if you had a voice that generated ASMR stimulation. Then I guess that's an ASMR voice. But then isn't every voice an ASMR voice?
yeah, if you interpret it like the soothing or whatever.
Right.
That's why I don't think voices should be ASMR. ASMR is like crackling sounds or like listening to like cutting board,
Like sound effects.
can openers.
I'm in agreement with you. That's generally how it seems. But I guess it's anything that generates an ASMR response is an ASMR sound. And a voice could do that.
Yeah, I don't like that. Maybe I don't know. Is that what you have in mind for this application?
No, not at all. I mean, you could do voices, but that would be secondarily.
There's a billion text to speech things out there. It seems like we're just waiting so much on the text to speech world.
Yeah, unless you wanted somebody to read a book to you or something like that, which this could do, which Voodoo could do, but generally it's just going to be sounds that stimulate ASMR responses from people. And those are generally like sound effects that like give people chills in their spine. So what would that be? What could that be? I mean, I think that like sound, like the sound of rain on a tin roof generates those kinds. So you would just type in sound of rain on tin roof, outside window, raining. And it would just create that kind of picture for you, a visualization for you. So it would just sound like sound of rain on a roof, and you like you were looking out of a window. But then you could change it to be like sound of waves on a beach with a beach scene, and then it would just take you there, change it to that. And all of this is really royalty free. So it's not like you have to pay somebody for their license of a beach or anything like that. It would literally be generated for you. And you could make it, I want it to be an anime beach, and they would make it an anime beach. Or you could make it, I want it to be photorealistic, and they would do that. I want it to be this certain beach from Google Maps. Okay, and it could do that for you. All of this is royalty free, essentially.
It is royalty free, but the application needs to outsource the AI at the back end that's doing all that heavy lifting for the video and audio generation, right?
Well, yeah, and that's what you're paying for. So that's why it's different than just YouTube or Google Images or something, because you're actually doing AI generation of all of this. And it needs to learn from somewhere. And so it's learning, its data set is YouTube and Google Maps and such. And then it could it could have curated things for you, things that you didn't even know you liked in ASMR world, like rainbow colors. Yeah, exactly. Like a Spotify playlist, you have an ASMR playlist.
I mean, I like the idea also that you mentioned about being able to overlay the ASMR with podcasts that you're listening to or songs that you're listening to.
Yes, and that's where you would connect it to Pandora or Spotify or whatever.
Yeah, and that seems, I don't know, I guess doable.
Totally doable. Absolutely. It just needs a plug-in to Spotify.
Right. And do you have any marketing tactics for this?
The name sells it. Hoodoo sells it. I mean, that's a winning name. How do you market it? You just would have to. You would just have to have some people to know that it exists. So I would just use it, and people would see what I would do. But also, you just have other influencers use it.
We're starting on Reddit. Reddit threads.
Exactly.
Reddit posts.
Absolutely. Basically, you just do oddly satisfying on Reddit. Like, go on Reddit right now, go to oddly satisfying. I'll do it with you. It's R for oddly satisfying. Now, you could also do oddly erotic. That's another big one. So I'm seeing this kid stacking cups, which is just oddly satisfying to some people.
There's 12 million people.
Dude, it's giant.
But it says only 986 online. 12 million people.
Oddly satisfying is one of the biggest
Oh, I saw this cup stacking thing today.
Exactly. So a lot of people would get satisfaction out of it, and maybe they don't want some fat kid with a ceiling fan in the background. They just want it to be done digitally.
There's an AI.
Absolutely. It just you could say I wanted to have a beach background.
It doesn't even need the Reddit post, but maybe it could reference it.
Right. Now, where I really think it would be big is go to oddly erotic, because this triggers all right, so like there are some things that wouldn't work, but like go to equipment for aerial artist fitness training. If you just see this one person just being like tossed around, you see this? It's like the third thing down. Yeah. So it's like a person.
148. There's only 148 cases.
Yeah, not everybody's as perverted, but or they just don't know that it's available. It could be newer. Who knows? Don't judge a book by its cover. Look at this like woman.
And then an aerial fitness one.
Yeah. So there are people who would just be mesmerized for hours, just watching a hot chick be in this kind of contraption and playing different sounds. It would just be very erotic to people. I'm trying to see other things. Okay, here's one. No, that's not sexual. Absolutely not. Go to mid-air fueling. It's like the four more down. Yeah. So people would just find that to be extremely calming and erotic and satisfying. So just like that's not even a really good like these are just some this is like if I wanted better stuff exactly. Okay, so if we go to
Massage Championship World Tour,
that could work. So the best ones, go to Infinite Loop. Now you're going to be like, this only has 40 members. That's fine. Actually, no, don't do that. I mean, that's not what I'm talking about. That's okay. Okay. If you go to, are you on your phone? Okay, so you're on a computer. Okay. Infinite Loop. Let's see here. Okay, just instead of that, Type in better every loop. Reddit/better every loop. Yeah.
Oh, I get it. 3 million.
So this isn't perfect.
First one.
Is it like some guy in like a circus?
Yeah.
So you would see how this would just mesmerize people for hours. Okay. So like the next one with the horses, it says "I'm so pretty." Just horses just running past the screen would make people excited. These are still not exactly what I want. So ideally, let me just see visualizations as well. No, that's more data visualization. Okay. Let's see here.
There's not a slinky going down the stairs.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Right.
Like the one where like the last frame feeds into like the
Exactly. So those are usually known as infinite loops, but
so sick. Border collies.
okay. Infinite loop communities. Okay, here's one. Go to yeah, here it is. Living backgrounds. Reddit living backgrounds. That kind of shit is what I really think of when I think of the visualization.
Rabbi, you're gonna have like the most followers. Are people gonna be able to follow other people that are posting their own ASMR creations?
1000%. Okay, so go to r/living backgrounds. Do you see? Like the first, you don't have to hit play, but like the first thing says 4K abstract, relaxing fluid motion. Go down a little more. Go to Starburst, living background. It's the reason why I say that. It's just called.
Or Cyber.
Yeah, the reason why I say that is just you don't have to hit play. Though what I really like is abstract paint. I think that shit's cool as fuck. Okay, go down two more. It says Rings 4K living background. I mean, can't you see how people would just watch this for indefinite amounts of time?
It's like some lava lamp.
Exactly. People love that shit. That's why the lava lamps became popular. And Hoodoo is. Oh, dude, Hoodoo also sounds like Hulu. And Hoodoo is going to have all that shit in it.
Yeah, I wonder if there's like some genetic reasoning where incorporating as many ooh sounds into the word somehow like makes people like
It it could, but it's really the rhyme that does it to people.
So it would work with like Fifi.
Cocksock would work.
Okay, yeah, I guess that's good. That's a good explanation. Just the rhyme, because it rhymes or has like that similarity. Like you and tube does not rhyme.
Right, but
It's the ooh that's consistent.
the YouTube became popular because boob tube. The reason why boob tube worked is because it rhymed.
Yeah. The YouTube was piggybacking off of the boob tube.
Precisely, yeah.
Is there a Reddit that I'm supposed to look at?
No, I just wanted you to go to those visualizations. Once you saw the visualizations, you could see that you understand what I'm referencing, right? Like just these like liminal space kind of ideas that it's just it could be in another world, it could be in another universe, another dimension, whatever.
Got a technical architecture thing.
Pardon me. I just drank some coffee. I think Hoodoo it markets itself. Like basically, if you like ASMR, you'll love Hoodoo.
Yeah, no, it's funny how at the same junction in time, I present to you the geology,
That is serendipitous. Yes.
names, voodoo. Yes. Just incredible timing. And that's funny. We've got the first, what is it? Is it going to be weird, wonky, big or whatever? And then oh, like that incredibly stellar, unique rock formation. Yes.
And that's it. It's just like, and you summarized it perfectly. I like it because it rhymes, but it's the meaning of it that,
It has everything.
yeah.
It has everything. It has the philosophical concept and the perfect kinetic.
Right, and you know those hoodoos, the ones the geometric or the geological formation, it leaves you in awe. Like, how did that happen? And then on top,
That's why the meaning behind the actual word of voodoo is this like very mysterious, very interesting correlation.
right, and
The word interpreted.
you said something else. Oh, or well, and then there's the like beauty of the rock, like the layers of the rock. That's like it's perfect. It tells a story, and it makes you think about like all of the history that occurred to make that formation. Then it's the awe of how could this stand.
All the prompts necessary to erode it away slightly to form that.
There's that too. That's a great point. Now you named something else that could be another kind of software. So I've got Hoodoo, but Inkawik? What'd you call it? A Nookshook. That's something else. So we have to come up with whatever that is. But I don't think you call it a Nookshook. You just call it Nookshook. No, don't do that. Just Nookshook. It's better. What is a Nookshook? Oh, I know what it is. So imagine you have Hoodoo, which is the ASMR software that you can use on your phone, you can use on your computer, you could use on your television. It's just like Spotify. Okay. A Nookshook is a device that connects to your Hoodoo that provides ASMR stimulation to your hands. So what could that be? I'm thinking of it being like a Bluetooth device, though it might run on Wi-Fi in the future, where it can morph into anything that you want. Like it could be, okay, so I'm not talking like a shape-shifting thing, but it could be, I guess it would be the brand, it would be Nookshook. And then, like, let's say you wanted to be a fidget spinner, there could be a fidget spinner version of that where it makes all kinds of lights and colors and could vibrate to the different sounds that you're seeing on your television or your phone or whatever. But really what I'm thinking is
basically it's a Santa Claus machine for physical ASMR.
Close. Yeah, close. Okay, but where have I seen this? Oh, I know. Or felt something like this. Do you know what Stretch Armstrong is? Okay, so Stretch Armstrong was a toy in the 1970s and had a resurgence in the 1990s. Okay, just look up Stretch Armstrong toy.
Oh yeah, it looks like
You can stretch his arms, and it had this like gel inside of it that could make it like it could just be anything that you wanted. So imagine like this thing that you can pull on and it would morph. Yeah, like Gumby. There you go. There you go. Like Gumby, like that, like a rubbery like substance. So that's a Nookshuk. But Nookshuk is a
I thought Nookshuk was
Nookshuk's the brand. So Nookshuk, you would have like the Nookshuk Gumby, the Nookshuk spinner.
all sorts of like the Stretch Armstrong Gumby thing is like one.
Exactly. Exactly. So it's exactly that's what I'm saying. It's the brand. So you have the Nookshuk spinner, which is like a fidget spinner that connects to the app and like goes in the sound of the sound or whatever.
Are you ever satisfied, people? Is your freaking brain satisfied ever? Or is it just constantly the more ASMR you input, the more you crave? Like a ASMR.
Right. But imagine okay.
Walter White.
Imagine the Nookshuk Gumby. I think that's a great name for it. I don't know. It's probably trademarked though. It.
I don't. Is it illegal to copy Gumby?
Yeah.
And combine it with something else?
It probably would be. So you just call it. Everything rhymes with this. Nookshuk Gum Cum or whatever. Nookshuk Gum Bum. Nookshuk Gum Sum. Whatever. Just have it. Everything rhyme.
Yeah, rhyming is the key to making a successful thing.
Exactly. There's only two types of humor that are more powerful than rhyming that I've
One
found.
is a pun.
Yeah, that's correct. But the highest kind is non-verbal, like mime, is like the highest because it appeals to the most amount of people. And the simple one of this is just falling down. Falling down, you can show falling down to a baby and they think it's funny. You can show falling down to someone in China and they think it's funny. You show falling down to someone in Argentina, they think it's funny. It's just, it appeals to the most amount of people. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I don't know if I agree with mime humor is the funniest humor, if that's what you mean, but I agree, like, it reaches the most amount of people.
Well, there's that, but it is, meaning, like, imagine you have a sitcom, and I don't care what the sitcom is.
You're saying that non-verbal humor is the most potent form of humor?
Yeah.
And you agree with that?
I think if you look at the amount of laughs that you would get, like in a sitcom, imagine a sitcom. You could have a rhyme, that would be cool. You could have alliteration, that would be a little less cool. You could have a really good pun, which is really good. Or you could have somebody who does slapstick falling down. That the moment when they do the falling down, it will have the loudest laugh. Same in theater.
I mean, I feel like when you introduce like physical props, it definitely adds a layer. Buster, a layer.
I'm not talking props though. I'm talking simply human physical.
No, props are non-verbal, right?
Yeah, those are
Props
funny.
non-verbal, right?
Yeah, those are funny. But I'm saying you don't even need props. But
No, I was just saying, like, as a, I don't know,
wait, I'm in
like
agreement.
more common.
I'm in agreement with you though. Props are an important element to humor and are very much underrated and not seen as um, important in with comedians, but they're very much underappreciated. So, like the guy, did you? I'm sure you didn't, but did you watch Kill Tony this last week? Okay, the guest was Carrot Top. Have you ever seen Carrot Top? Do you know who Carrot Top is?
I know who he is. I don't know what he's doing before. I don't think he's a musician. I feel like he's an actor.
He's had some movies, but he's a comedian. He's had a show in Las Vegas for 30 straight years, which is really difficult to do. And what this show is he's a prop comic. And one reason why he's been so successful is because it's easy for him to just have props that people think are funny. What's difficult for him to do, and why prop comics generally in comedy did not get a lot of love, is because it's seen as hokey. It's seen as corny. A lot of the things that they have to do, it's just sometimes they're not that creative. And then on top of that, they have to carry around like a suitcase full of props. So a lot of times people just think that it's not a very creative art, but it is. In fact, prop comics are some of the.
I'm afraid that I have not seen. Have I never seen Carrot Top?
Yeah, no, I would.
It's probably like some weird owl, like weirdo. You think he's? I guess I don't know. Maybe he leverages being strange on stage, and it's also part of his personality. I guess. Yeah, the weirder he acts kind of accelerates the jokes and the actual jokes.
Well, okay. Do you know who the prop comic was? Gallagher.
He's also talking during it, though. He's talking during his act as well.
Yeah, I mean he tells jokes, but like then he goes into his he's got like a not a suitcase, but like a like armoire thing that's full of his his props.
Or you put band equipment in as a bunch of props.
Exactly. Yeah. Basically like a big piece of money. Okay, so did you ever see? He's died, but the comedian Gallagher, he used to get like no one. Like, no, Carrot Top didn't die. Though he's 60 years old, which in my head he's always going to be like in his 20s. But no, Gallagher died. So Gallagher was a comedian, and his big thing that he would do is he would have the front row of his shows have plastic over them, and then he would break watermelons. Have you ever seen this guy? He would smash watermelons with a mallet, and people used to go crazy over this. And it would make a huge mess, but people really liked to be in the front row because it was a performative art that actually touched them. Like they'd get shit on them, if that makes sense. They'd have to wear like ponchos. 100% correct.
Very
100% correct.
any of that be tied into ASMR? Because it's non-verbal.
Yeah, with the nukchuck,
ASMR is not humorous typically.
it could be. It could be. Okay, so how would you make ASMR humorous? I mean, just using the hoodoo, you would just say, please create a scene for me of a very serene background at 432 hertz, but at random intervals, integrate comedic ASMR. And like, what would that be?
No. Integrate non-verbal humor.
Oh wait, that's different. But it could. So you would have your nook took or your nook.
But the watermelon smashing is visual ASMR.
It's physical and visual.
And with the smell vision, or the sense of vision, you can get whacked in the face by pieces of watermelon that are exploding. It's a product beyond the
Hold on.
it might also be a rock formation.
Hold on. That's what I'm sure you probably heard this. That's what's known as haptic feedback. So you know those suits that people wear in video games? Yeah, it could. It could make it feel like there's water on you. With like temperature. No, it could make it feel like that though. It could stimulate your sensory system to think that it's water. Now, a better way to probably do that is using like a brain-computer interface to trick your brain into thinking that it's wet when nothing's touching it.
That is, I mean, the same like hot wire effect can happen with like tasting food, and you're able to manipulate the brain into producing those senses.
That's true.
How far away? How much progress have we actually made?
Well, the first brain-computer interface has already taken place, and actually the first three. His name's Nolan. The first one's Nolan Astro.
Connected to the internet, it's like a Bluetooth connection.
It does, yeah.
Computer that's
Yeah, it uses Bluetooth. I mean, yeah, he's able to, the guy, Nolan Astro, mouse cursor using his brain, but the key point that they wanted it, for which they wanted it, is to be able to send Bluetooth signal between the end of his spine that works and then jump the gap where his spine is broken and into the bottom part of his body so that he's able to move his legs.
a brain issue and not like a nervous system issue.
It's both.
Are they also working on the nervous system part?
Yeah, that's why they put the brain-computer interface in there.
Do they have that the other nervous system part figured out?
He isn't able to move his legs yet, but they're working on it.
Basically, it's like a careless cable repair where there's like splinted wires and then they coming in and repairing broken wires with like a nervous system and then fixing the wire and then taking it back, repair the brain.
It's not that so much because in that scenario, they're using wires that are continuous. This would more be like having a road that gets detached, and then instead of completing the road, the people just go through a portal from one end of the road, and then it automatically brings them to the other end of the road.
Okay. So they're not like using stem cells and like regrowing the damaged nerves.
That's another kind of project that is being worked on, but this one in particular is to send a signal from one end of the spine that works to another part of the spine that doesn't work, and continuously send the signals. So it's like, how could we think of this in telephone terms? It would be like, normally you have a telephone wire that works on a cable, but if you split that cable, instead of reattaching it, which is what you're talking about with stem cells and all that, and that's something they're working on as well, instead of doing that, you just send the message wirelessly from one end of the cable to the other detached end of the cable, basically mimicking a completed circuit.
Interesting. So they have a little Bluetooth on the other end there.
Exactly. How baller is that? Dude.
Bluetooth also is almost like a Voodoo.
Yes, it is. Right, and I've always been very skeptical. They talk about the reason why they named it that was a Norwegian or like a Nordic king, but there's no evidence that this king ever existed. Another one that's like this that was chosen because of this, Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi doesn't stand for anything. It's a play on words of lo-fi and hi-fi, which were a type of music and like a type of audio. But they needed a
higher frequency, except for the short abbreviation for frequency is like
it's I mean, you can consider it that. That's kind of like what a backronym is, but no, it's just it was something that rhymed that would catch on with the public, so they called it Wi-Fi.
Right. But there's no the phi means nothing.
I believe it means fidelity. Yeah. So hi-fi means high fidelity. It's an electronic system for reproducing high fidelity sound for radio or recording. So they needed a name that was catchy, but Wi-Fi doesn't stand for anything.
Right. Well, I mean, hi-fi also rhymes, though. It's not like hi-fi doesn't rhyme. Maybe it sounds too much like high five or something. They didn't want to be like using people with high five.
Actually, hi-fi was around before the high five. The high five has only been something that's been around since like the 1970s. Now, at least giving it a name.
Handshake. What about a handshake?
That's been around for thousands of years.
But no one ever in the year 302 it's like, hey, up top, and did like a cool like bump secret handshake.
It didn't have a name.
Okay, I believe that.
The high five is a hand gesture where two people simultaneously raise their hand. Yeah, I found this to be very interesting. Origin.
Why didn't they call it the two-person class?
Hold on. The use of the phrase as a noun has been part of the Oxford English Dictionary since 1980 and a verb since 1981. Wouldn't you think that it was around a long time before then? Okay, I would. But at least as a name. The high five originated from the low five, which has been part of African American culture since the 1920s. The exact transition from a low five to a high is unknown, though many theories exist about its inception. So basically, like, the whole, like, slap me some skin or give me some skin with five hasn't been maybe people have been doing it for thousands of years, which I'm sure to some extent, but it didn't have a name. Exactly. And so when you look at sports people, they weren't doing this before the 1970s. So, like, you watch, like, Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig and Mickey Mantle, they didn't high five. They would shake each other's hands.
Some guy in the 70s was at the disco with his like little leg warmers and his like fuzzy little earmuffs, leg warmers, neon coats, and they're like, yeah, let's make this a little more snazzy up top. And little did they know that two-person class was like the first ever.
October 2nd, 1977. October 2nd, 1977 is considered like the first most public one. It happened in a major league game.
1977?
Yeah. It was between Dusty Baker and Glenn Burke of the Dodgers at Dodger Stadium, the last day of Major League Baseball season. It was in the sixth inning. Baker hit a home run off Houston Astros pitcher J.R. Richard. It was Baker's 30th home run of the season, making the Dodgers the first team ever to have four hitters with at least 30 home runs in a single season. As journalist John Mualiam tells the story, it was a wild, triumphant, momentous moment and a good omen for the Dodgers headed to the playoffs. Burke, waiting on deck, thrust his hand enthusiastically over his head to greet his friend at the plate. Baker, not knowing what happened, his hand was up in the air and he was arching way back, says Baker. So I reached up and I hit his hand. It seemed like the thing to do. But isn't that weird that, like, it's so ingrained in us, the high five, but it's only been around for, like, popularly 50 years?
Yeah, I mean, that would mean that my parents basically, when they were younger, like, they're probably, I don't know, they might have learned it.
Like, the idea is that your grandparents didn't high five. They would shake each other's hands.
No. Or even a fist bump. Even like a little fist bump.
No, now that's
it. Always just a formal.
That's even more modern. That came about in like the 90s. The fist bump was September of 1990. It was in Australia. Yeah, I mean, I know as a kid, we never fist bumped. I never saw it until the late 90s, maybe, was like the first time. Even later than that. I mean, it wasn't even a thing. And then there's something that I saw during the pandemic because you couldn't shake hands and you couldn't fist bump. It was like this thing that originally it's like where you slap your forearms together, and that came from Mark McGuire and Jose Canseco. They were known as the Bash Brothers, and whenever they hit a home run, they would do that.
I mean, but how many more ways is there possible to, I don't know.
My cousin, he didn't invent this. He saw it in the movie, but it was this thing that I remember doing with him. Okay, so can you see me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, so imagine you're going for a high five. You purposefully miss on the high five, and you slap hands on the bottom.
Yeah, that one sounds good. I mean, both made all kinds of elaborate handshake sequences, dances.
Right. The elbow one, I think, probably came about during the pandemic. Nobody did that before. And nobody does it now. It was just like temporarily. Yeah. I think the forearms together will become more popular in the future because people are they just have been since the pandemic aren't so comfortable with the handshake or even the fist bump. They don't like to touch each other basically, but the forearm allows for.
Or kiss on the cheek is greeting.
Yeah,
That
that's
has
a
to be around for a very long time. I mean,
that's
still,
a
there was some guy in Italy way back when that was
that's a
like,
Europe
Torino.
that's a European thing, but it's not. It's like a continental European thing. I guess it's done in Britain as well, but that is not normal behavior in the United States. Even the hug as a greeting in the United States was not a thing until like the noughts, the like 00s. Unless it was your family. It has it has two names. It has two names. People call it the aughts, AUGHTS, and then it's also called the noughts, NOUGHTS. I like to call it the noughts because it's like I like to call them like the naughty oddies, but because that's like basically when I was a teenager or so.
Oh, so after, okay, it's not like after the race, after 2000.
Yeah, so it would be like after 9/11, you know.
Oh, no, it's only the decade from 2000 to 2000.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That people don't want to call them the zeros because it doesn't make sense. Like you would call it the tens, and we're in the 20s now, so you call them the aughts or the noughts, and I like noughts.
Why would people be opposed to calling it zero at all?
I think because the term zero has a negative connotation.
I think that it seems very discriminatory to zero. Zero could also mean positive, like there's zero bad things wrong in the universe.
No, I mean when you call someone a zero, that's a negative. That don't hang out with them. They're a zero.
But the number zero has been way around way longer than people using zero as an insult. The first person to call someone a zero was in September of 1979.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Yeah. It may or may not have been a Dodgers game when
Dusty Baker.
Dusty Baker.
Yeah.
What a name. Dusty Baker. If you call someone Dusty, that's also an insult. Probably that's worse than being called a zero.
I think it could be. He was a manager as well for the Anaheim Angels. He's a good manager. He used to always have a toothpick. That's how I recall him. Look, I don't know. I just know. Now that's a good idea. That's a good idea.
Oh, for a toothpick company?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but okay, so imagine this.
So that was
Imagine this. Okay, so the I think the original intent of the toothpick was to clean your teeth, but we have floss and flossers that do that now much more efficiently than like a piece of wood. But imagine a toothpick like shape, but made out of whatever they make candy canes out of, like peppermint.
basically what happens to a candy cane after like 20 minutes.
Exactly, but just with a
sharp icicle.
hold on, but with a not a sharp end, so just a dull end.
It's made out of wood or it's made out of candy cane?
It's made out of candy canes.
Oh, because because toothpicks are meant for just making you look like a seller and farmer, or you just have it in your mouth.
Yeah, it would be like a mint, but like some people chew mints, some people swallow mints. There's another thing we can talk about in those terms. But basically, if you wanted that toothpick look, but it had a purpose and it would smell good, you pick toothpicks. You pick toothpicks. And since candy canes have
what flavor is the toothpick on the color wheel of flavor?
mint had its own spot. So it'd be like mint or spearmint. Here's the issue that we're gonna encounter is what happens if you swallow it. And I think that it's gonna be soft enough that it doesn't stab you, but still smell good in your mouth, and you can play around with it in your mouth like a toothpick. But if it got shoved in your mouth,
how many people in the history of Earth have swallowed a toothpick?
dog, I bet you it kills people every year. It could I'm not saying a lot, but I'm thinking about children who put things in their mouth that could be sharp.
I mean, I have this fear of having a toothpick in my mouth, before the top of the mouth.
Right. Or exactly, or side to side. And
that's not as bad because your cheeks are flexible.
I agree with you. Like an alligator. That scares me as well. So you would think that a toothpick is not going to break, but a U-pick toothpick would break. It would just break like a candy cane.
Yeah, and you can potentially, the purpose of toothpicks is basically for starters and the little mini hamburgers at Super Bowl games.
Like the little flags.
Or hors d'oeuvres.
Yeah. But think about this. Oh, yeah. Good point. Those hurt a lot of people every year. Like in club sandwiches and stuff.
You could stab your someone's eye out with a toothpick.
You absolutely could. And you, just like you were saying.
Or no, I guess, no. They do make toothpicks where one side's the stabby side and then one has like handles.
Right. All of that. Basically, they make the little swords. It's all plastic or wood that can hurt people. And it hurts people every year. So we need to replace those with whatever they make candy canes out of, but they don't have to be flavored necessarily if they're going to go in a club sandwich or whatever. They could just go, they're basically edible.
Make them like basil and edible.
Perfect. There you go. Or just no flavor. You don't want it to affect the flavor of the food. So there are multiple kinds. There's kind that you could use in like a drink for like cherries, or martini for like a lemon wedge or lemon twist. Or you could have, but those still can hurt people. So you have the whatever they make candy canes out of, but just no flavor. Basically, what we're talking about is just edible toothpicks.
Right. So, flavorless.
Well, there are two kinds. There's flavorless that you use in other foods to keep it together or for decoration or whatever. And then there's the flavor kind that you use as an after, like a breath freshener.
It's meant to be edible and like the odor.
Yes. So, like, let's say you bite into a sandwich. You know the ones with the little flag on them or whatever? Like, if one of those, that can hurt you. But with the U-pick toothpick, it's just going to break. And it's not going to affect the food. In fact, you could just have it so you just don't even have to pull it out. You just keep it in there. And it would just be like a little crunchy part, but it would have no taste. This is a brilliant idea. And aside from being a brilliant idea, I love brilliant ideas, but I love safety more than just about anything. So this is a very safe idea. And there are people who hurt themselves on this kind of stuff. I bet you, we're going to look it up. How many people choke on... Yo, dog, how many people choke on, like, toothpicks a year at the emergency room? Not at the emergency room, but they're sent to them. A dangerously tasty treat. The hot dog is a choking hazard? No, that's different. I think hot dogs, we had talked about that. So, according to the Consumer Products Study from 1984, approximately 8,176 people suffer toothpick-related injuries severe enough to send them to emergency rooms each year. Now, that's 1984. I don't think toothpicks are as popular nowadays, but nevertheless, that's like 10,000 people a year. That's a lot, and I want to help those people.
No way.
Yeah.
Wait, how much did it say? What was the number?
8,176.
Oh, so to 10,000 for marketing.
Well, that was... Hold on. That was in 1984, and that's just in the United States. Probably globally, it's way over 10,000.
Per year. Or that required going to the hospital?
Yeah, going to the emergency room. So if you're just looking at toothpick injuries per year, it's probably 100,000.
Oh, Jesus. Going to the ER for a toothpick injury is 10,000, more than 10,000.
Yeah.
I did not think it was going to be that high. I thought it was going to be like there's bears that could easily kill us. Like there's like
Welcome.
bear movies like here.
How are you, Sharon Ron? How you living, Pimp?
I live in bonus.
Like a G. How'd you find out about me, Shenron?
4chan.
No way, I'm on 4chan?
Yeah.
What? Where? What for?
Yeah, I don't know if 4chan is the real way to find out about me. But that could be. I've tried so hard to go viral on 4chan.
How do you make that?
No, I don't ever go on there. I've been on there a grand total, and I'm on the internet 24 hours a day. On
I
four,
know you said like one time in your life.
I don't like the format of it. But really, I've been on there a grand total of like less than 10 times in my entire life. And one
I
of
was disappointed that Mesa you didn't have its own subreddit.
dude, same here, dude. We are brothers in that.
Desert form. There's got to be a hoodoo subreddit.
I'm in agreement with you, and we need to. There needs to be like a what do I want to call it? Like a library of all of them in the world, because they could be like tracked.
Like the geological formations, I think they're pretty well documented.
No, they're not. They have a bunch of them in the middle of the desert that nobody knows about, or nobody has named. Like they need to be named and numbered and stuff.
But you're talking about like off-grid hoodoos.
Oh, yeah.
Possibly be,
Those are the best kind.
maybe not with like
Those are the best kind. That's just
I don't know how much funding for the space program and whatnot is funded, but potentially there's like an AI algorithm that can search for different types of like I don't know somehow be able to load
you AI robots, that little dog, that take over the world, and just into the desert and do Google views of the whole desert. I've talked about this before, and I've heard Google is doing this. And then also we need to be able to map the seafloor. So basically, in the future, you should be able to take Google Street View anywhere in the world, just not streets. You know what is a really good product name?
What gave you that idea to just abundantly send out thousands and thousands of robot bags? How are they going to recharge? Solar?
Perfect. Solar.
What if it's not in the desert?
Okay, then they could just be drones. They don't even have to be on the ground. They could just be drones that could do this.
Drones could drop off the batteries.
No, you don't even need that. Just have drones do this. And the way that I've seen drones can power themselves is on electrical lines. They just have to get close to the electrical line, and the electrical lines give off like electrical radiation, and they can charge themselves from it.
How far are they going to be able to go out into the middle of nowhere?
That's an excellent point. So you could just have like little power stations in the middle of the desert where they could recharge.
They should put like a miniature wind farm onto the drone because they're already flying and generating a wind turbine.
Dog, they don't even need to do it. We could just do this with helicopters really efficiently. Just basically Google Street View with helicopters. It wouldn't take that long. It would probably take a week to map out the whole western part of the United States. They just do grids, back and forth.
What? do you think that? You want to do like very granular.
Yeah. So
Like,
basically,
satellite data isn't good enough.
no, I want to be able to see it in 3 dimensions.
The Amazon, they're just going to be looking at these robot dogs.
Yeah. So within the rainforest, I would say drones would probably be better, and they could just be powered perhaps by solar. They just fly underneath the canopy, and then whenever they need to, just fly above the canopy to recharge.
Land on a tree. Charge.
That could be too. I mean, once we have more efficient solar batteries, this really won't be an issue. And you only need to do it.
Like they can charge under the canopy and absorb enough light while flying under the canopy.
That could be. And you only need to do this like once every few years just to get updates on it. It's not like it has to be done continuously. Though that would be ideal.
And this is just all so that people can play Geo Tracker in the
Precisely.
more diverse climate.
Precisely.
We play Geo Tracker over.
Yeah, I love it. You're the one who got me into it. In fact, I think I even have it on my phone.
Now that is a good idea for a game. Like whoever came up with that.
Oh yeah, that's a great idea.
Okay.
Absolutely.
We're on Google Images or Google Earth. You'll Street View. Figure out where you are. Not at the game.
Right, but this would be anywhere in the world.
Yeah, including underwater.
Yeah, that'd be cool. But it probably would be really bright. So, I mean, I'm sure it would be.
I know, it's very hard. Guessing where you are underwater is pretty hard.
2/3 of the whole game is that, because the Earth is 2/3 longer. No, but you could do the terrain, like basically in infrared.
Yeah, I don't know if there's enough blue. I mean, possibly. I mean, if we're talking about fish and stuff, you have to. Like, you could really give provision in your marine life knowledge, and then know that okay, this kind of seal is only in the northwest, so I must be somewhere around Vancouver Island or something.
People,
The depth of the water is pretty shallow here.
people kind of do that on Reddit. There's a subreddit that's known as "Where Was This Taken?" And it's just pictures from like, yeah, it's very good, but it has to do with history as well. So basically, it'll be like people at like in an old picture of like with a Grand Canyon background from like the 1970s, and people will be like, "What? Where was this taken?" It was like an old family photo that they found, and then you get these these experts will be like, "Oh, that was from 1962 because that rock formation fell in the 1970s."
The jump scare meme. Where was this photograph? The guy found it on Google Maps.
Dude, Hoodoo is fucking great.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I mean, I want to know now how many. I mean, I can find out the answer to this, but I'll ask you this. How many companies use like 2 down in their words?
Oh, I know I know what I said. You know what the name of what company I really like is Snoo. Do you know what Snoo is? Oh, dude, I don't have kids, but I'm all about this fucking machine. It's like a Snoo is a baby baby cradle that automatically rocks them. It's just called Snoo, SNOO. But you get all kinds of data when your child is asleep. And I'm in the Snoo subreddit. I look at people's, I mean, I don't look at them, but not their kids, but the data from their sleep patterns, because you can tell like babies who are like really comfortable versus babies who are like restless at night. But it's just like a little just look up what a snoo is, SNOO. But it's just like a little automatic rocker for a baby. Here's the thing though, they're super expensive. They're like thousands of dollars to the point where parents don't even buy them. They just rent them or they'll give them to like other parents. They're very expensive. But their parents say they're worth every penny because their baby, it allows the parent to get more sleep. But I love
And
that.
you're telling me like you can't build a homemade version of that if you didn't want all the data and sensors in it, just like a light beam rocking pneumatic.
You could. You definitely could, but it would probably cost you more than the Snoo. The Snoo's like, I don't know, $1,200 or something. Without
If you're gonna build, if you're getting $1,100 dollars and your goal is walking up like some hardware store or whatever, order parts from wherever, you can build a simple automated 80 rocking cradle.
you could.
I think it would cost way less.
Yeah, but I mean,
Battery, like you do it like a year basically.
all right, but I mean, you don't know that it's.
We're in a hand.
But you don't know if it's made like at the right rocking for a baby. Like the Snoo was, I think it was founded by a doctor. That's true. That's true. But I mean, imagine you're gonna. Okay, so there's $1,600. So imagine you have, I don't know, one kid at $1,600. But if you have 10 kids, then it's $160 each. Can you really beat that in terms of price? It's an excellent point, aside from Elon Musk.
Are you a new salesman? That was quite a pitch.
Dog, I am. I love.
Are we really going to beat that price? I mean, if you have 40 kids, okay,
that's
$30.
that's right. That's right. For the price of 4 coffees a day, for the price of 4 coffees a month, you can have your child be rocked into slumberland. No, that's what it's like. These people are super into it. I mean, I'm into the data because they have this thing that it just like. I mean, sleep has always been fascinating to me. I've had sleep studies. I have sleep apnea. I have a CPAP machine. It runs in my family, and I feel like there's. I don't. No, you're absolutely right. I can't. It's in a case over there. I cannot wear it at night without having severe. I don't wear it well at night. I don't, which is when you have to wear it. I always end up subconsciously taking it off. So I almost like I can't keep it on. And there's a population. Yeah, exactly. I feel like I'm being suffocated. Yeah. I stopped breathing. And I. Yeah. Not for. You're just you. It's like because you're snoring. So yeah, you stop breathing at periods of the night. And so I got this app on my phone. That was the other thing too. So I used to try to wear it, and I'd be with girls, and it was kind of this embarrassing, like, hey, like I wouldn't want to wear it with them, or, unless I was with a girl for a long time. Um, and then I started.
It makes you suffocating, and if that's the case, please CPR.
No, it was just like I felt like a robot. Like, hey, we're like trying to snuggle, and then I've got to wear this mask, and there's a pain in the ass. So they make this. So
Yeah, I'm just gonna lay down in my snoo. It helps me sleep at night.
now that's something I would like.
Size version of the snoo.
Now, no, they have that. They've had that for a long time. Pretty close to it. It's well, really like a hammock, but they used to have something called the vibrating bed. That would basically be like this. So anyway, yeah. So I used to wear my mask. I've had a few CPAP machines, and I went through like every kind of mask that you could wear. And the thing is, in the United States at least, you can't just go buy this machine. It's considered a medical device, so you have to get it prescribed. So I've been to the sleep studies. I've had multiple sleep studies done to get prescribed this. And when I wear it at night, I've done 2 at the clinic. So you just spend the night in a like a medical facility, and then they monitor. Oh, that's another thing. They put all these sensors on you. And yeah, and then they have like a microphone. I could not stand. I was up like most of the night with all the equipment on. You can't turn over. It's just very difficult. Anyway, so I would wear a sleep mask at the beginning, and I would find in the middle of the night, or in the morning, I would wake up and I wouldn't have it on. And it was just like in the middle of the night, subconsciously, I would just rip this thing off because it was scary. It was almost like I was scared subconsciously. So I haven't worn it.
Is it just oxygen? Is it just giving you oxygen?
And humid water, like distilled water.
Do you like that? There's like these people with like these rare diseases where they have to like live in like bubbles their entire life because there's any outside like non-air, whatever, bubble air, they like whiskey or whatever. So you have to like this would be like a crazy, really good idea that actually has any morbidity whatever if it actually works. It's like you build that like little whatever the squirrel name is from SpongeBob Pansy, and like her little dome, you have like a little dome, but it's really like a giant sleep apnea mask and it gives you oxygen.
I'd be down with that. They make bubbles for people, but that's a little.
So you can get a sleep apnea bubble?
I don't know if it's for sleep apnea, but there are people who have like rare diseases and they need to have themselves protected. But so I used to wear this mask, but then I heard about a device that they can implant in you that allows you to sleep without needing a mask. And so ever since I've heard of that, I just figured, when I make it, I'm just going to get one of those because I cannot wear this fucking. I do not like it. I wear it on occasion, but every time I do, I can't wear it through the night. And then I'm full of cords and tubes and shit, and I can't stand it. So I just want the little device implanted in me that regulates my breathing. And then, there are other issues like if you have a deviated septum, it can cause you to not be able to breathe as well. Anyway, sleep has always been something that here's the funny thing too. So I would wear this mask and then I wouldn't sleep very well at night. And then it had an app connected to it that would tell you how you slept the next day. And it was an insult to me. I would awake to this notification as I'm like trying to like sleep, and it would be like, you didn't sleep well last night. I'd be like, no fucking shit, I didn't sleep well last night. And it would piss me off. The company that makes it is called ResMed. There's a bunch of them, but that's the one that I would do. They're the big ones. Yeah, and they would basically remind you that you didn't sleep well. And it's like, that's not the kind of notification that I would want. But it was cool. It would show you like a graph of how you slept throughout the night. So this Snoo does the same thing. And I like to look at the parents who are really proud of their kids, who their kid sleeps for like 8 hours, and that's really good. And then there are other parents you can see like their kids up all the time. And I find that interesting as well. So I don't know. I just like the name of the product as well. It was made by a pediatrician, I believe, and I think they market it very well. Snoo. It's $1,800, or $1,600, depending. And then on top of that, I think it's like $100 a month to get the data for your kid. But basically, it, from what I hear from parents, it's a lifesaver. Like, if they can afford it, they absolutely do. And they pass around these Snoos once their kids grow out of them, like they're golden. Because you've got to think, you're a parent and you can only get so much sleep, and you're limited already for like $1,600, and the child will sleep.
Parents will pay literally anything and stay awake until
Exactly. And the Snoo does that. So, I'm a Snoo salesman. Shout out to Snoo. But shout out to its name.
it's only $3 a year.
Exactly. Yeah, so I think the Snoo is pretty baller. Anyway, why did we get on Snoo? It had to do with naming conventions. Like Hulu. Oh, yeah, it's like Hulu, Hoodoo, Snoo. That's what it is. Hoodoo, that's a winner. Now, Nuktuk, or what is it? A Nuktuk? A Nukshuk?
That's a new pick,
That one's a winner. No. Think about that one. That we could save 10,000 people at least in the United States alone from injuries, and like 8,000 hospital visits. And then on top of that, you
They get sponsored by personal injury lawyers.
no, they wouldn't. They would not want you to have it. No, they would not want you to have it.
Oh yeah.
The thing is, we'd have to price this thing at cheaper than what a toothpick is. And toothpicks are like dirt cheap. But
No. It's saving lives.
yeah, but that's not what. Yeah, but that's not what. But personal injury lawyers don't like that. They like injuries, which is probably one of the reasons. But just so imagine, I know I've said it, but just imagine whatever they make, that candy of a candy.
Part of the ad though on the billboard, it's like, do you want to pay this personal injury lawyer named Dusty Baker from the '60s Dodgers team $70,000 for your injury, or you want to spend an extra 2 cents on the e-pick toothpick?
Well, here's the thing: you would sell it to restaurants.
And if you have 9 kids, think of the savings.
Exactly. You would sell it to restaurants generally, but the key about it is that it would just need to break easily. So you could have it like perforated so that it would just automatically break in convenient spots.
It's made out of styrofoam.
No,
Yay.
styrofoam is bad for the environment, so we'd stay away from that.
We're using recycled styrofoam. That's also edible.
Okay, styrofoam though doesn't decompose very well, and breaks up into a million pieces. So we want to avoid that. It's literally just whatever they make candy canes out of, that type of convection and no taste. Does that make sense? And it's known as the U-pick toothpick. And you know what?
They're just like,
Well, so here's the thing. When you buy the U-pick toothpick, all of the proceeds go to the U-pick people. The Nook Shook people, that goes to the Inuit people and anybody else in that group. But the U-pick toothpick, you know how like people think of candy cane to be like a winter
all
thing?
of their profits go to the research and nothing in the world.
I like it. All of these are great ideas, Big Dog. And you watch in the future, people will be like, Rabbi and Riser were talking about that 50 years ago, and they finally have toothpicks that don't have taste, that don't hurt people.
Yeah, people are going to watch this thing and go, wow, we're basically watching Glenn Burke and Dusty Baker over in 1977 at the Dodgers game.
1,000%. Isn't that fascinating that the high five did not have a name until 1980?
Yeah, after Dusty Baker.
Word, dog. In
It was a
1977.
foul ball. It was a foul ball and they thought it was over.
Wouldn't that have been hilarious if actually the first home run that had a high five was actually not a real home run?
It was discovered 7 years later after a thorough investigation that it was a foul ball.
Yeah. But you know what would happen is whoever discovered that would high five the person afterwards.
That's what started the LA riots. Dusty Baker's home run becoming foul and denounced the LA Dodgers as the World Series.
Who's your favorite stand-up comedian?
I think you know the answer to that.
Oh yeah, I do. Is he really? Who's your favorite stand-up comedian with a special?
I don't know if I have like a specific favorite. I was there. It's like the different flavors or like I don't know. It's hard to have like it's hard to compare them. I like them.
That's okay. So talk to me about the ones that you like.
Rory Sobel's pretty funny. I like him a lot. Do you know who that is?
No one knows who that is.
Most people know who he is. It's not Getting Dug with High.
Yeah, but that's a Patreon show. How do you spell the last name?
Sobel, like the hot pepper scale.
Okay, which one of his?
Ron Punches is?
Ron Punches?
What was your question about Rory Sobel?
Which one of his specials is your favorite?
The one on Netflix.
Okay.
It's like basically like an acid trip, like a funny acid trip.
Is it religion, sex, and a few things in between? Or live without fear?
No, Don's a recent one.
Is it live without fear?
No, It's on Netflix.
Is it Roy Scovel try stand up for the first time?
I believe so.
Okay,
Yes, yeah, it's 2017.
very cool. Who else do you like?
TJ Miller.
T.J. Miller?
TJ Miller.
Yeah. Okay, I know this guy. He's from Silicon Valley, right?
Yeah.
You a big fan?
He has a podcast that I listen to. And the thing I like about his stand-up is that he uploads new stand-up material like all the time. A lot of people are doing it. Rory Scovel, even though Rory Scovel could easily do this, he doesn't do it. Which sucks. There's hardly any new material of him, which is hurting himself. Did you see TJ Miller? But like a bunch of his stuff on Facebook.
That's baller. I love when stand-ups do that. Dude, we need to talk about the fighter and the kid. Do you know what I'm referencing? Yeah, we talked about this. Do you know what I'm referencing? Dude, yes, it's a Reddit forum. It's a podcast with the number one person who's ever been on Joe Rogan Experience. That's Brendan Schaub. And then number two, that's Brian Callen. And these people on Reddit shit on these people so much. It is so funny. And there's a whole lingo to it. I got really into it the last week. I even watched Brendan Schaub's stand-up. His stand-up is the lowest ranked stand-up in the history of IMDb. He's got a 1.7. His he only has two specials. One that was on Showtime that is the lowest one in global history on IMDb, which is a 1.7, and the second one is just went right to YouTube, and everybody just made fun of him. And it's terrible. It's not funny stand-up, but the Reddit people.
Actually, just came up with the idea.
What's your idea, big dog?
The game. I was thinking of what's the similar like if I was thinking of acronym games for that are like comparable to GeoGuessr. What would be there? Basically, GeoGuessr. I started it up for podcast, even though I don't really have a lot to contribute to that topic. I literally know nothing about it.
You're good. Keep going.
Interrupted my geometry guesser. So GeoGuessr leverages this big what's called database of Google. Uses that to expand some of the areas there. Other advantage, like platform that isn't being used, like a game that you can leverage that area. But I mean, you could go with like YouTube and just get the YouTube video or whatever, but that's impossible. But you could go with like Spotify and basically, there's already game shows like this that exist where it's like, it plays like 30 seconds of the song and then you have to get Careless Whisper.
Yeah, name that tune. Name that tune.
Do you want me to sing Careless Whisper?
No, I fucking know it. Name that tune is the name of that genre of game.
George Michael, yeah. So it'd be like that, but just like online version competing against people online.
Yeah, but you've got to. The reason why that's difficult is because all of that is copyrighted music. Okay, here's one for you. I've got a good one. You ready for this? It uses archive.org. it uses archive.org, the Wayback Machine, basically. It gives you a random web page. Hold on. Let me finish. You're over here jumping the gun. It gives you a website.
I like the sound of it.
I know you do. So it's like geoguessing. You tell me the idea then.
Oh, no, you pick, go.
All right. I really think, though, this would be interesting. And there's enough data to be able to do it. You get a random web page, and you have to say what year, based on the design of the web page, it was created.
Okay.
It's a fun game.
I was going to be like, I don't know, guess what the website's called or something.
That could work too. But okay, so then
I'll only see the contents of the page.
yeah, you only see the contents of the page, and then you get multiple choice to be able to say what the website is.
No, that's not bad. But that's the years also not really good.
Right. Both are kind of cool ideas, and they're like GeoGuessr for the digital world.
I know, I like it. I like how that was database or yeah, you can probably I don't know whatever other metrics you could random web pages.
Right. All right. What about Hoodoo's sick as fuck, man. That whatever.
Especially the philosophy and just what it stands for, Voodoo itself.
Exactly.
It's like this magical rock that's just hanging on a U-pick toothpick. Oh my god.
That's different. But imagine sucking on a U-pick toothpick while doing hoodoo, while watching and listening to hoodoo, while playing with your nukshuk spinner.
I fully believe that in the future, the nukshuk seems like I mean combined like the audio visual ASMR is one thing, but the physical legit ASMR universe is really interesting.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, it's already been used for years in the sex, like the cam girl industry, where basically you can make their toys vibrate if you give them money.
The flashlight industry is physical ASMR.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just haptic feedback.
I'm not sure haptics.
Depends on what you want and how good. Let's look. Yo, dog, how much are haptic suits? The answer is like about $5,000. That's for 250 VR titles. No, apologies. Prices for haptic gloves are $50 to $100, $50 to $1,000.
I guess that's, yeah. There's a different kind of suit that's used for like video games that will have like all of these like white dots around it and all crap for body movement. I'm not actually related like armature of video games. That is a different suit. That is there's still hallucination.
The haptic
Can
suit.
I ask you, do you think the progress of virtual reality is How do you think the progress of virtual reality compares to the progress of AI?
AI is much more advanced.
The progress of virtual reality has been
Sucks.
very.
It sucks. And the reason why it sucks is no one cool uses it. It's there are several issues. No, he's not cool. Anything he touches turns to shit. People don't like him, and I understand why. Because he's considered like this person who buys companies doesn't come up with anything. He bought Instagram. He bought WhatsApp. He bought whatever became the whatever Quest. He bought all these companies. He doesn't innovate. Look, I have Oculus Quest. Okay, so I used one. I mean, I have one and used it, and it's really great. It's just I had to make adjustments to it to make it what I felt a usable product. So, like, what did I do? This is a big one. The power adapter, or like where the power goes in. They have a hardwired. No, I don't want to say it's hardwired, but it's like a normal USB cord that you'd have for like it's a USB-C. It needs to have a magnetic attachment because the chances are you're moving your head around and stuff, and that little area becomes loose and then breaks. So I made mine with a magnetic detachment. So if I accidentally pulled on the cord, it wouldn't yank the device. Another thing is battery times on it aren't very good. And that's why I put the magnetic cord in. But when I did that, I could be in that fucking world for 8 hours, and time would just go by like in an instant. It went by very quickly. But there wasn't anything to do. I would just look at websites and like videos and stuff. There weren't any good games because the processing power sucks on the thing. And then on top of that, you have Apple's version of it.
So you basically are like condensing an entire computer into like the side of glasses, which is not anywhere near like the gaming PC.
And that's what you need.
I thought that was like the point of almost like you use like your built desktop for the processing of the game and relay what you need to see in the problem.
Well, that's the other Oculus, which I used. My friend had it, and it was amazing. I played games in that, and that was amazing. But you had all kinds of cords connected.
They have one that's like designed for a separate one that's designed for like being the proxy thing to your desktop.
Yeah, and you can like lightsaber. Like we played Star Wars with it. We also played, and the Star Wars was really cool. It was totally immersive. You forgot where you were. It was phenomenal. It was truthfully phenomenal.
Playing Guitar Hero or something. Playing Guitar Hero and having like the big giant like little lights come down.
Yeah.
It would enhance it. Anything would enhance the visual experience of that.
Agreed. So
I don't know why it hasn't taken off as hard yet. Seems like
well the version the Apple whatever they call it. What do they call it? Vision Pro. They fucked up with that. They should have just called it the IC or the I whatever. All their shit is I. It should have just been I. They don't know how to market their shit to save their asses, or at least perfect. That's great. That would have been wonderful. That would have been really cool. But and theirs is 10 times as much as Facebook's, I mean, nobody's going to pay that money. Nobody's going to pay $3,000 for that machine unless you're a super Apple fanboy. The price needs to come down. It needs to
I
be
mean, it's built for game. That one's not even built for gaming, is it? Like, it doesn't have the separate hand controller.
right. It's just to be an immersive experience. People want a game, and so it's important that these things have gaming. But the thing that changed it, which was amazing, is porn. That's how you can be in that thing for 8 hours. It's very immersive. It makes it feel like, I mean, I still think about what the chicks look like.
You have to do the POV one, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. I was in a hot tub with 3 milfs. It was amazing. And you look.
You could be in here 8 hours flew by like 1 minute.
That's what I just said. Exactly. Yeah, and you know the controllers were okay. But at least with the one that was connected to a computer, you just had too many wires. The whole thing needs to be wireless, and once you're able to do that, and then you need to have things to do in it, and you need to be able to interact with people. It's just like an early version of the internet, and actors and artists weren't really using the internet in the very early days, but when they started to do it, a lot more people jumped in, and that's going to be the same for these types of technologies. Now, there's something that I had 10 years ago. It's called Google Cardboard. Have you ever seen this? Where you just take your phone and put it in. It was literally made out of cardboard, like a thing, so that it just went right up to your eyes, and was phenomenal. That allowed you to see the world in 3D. It basically gave you an Oculus Quest or a Vision Quest, whatever the fuck it is, Apple Vision Pro.
It's actually made by Google.
Yeah, it's still an app that you can get. It's called Google Cardboard, and it just makes it so that it splits your screen in two, and you put it right up to your eyes, and it allows you to see in like double vision.
It can't be healthy for your eyes.
Well, it's the same. It's basically the same thing as what a Vision Pro is, or a Oculus Quest.
So it's an app that makes your phone.
Yeah.
Weird.
So
Because they sold cardboard, they can make it like.
no, they wouldn't sell cardboard. You'd make it out of cardboard, or you could buy a holder.
But they gave you the cut out for it and you build it up.
You could download it. Exactly.
You had to download it yourself and then turn your box into they sold the blueprint.
Yeah, they didn't sell the blueprint; they gave it to you. So it's discontinued, but Google Cardboard is a discontinued virtual reality platform by Google, named for its fold-out cardboard viewer into which a smartphone is inserted. The platform was intended as a low-cost system to encourage interest in development of VR applications. Users either build their own viewer from simple low-cost components using specifications published by Google, or purchase a pre-manufactured one. To use the platform, users run cardboard-compatible mobile apps on their phone, place it into the back of the viewer, and view content through the lenses. And I had both. I had the cardboard one, and I had the one that I bought. And it was released 10 years ago, and discontinued 4 years ago, but it worked very well. It was amazing. I remember using it to be in Google Earth and look around the Earth, and I just thought that was the coolest shit.
Yeah, I mean, did you try VR headsets on Google?
Yeah, I did that too, and that was cool. That was cool. Yeah, no, I just did Google Street View and famous places in the world.
Did it feel like you were right there?
No, but it was close. It was good enough.
super HD photograph that you could walk around in. Sort of there, and you have like these AI people walking around you.
Yeah, I mean, once you get to 8K on a display, that's better than the human eye can discern. So we're really close to it. So basically, once you make something 8K, you can't tell the difference between reality and a digital display.
How big do you think the ASMR market is?
$1 trillion.
Really?
Yep. It would be like an NVIDIA kind of company. It'd be bigger than Spotify. People would just run it in the back.
Do you think it's bigger than music?
Yes.
I don't feel like there's as many.
Yes, it's bigger than music because it's something that people would leave on their televisions and on their computers all the time. And you could sell the software, or not, but people would rent the software, basically a pay-as-you-go model. But there could be a free version of it that integrates advertising, and you can sell advertising on it. Now I know you're going to say, well, isn't that going to take people out of the element? Yeah, that's why they pay for the premium version.
Same model as Spotify.
Exactly. Except Spotify.
The ASMR market is experiencing significant growth by increasing statistics, user base is growing at 0.3% a year, which is not sustainable for me to do. Over 20 million Americans regularly watch ASMR. Oh, it's puny.
Right now,
The
it's
ASMR market size is 1.4 billion in 22 and projected to reach 6.4 billion.
yeah, easily going to get that bitch over $1 trillion with this type of software.
Were you surprised that the current market is that small?
Well, here's the thing.
Rogan podcast itself has a market bigger.
Yeah, but how are they getting that data? So what I'm saying is, like, I see people on TikTok all the time doing ASMR, or on Kick, or on YouTube, or on Twitch. But is that money really in the ASMR, going to ASMR activities? No, that's just going to the popularity of these different apps. So I probably think ASMR is probably closer to $20 billion or so. I think it's more than what's being currently priced.
Like people that are publishing ASMR videos, either like Twitch streamers or people uploading the visual stuff.
All of it, the whole industry. But if you were to ask a middle-aged person on the street, do you know what ASMR is? They're not going to know. It's too wordy. People don't know what that is. It needs a better name. Let's come up with a name. It's got to rhyme. Yeah. ASMR is too wordy. 4 letters, 4 syllables is too much. All right, so let's just go to ChatGPT and get a bunch of stuff. Yo, dog. I think the term ASMR is too wordy. I bet you agree. Can you come up with 50 ideas that rhyme, like, or come close to rhyming, like smooth move or something like that, that could be ASMR alternatives? Smooth groove. That's a cool one. I like smooth grooves.
Pretty interesting. Or if you want to rename all of ASMR to smooth groove.
Yeah.
That is multiple syllables.
It's two. No, it's not just going to be one, but it rhymes and it's two. That's perfect. You can't have something that rhymes with just one syllable. Tingle jingle.
I don't think it could rhyme.
No, it doesn't. How about tingle jingle? How about chill thrill? Slow glow? Shush rush? Moan tone? Not bad. Pillow willow? Snooze cruise? Muffle shuffle? Dust husk? Crinkle tinkle? Slow flow? I like smooth groove, but that doesn't rhyme perfectly. If it's going to rhyme, I want it to rhyme perfectly. Lush hush, whisper twister, glide inside. Tip tip. I like the idea of tingle because that's ASMR. Tingle. What are 26 words that rhyme with tingle? Tingle single, tingle mingle, tingle shingle, tingle. I mean, there are a bunch of them. Tingle mingle kind of works. So instead of calling it ASMR, you just call it tingle mingle. It's still 4 syllables, but they rhyme.
This is
Tingle mingle?
It's just not a word that instantly summarizes the essence of what ASMR is.
I think that's because nobody really knows. It's not like there's not a perfect phrase that summarizes, but there could be. Why couldn't it be tingle mingle? What don't you like about tingle mingle? ASMR, I apologize, I need to interrupt for a second. ASMR is too scientific a term. It needs something to be marketable.
Tingle, whatever. Head orgasm is a synonym for ASMR.
Yeah, okay, but that's a little too NSFW.
Soothing. You know how many times larger the ASMR market is compared to the toothpick market?
Compared to the what? Toothpick market? What is the entirety of the toothpick market?
Well, that's what you're guessing right now. I just told you the ASMR market was like 6 billion.
Yeah, I bet the toothpick market is a billion.
Wow. Good guess. It is pretty much. Oh, I guess in 2024 it's 0.65 billion.
Okay.
Not even 1 billion for all of toothpicks.
Hold on, you're not including all of the stirrers and little swords. All of that is a billion.
I mean, apparently, what I'm looking at is saying it's 0.68 billion by 2032.
Yeah, but you're not including stirrers and the little swords, and you could even include in that.
Stirrers are not toothpicks.
I'm including that though. I'm saying all that plastic waste and stuff. That's plastic waste, and so you could get the environmental people behind this by just whatever they make candy canes out of, or not, yeah, candy canes, but that confection, whatever, without any flavoring.
I don't agree that stirring things. I agree with that.
It's a waste. It's plastic waste.
That's not what a toothpick is. I don't know why you're changing the definition of toothpick.
Well, because then you get into, you know, the little swords for garnishes. It's like a little sword that you see in the drink. It has like maraschino cherries on it and like orange pieces. Just look up the phrase cocktail sword.
Oh, okay, yeah. They're literally miniature swords.
Exactly. So you just make all that shit out of stuff that you can consume.
Yeah, it's not bad.
It's $1 billion idea. Nothing crazy. But you know how like there's the big push for paper straws and stuff? Nobody goes after that stuff. And we go after that stuff by instead of whatever, you make it into that whatever they make candy canes out of, but just no flavoring. All right, you ready for this one? This is a great idea. Are you ready? Hot dog straws.
Two words that don't belong.
No, I think that hot dogs should not be shaped the way that they are because they're a choking hazard, a major choking hazard. So what you do is you put a little hole in the middle of all the hot dogs.
And that does what?
Well, if you swallow a piece of hot dog, like a baby or a child or something, and it normally is the cylindrical shape of your esophagus, which causes you to not be able to breathe, or of your windpipe. It causes your trachea. It doesn't allow you to breathe. But if there's a little hole in it, you can breathe. It's the same reason why they put the little hole in a pen cap. You ever see like a big pen that hasn't changed in like 60 years? The reason why there's a little hole at the top of it on the cap is so that if you swallow it, you can breathe. Or not swallow it, but if it goes down your windpipe, you can breathe.
The pen cap is already pretty not anywhere near the size. Like it's not gonna plug up your throat.
It used to kill children. It used to kill children. That's why they had to put the hole in. So, and look, let's look at deaths from hot dogs a year. How many people die from hot dogs a year? You're welcome. How are you? What?
All right. Were you in like a different server?
Dog, I'm in all kinds of servers. What's good in your neck of the woods?
It's just I was just
We're
no,
good.
we're just actually talking.
Absolutely. How are you?
Right?
Yeah, I heard you guys saying how sexy I look and how muscular I am, but it happens so often that I have to ignore those types of compliments.
You're saying how you guys probably choke on hot.
No, we're not saying that. So A and LY, how'd you find me?
Was in that email server, and then I started like talking to you, and your camera quality was just really ass, and like we were trying to like let you know that I was like ass,
Okay.
and we're like, what's happening here?
Okay.
And we were trying to like let you know that like something was happening, and then it just like wouldn't show up. So
Okay, so that's on an old device, so I don't really pay attention to it. I'm live right now in half a dozen Discords, including my own, including Aiden Ross's Discord, the Socialized Discord, Fish Tank's Discord. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
no, go ahead.
I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. A or LY, have either of you seen the movie The Truman Show starring Jim Carrey or the television show Big Brother?
I've seen both, and I've heard those games before.
Well, then you are very well apprised of what I do, essentially having my entire life on camera. I do this because I want peace in the world. This gives me a platform to be able to discuss peace. Additionally, The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history, which may make me an influential person. And if that happens, A, and LY, I'm going to make all your dreams come true. I want to give you all the money that you need to be able to help your friends, your family, become financially independent if you're not already, to create generational wealth if you don't already have it, and to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations to help the world. How does that sound?
That's fucking dope.
Yes, it is. I talk about other things that are going to help the world when I go viral. Things like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm actually sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama Sonic Candy. I know that's a whole lot of words, but essentially it's worth $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria to improve people's lives there. I want to continue those types of projects. I'm also a major advocate for the Lifestyle program, but most importantly, I'm an advocate for desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable for the common person. How's that sound?
That's pretty cool. Sounds awesome.
Excellent.
Actually.
Very well. So you can watch every
I
episode.
have a question.
Go ahead.
You said you've been doing this for 3 years?
More than 3 years. Absolutely.
So what inspired you to start live streaming your OnlyFans?
Oh, great question. I was in the middle of the pandemic, and after work, like normally I would go to work every day, but I started working remotely, and I was able to have the opportunity to play golf at Tiger Woods' golf course here in Anaheim, and I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like on camera. And so I started recording my golf swing, and sometimes I would hit the ball with a slice or a hook, and I would make some funny jokes to myself. And I thought, you know what? It might be interesting to upload these funny videos for my family in the future if I ever have a wife and children. And so I started doing that every day after work, and I became more comfortable just working remotely on camera. And then I ended up very soon thereafter starting to live stream it because it was taking me too long to upload. And then I realized that I'd just become so comfortable on camera that I didn't really mind being on camera all the time. And it was an interesting opportunity for me to create essentially a vlog for the world. In the past, people would have created a diary or a journal, and instead of doing that, I was just creating basically a virtual diary, a virtual journal, or digital diary, or digital journal. And then soon thereafter, purchased like 33 different devices and started putting them in 360 degrees, and I haven't looked back since.
That's pretty cool.
Well, thank you. Oh, I love doing it. Yeah, absolutely. I'm able to connect with cool people like you and Riser and people from all over the world. And I am able to essentially create the world's largest time capsule or the world's largest timeline for human events. And I think that this data will be extremely valuable to the world in the future, especially because not only will they be able to connect with a person whenever they want, 24 hours a day, but that entire archive is available to the world. We'll be able to learn from it. We've never had so much human data archived for one individual in global history. People will be able to study biometric aspects of my life, biological aspects of my life, things like my sleeping habits, my circadian rhythms, my breathing patterns, my eating patterns, my behavior socially. Every aspect of a human can be studied from this, and I think that may be very beneficial to humans in the future. Well, thank you.
Oh, so is this like the so it's like your it's like your, oh my gosh, it's like I'm looking through your server and seeing all like the channels and stuff.
Yeah.
Is this like how you archive stuff?
No, these are just different categories of which I have interest. So I'm a well-rounded person to the best of my ability. And in the future, when this server goes viral and my project goes viral, I know that I'm going to have people who have interest in all of these different activities, and I want them to have a place to be able to have those discussions.
Oh, that's really dope.
If you click on absolutely. I mean, that's a major photo sharing app. If you click on the chat of all of them, it has a little description of what each of them are if you're not familiar.
Oh, wow. Really interesting. Quite the, sorry.
You're good?
Quite the, dude, quite the, what am I trying to say? So you click on the city of the, next to the VCs, and is it category? What is it? What's the word I'm looking for?
Description?
Not description, like catalogs, free catalogs, like stuff.
Yeah, not this one, but the ones below.
Like, so that's like, yeah.
Yeah, but even lower than that. Like those have some, but what those are really for, I have bots in there where you can play all kinds of music. But what he's really referencing, I think, are like where it has, like, if you go to the Reddit one, look at the Reddit one. It's a text channel. It has everything you'd ever want from Reddit in it. It has like 10 different categories of Reddit, including like sports, technology, news. You can check that out. It's basically the front page of the internet right there.
Oh my gosh. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Oh, are you actually a Rothschild?
Yep, it's my last name.
Oh, are you like from like the super rich ones?
Oh, I wish I could tell you that I was directly in the banking aspect of the family. We're a big family. There are 3,000 of us in the United States alone. So we have quite a few different professions.
So is it one whole family?
Yeah, I mean, we generally all have our beginnings going back to Germany.
Hey, what the fuck? Then why don't you have like? Why can't you go to them and be like, "Where's my slice of the pie?"
It doesn't work that way.
It's
I
only
wish
like
it did.
$3K. What? They have like a quintillion amount of dollars, dude. I'd get my fucking piece.
Okay, well, that's fine.
Where's classical music? Okay, where is this?
No, I didn't want somebody to write that. Somebody probably just spammed me. I get that all the time.
Classical. Wait, the classical.
No, I don't want anything like that right now. Somebody probably just spammed me. Yeah, they did.
I don't know. I don't see it. Oh wait.
Yeah, it was like last
Let's see.
June or last July.
Oh, I see. Oh yeah, it's just spamming over That's not.
Yeah, I mean, I get people who come in here and spam me all the time. I can't always control what people do, but yeah.
Are you also a rabbi? Do you like a church?
I don't have a church, but I do have. I am a member of multiple communities, and yes, rabbi means teacher. I made smicha, which is a rabbinical ordination, about 4 years ago.
Really interesting. This is a very interesting thing about it.
Yes, you did. I appreciate that. Thank you. What is it? Yeah, I'll delete all that. Thank you for making me aware. I haven't looked at those in obviously quite some time.
Did oh my gosh. Did So why did you make these like voice channels and not like text channels like history?
Well, usually I get spammed with this kind of garbage that you've seen. So if I allow people to have, the text channel aspect of it, then they spam me.
Oh, I see. Oh my god.
They spammed it in every single chat that I have.
But also,
No,
so
I
like
don't.
the super rich. I just have like the super rich Rothschild. You said it's like part of like your family. So
Yeah,
you get inheritance from it at all.
That's a personal question. I'm not going to answer it this time.
Okay. And that'd be banger if you give it like $1 million.
Absolutely, wouldn't it?
$1 million. Oh, dude, he's like, look at all the stuff that is cataloged right now. Like, if I was like one of the rich ones, I'd be like, you know what, I want this one that's already like cataloging and documenting everything to like get like a huge chunk of change.
You guys have any other questions?
I just got a really funny clip on my thing. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. So I'm scrolling Instagram at the same time, and I just.
Okay, well, you're always welcome here whenever you want. I'm always live, so feel free to connect with me whenever you want. And just happy to make your acquaintance. And let me know if you ever need anything, okay?
Oh, one rule. You like so like I'm sorry, this is my first ever time listening. Do you like go to work and like live stream like your job, or is this like your job?
Well, fortunately, I've been able to somewhat semi-retire. I'm a certified project management professional, so if I ever do need to make any money, I'm able to just by completing projects. But I do have savings from my career. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. Do I go outside? Yep. I have streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, downtown Los Angeles, Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California. Did I not mention Hoodoo? But yeah, I should say that the desert, mesas, hoodoos, and buttes of the world. My friend here really likes the geology and no, that's a secret. Absolutely.
It's a secret.
Yeah, it's just an idea.
Oh, I thought you already did like the lunch stuff.
No, I have lunch. They've been very successful.
Oh, it absolutely works.
That's okay. I'm not gonna.
This would be like the largest AI app in the world.
Oh, so like AI dungeon. Like rock.
It's like if GeoGuessr and automated baby cradle fucked and had a baby. That's what used AI.
Okay, so it's like, geoguessing, like Death Stranding. Wait, which one's geoguessing? It's like it's not like, it's not like movie.
You go to Creek View and you have to figure out where you are.
Wait, you guys made Google Street View?
Yeah, me and Rabbi made Google Street View.
Actually, that's pretty cool.
We're actually mapping, this is true, we're mapping the desert using drones and also how are we supposed to know?
I mean, the ocean is just like, it's just like a lot of, it's just like a lot of water. Like, don't they already do that with like satellites and stuff? They're gonna do that.
What if you want to play GeoGuessr, but anywhere on Earth instead of just Google Street? Yeah, but if you study the marine life or I mean, you can fly around from the spawn point and then you can look around to see where but yes, 2/3 of the game will be pitch black because they'll be too deep in the ocean and there's not going to be light. So you have to guess where you are in the ocean based on pitch black.
How would I do that?
Well, that's the point. You have to guess. That's what it's called. Yes. That's the okay.
I thought in like GeoGuessr, like you have like road signs and like shit from like other countries. Wait, am I thinking of a different name?
No, that's correct. But I'm talking about this next level version that's incorporating mapped ocean. Also, it does. There you go. You get it.
Wait, how would I do that? I'm not like a swimmer. Yeah, it would be fucking
Walk through it. You're walking through an ice field in the middle of nowhere, and you have to guess.
How would I do that?
Piece of ice, with a chunk of ice, or
How would I know that?
you gotta know your ice. You gotta just put in the work, study the earth, Iceland, tropical land.
But I think of it as I can't say if you're going to surface.
Nice.
It would actually be like a black screen. You have to figure out where you are.
Yeah, we want to be realistic.
I don't think that would be very. But actually correctly, like getting it right and not just like unlucky shots.
Yeah, normally in the real GeoGuessr game, you're competing against other people, and your points are based off of how far away you didn't get the right location. So if you're close, you beat the other person, you get more points. It's very unlikely that you get the exact coordinate bang on. You can say it.
I just like I don't see the appeal of like personally. I mean, it might not. I just might not be the target audience. But personally, I don't see like the appeal of like opening up like GeoGuessr and then getting like a black screen and then be like, oh, where in the ocean is this? Dead ass, like zero idea.
No, that's not how it works. Why, Riser, are you explaining it that way? No, you would be able to. That's garbage, man. That's not the idea. Of anything, you would be able to see it. No, of any.
I asked if he was being sarcastic and he was being like, dude.
No, that's not the idea. If anything, it would show you.
That is the idea.
Dog, that's the idea sucks.
We literally were discussing this.
That was a joke. That was a joke. 2/3 of it would be darkness. That was a joke I made.
No, and then I said, yeah, we want the game to be realistic. So yeah, 2/3 of the game you're guessing in the dark. That's what real life is. Not always fucking.
That's a terrible idea.
I'm just trying to make a realistic GeoGuessr game, and people are trying to fucking roadblocks and
I mean, that's like doing Google Street View at night. That's
yeah,
what,
exactly. It is doing like Google Street View at night, which should be in the game.
that.
That's what life is.
Okay.
I'm literally gonna say that.
I don't think what's realistic is like getting teleported to like random spaces all over the place. I don't understand how you make GeoGuessr realistic. How does that? I understand like making like a shooter realistic, but like Tarkov, like you can compare it from like Tarkov to like Apex. Because Tarkov, you have to like heal yourself with realistic like physics, realistic like bullet velocity, bullet ballistics, armor, like health. I get shot in my arm, chance my arm breaks. Well, I don't think. Well, if I'm put anywhere, I don't think I'm like spawning. Like, am I like? Are we like which type of level like realistic? So if we're doing like humans. Well, that's not how people start. I think people start like just like at hospitals and shit, or unless they're born like obviously not hospitals.
You guys really haven't played a lot of GeoGuessr, and it shows. GeoGuessr currently you spawn on it's like a random road. There's views where the cameras. Yeah, that is my ideal GeoGuessr. It's a completely realistic one. There's no safe zones. There's no blocked off areas. There's no daytime only. It's like realistic every corner.
I think that. I think like a lot. Are we like starting off like how the animals would start off? Like just like anyone would have a mental life. Because that's to me, that's how you would make like GeoGuessr realistic. Where are you? Right? You get us put into like an actual field in like Africa, and I was surrounded by zebras, and I was like fucking like 2 feet high. Right? I can go, I'm the zebra, and I'm in this thing. This is where I am. That would be kind of this. If I was put into like different types of minds, how would you do that? Like where was that type of stuff? Like, I picture like a random lake and be like, or
that's the point. Is that Yeah, you can't zoom out. Only using super zoom. No, that's not the idea. The idea is to just simply guess where you are. You can walk around within like a close proximity to where you spawn, and you have to guess where you are based on your limited surroundings and time that you have.
I'm timed and I'm zoomed in, and I have like no idea like where I am. So that's awesome.
It is awesome, yeah. And you're in the dark. You're in the pitch black. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm thinking of this is not release information. So please don't.
Oh, don't worry. Don't worry.
People actively doing about this for games. No. But I am working on a secret patch file that is pitch black only mode. And
Oh yeah,
that drops. Yeah, it's pitch black only mode. And yes, you do have to guess pitch black. It's for the real. It's like hardcore mode basically. No way SMR. You have a half dick suit. That's okay.
Hey, Rabbi, I want to ask, how old are you?
39.
49?
39.
39.
Correct. Living the dream, baby. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast.
What part are you listening to, Rothschild? Is it Rothschild or Rothschild?
Rothschild? There's an S in it?
Rothschild. I didn't know if it was. I didn't know if it was a.
You're good.
Rothschild. Oh! That's the. Seriously.
Did you see that new pyramid discovery where like people with like LiDAR footage of like the fucking pyramids and like
Yeah, I did.
pyramid edition, lost in the dark.
Word. Joe Rogan's been talking about it a bunch.
Did you say, Rabbi?
Joe Rogan's been talking about it a bunch.
Yeah, I was just watching Joe Rogan.
He's talking about Cuba, so you can't see
Oh,
shit.
you know what else is it? You know what else is it? God, no, I know why Joe Rogan is popular, Rabbi. You want to know why?
Why is that, big dog?
Go low.
Why?
Go low.
Oh, yeah, definitely. That's...
And it's 2 O's, so it's not really sounds good.
That's where some.
Why wouldn't you just call it realistic geoguessr?
Oh yeah, I didn't know if he was talking about the realistic one with Pitch Black exclusive.
It's not the same. It's not the same game.
No, of course not. You can pay for night vision goggles.
Oh, so you like a cash.
I don't know who Robbie is, but Rabbi, what am I supposed to do? Well, perhaps just through advertising. Yeah, just in the corner have like banner ads scrolling, and then you just.
Born ads on 1/3 of the screen. Or just a giant big border. That's how you can try to make money somehow.
No, he said he was getting scammed. Yeah.
Personally, I think that Robbie should incorporate 2001. Why is your name just A? Really great.
Dude, I think I would. I think I would call that as like a creative handicap. I was gonna make a game just pitch Black Darkness. You know what game like kind of pulled off being pitch Black Darkness, which I think you kind of were doing off. It was FNAF 4. Oh yeah. You could play Black Darkness. Do you remember that?
There's a game called The Hidden where you're blindfolded and then you have to go around and try to stab people with
Invisible killer.
Oh yeah, no, you're invisible, you're not blindfolded.
2007. Nah, that game sounds like not fun.
I'll do it if it's the Pitch Black edition. I'll play the Pitch Black edition. It's daytime press.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yes.
I have to warn you, I'm really good at this game. God gave me 3 skills and one of them is gambling. Where you are.
Hey, Rabbi, who do you think actually has more archived than like themselves? Do you think it's you or Christian?
I feel you're happy. Christian doesn't stream.
Oh, they left. Okay, you're all sitting here. Oh wait, you can sit it in a server. Right, you can sit it in live stream chat. I can sit it in.
It's not gonna be like not safe for work and shit, right?
No, it's just it's a prediction black, but I feel like we can
Okay. There's some fucking free speech channel where you can actually type. It's under other, moving network, other. Love the platform. Yeah, you on your voice. You have to type it out. You have to paste the byte code of the image.
Oh yeah, it's like
You have to cross it.
yeah. Where does this
I was in the Pacific Ocean.
Did they just bounce? That's what I do, baby. I mean, dude, let's talk about that. Do you know what the number one choking death amongst children 3 and younger in North America is? Hot dog is correct. And I looked this up. You know how you prevent it? You got it, big dog. I love the idea. I love the branding. Hollow hot dogs. Yeah, anybody can market it. Baby, I am my own marketing agency. Anybody can do a fancy name. Not everybody comes up with a great idea. Yeah, it does. Yeah, that's okay. Hot dog straws. That works too.
Or you turn them into hologram. Digital.
What'd you do with Zoo?
I sent them the coordinates of the bookstore.
Dude, he's been in here so much. We've been playing. So, like, there's one game that he and I are basically equal at, and that is darts. And we're both really good. And he,
Like it is hard. It's the whatever it's called, the hard grade. Like that.
Yeah, play me in darts. I'll see you in there.
I'll play one game.
Okay.
I'll play one game.
And he is in here like 6 times a night. And now I know you're like, well, where is he now? I think he was in here earlier and he's at the gym right now. He's been doing this gym thing, which is fine. I mean, I'm glad he's getting healthy. Okay, I'll play good dark music. Oh, I'm not listening to that music. Dude, that was amazing. Dude, that was a good round. It is finicky. That's a good word for it.
Are you supposed to go for different seasons of this? What the fuck?
It was just me beating you.
What was the point of that?
I mean, we were just
The
playing.
soccer game is actually the soccer game is really
All right, let's play it. Okay, I have this thing that I do with Zoot. When we first started playing, do you know what country I chose? Australia, just to piss him off. Australia, just to piss him off. And he would get pissed off about it. So then, and I used to call myself the Thunder from Down Under, all kinds of shit like that, just to get in his fucking head. And he's like, you can't be Australia, I'm Australia. I'm like, okay, fine. So then, they don't have, I mean, the U.S. is just too easy, and they don't have Israel, and so I would choose Wales because they have a dragon on their flag, and it's like an available choice. And I do this thing to piss him off. Whenever I'm about to score, I ask him, Zoot, do you know what the dragon attack is? He's like, just do it. And then I fucking score on him every single time. And if I do choose to be Australia, sometimes I say, Zoot, do you know what the Thunder from Down Under is? And he's just like, just do it. And I fucking score on him. I am so hard on him. And when I say that, I mean it. If he ever he'll see this in the future, I talk so much smack. And oh, dude, okay, so I beat him 20 games in a row in minigolf. And after each win, I would interview him. And not only would I just be like, oh, do you have any statements? But I'd be like, here we are on the green of the 5th hole with Zoot. I'm here with Fox Sports. We want to just get in the mind of such a terrible dog shit mini golf player. What's going through your mind as you lost 18 straight games? And he would just be like, I'm a terrible player. I don't even know what to say. Or like, he's like, play me again. I just want to play again. So we played, and these weren't like sometimes tied. No, these were 20 straight wins where he did not get any points. I just got into his fucking head.
But he probably wins more when I'm actually there.
I think so. Because you and I, like, are always water bumping each other and stuff, and he can slide by at the end. What else do we play?
I don't know how he's like that. Geometry. It's basic geometry.
Exactly.
Like basic physics of like literally just a mirror. Like a mirror and an angle. Like position relative to like how you're banking it off the wall. So basically like a mirror.
Yeah. We play Okay, so we play Ocho. He loves that game. He absolutely loves Ocho. We play pool, and he is. But I'm terrible at pool. I've played. It's my worst game of any of the games. We've played. Um,
One where you're just marching robots down each other's lanes.
yeah, we play that one all the time. That's Blitz League. We play that one all the time. We play mini golf, of course. We play table soccer. He beat me once. Yeah, he beat me once. I let him win. I had won over 100 games against him.
I don't like about that game is that you had closed off and boxed in. I'm always like, remember, there, locked it off. I never can't make any words.
To be honest, I was not paying attention as we played. And he got literally every good letter. He got the Z, he got the Q or the X, he got all the S's, all the blank tiles. It was a perfect storm, but it was bound to happen. And I wanted to lose. I had won over 100 games. There he is. Speak of Zoot. How are you, pimp? Zoot. We did. Zoot, are you ready to play some mini golf? That's what we. He was just saying that.
Except it was still also pretty awful. We hear about this with me and Rabbi like driving.
So you know what Rabbi's doing?
That's cool.
We watch him live on
Yeah. Yeah.
So he heard us talking about him. That's how he knew.
YouTube.
He literally has been listening to us.
But we didn't say anything bad. We like you. I did tell him about, well, you heard. I told him about interviewing you. Yeah, he knows what the dragon attack is. Riser, pick up your. There you go. And then I make him rank my shots. Riser, what would you rank that shot out of 10? Dude, you know that's a perfect shot. Zoot.
It would be a perfect shot if you're in the sand.
I'm not in the sand.
This is a perfect shot.
No, it's not. I know. I didn't really know what to do. Yeah, but you'd have to bounce it around in crazy places. I'm so glad Zoot's here. Riser kind of has an interesting shot. Which way are you going to go? High IQ.
Oh, what is that?
What is what? What is what? Dog. We came up with new strategies. Both Zoot and I are experts in this game.
Bye-bye.
What? I love you too, big dog. Great shot, Zoot. Get it, Zoot. You're not gonna make it. No, we didn't.
You're 1 point behind me.
So this. Oh, Riser.
That was a 0 right there.
Hit my ball. Perfect, Zoot. Zoot, you're the man. Zoot, you're the man. Zoot's the man. How's it doing? All right, and you are 1% owner of it, so you are up 500. You're up like $200 on your investment, right? Oh, good on you. Are you gonna sell?
No, it's going to go to
Riser, why didn't you make it?
Oh, I you're going to be. Oh my God. You're going to be first person.
I'm not.
No.
What do we stop in this? I don't know how you both survived this. That was a okay shot. Boston great game.
Excellent. I know Zoot's everything about his workout regimen. I know. Zoot, did you go to the gym today? Did you go to the... That's where I said I thought you were, was at the gym. You've been going to the gym like all the time.
Yeah. About 6 days away.
Riser wanted to know if you were... Riser wanted to know if you were at the library or the adult bookstore.
It's a movie theater. I haven't been there.
It's a movie theater. Okay.
Sure.
What WTF was that, Riser? Dude, this hole is hard. Get it, Zoot.
Throw more points.
I'm making this. Fuck.
Oh, come on.
Get it, Zoot.
Harder, dude. Harder.
Yeah, you need it harder. Looks like I just won. Zoot, I beat Riser for you in darts. That doesn't make me mad at all. Oh, you quit? I couldn't get 10 points anyway. Neither of us scored on, none of us scored on the previous hole. That doesn't make me mad at all. It actually is easier because I don't have to wait for you to shoot. What a great shot. What a great shot. Are you serious, my ball? What is going on? No, he quit. He quit. No way you make that. Hit my ball. No, he's here. He thought he was being cool to stop me from getting 10 points when he didn't realize that none of us scored on the previous hole and it wasn't going to be a perfect game either anyway. Yeah, it wasn't a very well thought. Oh, by the way, Riser, I got over 1,000 wins. Yeah, exactly. Oh, don't play this one. Don't play this one.
Don't even invite you.
No. I know. It defaulted to 2 people when it should just default to 3 like we were playing. So don't play that one.
Hey, dude, is your microphone broken? Because you're about to experience a dragon attack.
Zoot, accept the Zoot, accept the invite. Okay, Riser. Zoot, you ready? Zoot sucks at this hole. He always hits the wall and then hits the car. Oh, good job. Perfect shot.
7 out of 10.
No, that's a good shot. And then Zoot and I always ponder whether it's possible to have a hole-in-one on a hole. Welcome.
If you have tokens, we'll get you in.
How are you, Z-Dubes?
No, you're never getting a hole in one.
Z-Dubes. Oh, they can't hear me.
I think you can get a hole in one anyway. Well, hold on, get a hole in one.
There's this one, you cannot get enough momentum to go through the arrows.
You can.
Z-Dubes, how are you? Welcome.
Fuck's sake.
How'd you guys like that shot?
Why? Why the hell the hottest shot in the world?
Yeah, it's a tough one.
That was a decent attempt. Okay. Wow, Grandma's really good at this time.
Probably memorize the percentage. What was going on there? Interesting. New feed. Okay, that was the most new feed product. Yeah.
That was dumb.
Completely's got some new tricks up his sleeve. Wow, you guys are just going that right now? Okay.
I have the best shot. I'm gonna get a home run. Ready? Told you about the home run. That was not good.
No, it's actually better than that.
Dude, he made it really difficult for you guys. Ryan Sadiq's one of the best shots of his career. Oh, almost.
Pretty rusty, so they don't play this game.
I know. Dude, I have ranked higher. I'm like in the top 4,000 people in the world in this game. Do you know how proud that makes me?
Where do you get those statistics from?
Yeah, but there's only fucking 20,000 people who play this game.
If you play ranked, it tells you what your world ranking is.
But there's only 20,000 people who know the play this. Some of them double accounts.
Dude, there are way more than that who play this game.
How many people?
Right now, there are 40,000. Vegemite? Vegemite.
Yeah.
Kangaroo. Dude, Zoot, tell him the ranking. Zoot has tracked Bonnie Blue. She's number 4 on the Pornhub top 1 million porn stars.
I'll give you a hint. Ready?
Yes, sir.
It's an American food.
Hot dogs.
No.
It's an American food. I mean, it can't be very good.
No.
Do you like them?
In order to mind, it's very unhealthy. Close.
Chicken breast? No, you would like
No,
that.
they give you McDonald's.
They give it like from McDonald's? When McDonald's caters it?
They give you a McDonald's meal when you go in a order, so I'm sure.
I saw it. You Zoot. Uh-oh. Zoot. It's 2 players. I always fuck Zoot on this hole so badly. Because when you only have 2 people, there's like it's difficult to knock out all the shit. Agreed.
Even when you're behind, that's the funny thing. Even if you're behind, you still don't.
Hit the tree.
Oh no, it seems to be.
Zoot has a chance to win. I don't know why he's fucking winning. Like a really good chance to win.
Why did you decide to start helping fans?
Because it's strategic.
Oh,
Get it. Are you serious? I dedicate this shot to Zoot. Zoot's been getting a lot of dick pics in Snapchat. Has he told you about it? Dude, why haven't you told Riser about all your dick
Well,
pics?
you didn't say that they're unsolicited. I'm gonna assume that they were.
Yeah, I could do 6 and shots.
Trying to get all the male attention.
You know,
He was recently in a gangbang with like 24 dudes.
shut up.
Is it wrong?
You love me.
A little bit.
Love. I think you probably went there for the food. 24
So consider him the chief librarian. Oh fuck! I went in the water. You guys have a chance to beat me this game.
I just want.
Zoot says that and loses absolutely every time. I hate those shots.
I like those shots. Wait, better than your show. Rabbi says he hates our shots, but he has the worst shot at all of us.
My shot at least had a chance of going in. Collusion. Yeah, it is. Textbook collusion. Water. How didn't he go in the water, Riser? No, he doesn't. He can bounce it off the thing.
No.
Zoot, get your point, Zoot. Don't hit that gnome. Don't hit the gnome.
You don't want to get a break.
What a shot. Remember when you guys were making fun of me for going in the water?
Rabbi,
What percentage did you use there?
69.
hey, Rabbi, where's my truffle?
Where do I put the truffle?
Where do you put your truffles? Your socket? Where does he put his dick pics? Dude, are you gonna go? Zoot, Zoot, look at the time.
Okay, cool. If you know what chocolate
Why didn't you hit the ball, Zoot? Zoot, you're up.
What did you say?
Dog.
Did you ask for religion? No. But it has been a long time. It's like the city sucks in good. That's just the problem. They're not a problem with getting girls. It's shitty fucking city, and every girl on the dating app that I go on a date with just seems like a fucking murder. It's like I can't.
It's the city's fault, Riser. Zoot, are you gonna hit a good shot? No. Kangaroo petting zoos?
Yeah.
How old are you?
What's it?
30. How old are you? You're older than 30.
Back. Older than that. Maybe 40. I'll go 45.
We're talking about women that you date. You want to date?
I'll go 45 max. $42. I'll go 45 max and 23 years.
Look how bad that shot was.
Go with a 5-year-old.
I've been
Are you serious?
yeah.
That's weird. You put your genital
Get him. Are you fucking serious? Thankfully.
wow. A little bit. You had to do that, or else I was gonna make it instead of trying to make the fucking thing.
Exactly. Oh, Zoot. Not what you wanted. Hit him. Yep. Short into the side. Do you boys want to see how this is done? Oh. No way, Zoot. Way too hard. I don't think we've ever played this hole and not scored on it. None of us have scored. Riser. Big time shot. Short. Oh, it was long and he missed it. That should have gone in. Oh, we still have one shot. I wasn't paying attention. Riser, you're losing to Zoo. Riser, you're losing to Zoo. You're not just losing to him, but you're getting dominated by Zoo.
Over 60-year-old women.
I'll take that shot. Basically perfect. Why don't I just put it in the hole perfectly? Oh,
What?
oh no.
Well, gave you close again.
Dude, why are you doing that? Champion.
No more. I just won. I just won. Your attack. I just won.
Zoot says that. I don't really know if he knows what winning is, but I like to hear him. It's really nice.
I won the skateboard.
Zoot won skee ball, everybody.
With the multiplier.
Oh, with the multipliers on. Okay. Bryce, are you going to tell Zoot about our $1 billion ideas?
What? Hoodoo is
No one knows what that is.
what? Hindu voodoo? Is it Hindu voodoo? Good job. Rabbi can explain.
Dude, I'm not explaining. That's you, baby.
What do you mean? It's your thing.
All right, Zoot. Imagine. Dude, I don't know if Zoot's going to understand this. All right, Zoot. Do you know what a visualizer is? All right. So, Zoot, do you know what ASMR is?
Yeah.
Okay. So imagine it's basically like an AI creator ASMR generator. So you could create a background that you wanted to be like rainbows or hearts or flying through space, whatever. And then you can make any sound that you want. So you can have it be raining on a tin roof or popping of popcorn, or you could put someone in the center of the image who is blowing on a microphone or touching with their nails a keyboard, whatever it is that you like for ASMR, you can create with an AI generator. What do you think of that?
Yeah.
Told you.
Yeah. We have to prove it.
Yeah, we weren't going to move forward on it without you, Zoot. I wanted Zoot to say,
What do you tell your fat girl?
I was just going to say, Zoot, we need $500 in Fat Girl token to make this project a reality. Would you sell 500? If we had, like, let's say we had a magic wand and we could create all the software perfectly, would you pay $500 in Fat Girl token to invest in it?
It has to be a fact girl token. What's the idea?
Explain it, because I explained it perfectly.
Yeah, to the fucking idea, dude.
He
What
was
were you doing?
he was typing at the same time. He was typing at the same time. We can hear it on his Android device. Riser, you explain it. I did a perfect job explaining it. Riser, it's your turn to.
All your fat girl token. All your fucking fat girl tokens. Not in that store. If you want to be like the guy that fucking didn't buy Bitcoin at fucking 9 cents, dude, no. Which is why you're gonna sell that fat girl token, and you're not gonna choke on a hot dog, and you're gonna take up this fucking $1 trillion opportunity called the fucking AI ASMR creator, which allows people to fucking create their own AI ASMR experiences. Highly integrated and connected. And the AI. If you don't know what a hoodoo is, go look it up.
Zoot, what is a hoodoo?
But you can go off and display it.
Zoot, who do you think is a better mini golf player? Riser or I? Or me? Zoot. Zoot, did you win the lottery? Zoot's winning the lottery today. Or tomorrow. Zoot, tell Riser all about the lottery.
Yeah, pay taxes.
You do pay taxes or you don't?
Yeah, pay taxes.
You don't pay taxes when you don't win the lottery. What's your strategy for winning the lottery?
Did you know you can buy digital lottery tickets in Australia, Riser?
That's called fat girl tokens.
They're probably a better investment.
Back calculation is 51 million, 51K month.
It's going to 51 million.
Oh yeah.
When it's 51 million mark, how much do you have? How much do you have? Like 5,000?
I guess 51 month. Yeah, like yeah, 500,000. Not bad.
Oh, damn it, Rabbi. I think 75% of ASMR people are using like whispering as a primary trigger. this like some foreign shit? Or like what is the fucking
You haven't seen? Yeah, they do that and they talk and they whisper.
I don't know what does it mean?
They just talk very. They're just like they're like, hey,
Whispering to me?
hey, using my voice in a very soft manner, and I'm gonna click on the keyboard.
Oh god, that sounds so good.
Zoot, do you know what the number one way of choking of children under 3 is? Zoot is in his own fucking world.
Is it anal?
No, guess again.
My toy?
No, good guess. Guess again.
Money?
No, another good guess. Guess again. That's really good guesses.
Hot dog?
Yeah, you're right. Good job. And so we came up with I came up with an excellent idea. It's called the hollow hot dog. It's a hot dog that's hollow.
Why don't you just not give children hot dogs?
I mean, I'm not giving them any hot dogs. I'm just trying to prevent deaths. It kills like 86 children a year in the United States. So globally, probably hundreds. Why don't you just give people hollow hot dogs?
If you chew the food, doesn't that break it up?
Yeah, but there's something called like I just was reading about it. Like a perfect cylinder.
Even if there's a hollow hot dog, right, and you chew it, it's not just in a bunch of random people.
Okay, it's called. Yo, dog, in choking, there's something called like a perfect cylinder or a perfect closable or something like when a hot dog goes down your throat. What is that term? Oh, that's what it is. Perfect seal. Oh, it's called perfect plug or cylindrical obstruction. Perfect occlusion. Zoot, did you tell Riser about how good you are at darts?
Yeah.
He's good. Play him at darts. Riser, you're not bad either.
They're not chicks at your gym? But how lonely you are?
There are no fat chicks at your gym, right? Only Asian
Or you
chicks.
should find a fat chick and then get her in shape.
Tell her about your coin. Do you know the etymology of the coin, fat chick coin? It's like investing in a fat chick at the gym is the equivalent of buying Bitcoin in 2008. Is that right, Sue? Do you say anything aside from yep? Zoot, what is a hoodoo?
Getting rods as you create custom sound effects.
Zoot, what is a hoodoo?
ASMR.
Zoot, what is a hoodoo? Zoot, what is a hoodoo?
Hot dog.
No,
I like hot dog.
no. That's a hollow dog. What is a hoodoo? Riser, do you...
Voodoo's not an actual human being.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it. Riser, do you realize like how wonderful that name is and how we're on just another level than Zoot? There's like Zoot is like the least common denominator human. Like people who just literally work on their reptile brain. And for him to understand the beauty and essence of a rock formation is just never going to happen.
Who's the type of guy that asks for a free sample and he really won't throw it in the garbage?
And then you ask him, what did you think of it? And he would say, it's good. He says, yeah. Dude, what did you think of the free sample? Yeah. No, did you like it or did you not like it? Yeah. Can you describe it? Yeah. Zoot, why haven't you told Riser about all the dick pics you've been receiving? Oh, he left. All right, let's recap the inventions. There's the hoodoo. There's Nukshuck. There's Nukshuck. There's the hollow dog.
I'm really disheartened.
There's the toothpick, the U-pick toothpick. Are there any other inventions I'm missing? Oh, there's your GeoGuessr game, realistic GeoGuessr, which I'm not on board, but That's not a thing. That wouldn't help you. It's about forcing air into your. No, that's already been invented. Hold on. There's. Why is it that I come up with all the ideas? Where are your ideas? Hold on. You were coming up with a fidget spinner. What is your idea for a fidget spinner? I still never understood what it was. There's a Santa Claus machine, but that's already like a thing. Super hot chick whispering in ASMR fashion. Depending on your audience, perhaps super hot British chick whispering in ASMR fashion. I've got a new idea. Are you ready for my idea? No, it's not related to any of that. Fingerless bowling ball. They have a fingerless bowling ball? Are you good? Well, why don't you, do you market the ball as fingerless though? You still use a normal bowling ball. I'm saying you sell bowling balls without holes. It's basically like a cannonball. Oh, I'm just coming up with gems. What about all right. All right, what's a food problem that needs to be solved? Dude, I've got one. I always no. I already came up with that. Oh, who? No, you came up with nothing. I'm the person who's gonna save a lot of children a year because of that. I really will. All right. How about this one? Are you ready for this? I don't really. Okay, I'm going to give you a problem. I'm going to pee, and we're going to come back, and I want to hear your solution, and I have a solution. All right, you know how people eat chicken wings? Or not chicken wings, but like chicken legs? But it's hard to get all of the meat off? You know what I mean?
I think I know exactly what you're saying. We've already gone through this. Are you there?
All right, what's your solution?
You want to hear my previous answer as it was already gone?
I heard you say that, yeah. But that's a different thing.
And that's an isolation. So,
Yeah. So just like chicken tenders?
I guess.
Did you know that? Dude, I know that guy. I know that guy, and I know it very well. And I don't know him personally. But yeah, that was amazing. It was like the McRib thing. And I thought that was a boneless ribs. I thought that was a phenomenal idea. I don't know why it's not very popular, but I think it could be in the future. Oh, but he got into a fight. No, that's a different thing. He got into a fight with Damon. Of not being very greedy?
No, like not being a good business partner.
With whom would you want to do business on Shark Tank if you could? For anything. What'd you say?
Alright, this thing, 11 Labs is so bad. I wanted the sound of chicken being really crap. I don't know if this idea of yours is going to take off.
Dude, my idea is fucking great. Hoodoo is going to be one of the biggest apps. It'll be bigger than Spotify. It'll be probably like a top 10 app.
It'll be like a Netflix.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be like Netflix.
Mark Zuckerberg will try and buy us.
Fuck that motherfucker. We're giving this one to the UPIC people and Inuit people. All right. So, and the fucking people of like the Navajo reservation and the Pueblo people because it has to do with hoodoo. All right. How about this one? Did you know that chicken wings used to just be thrown out before the invention of, like, before they made chicken wings popular? Let me make sure that's correct. Yo, dog, what's this theory I heard that chicken wings used to be just thrown out before people started eating them? Yo, you're probably thinking of the story behind the buffalo wing. And yeah, it's mostly true. Chicken wings weren't always popular and once were considered scrap meat or soup stock before someone flipped the script. The backstory, Buffalo, New York, 1964. The story goes that Teresa Bellissimo, co-owner of the Anchor Bar in Buffalo, New York, invented buffalo wings by accident. One night she needed a quick snack for her son and his friends, so she took leftover chicken wings, usually used for broth and pasta, fried them up, tossed them in hot sauce and butter, served them with celery and blue cheese dressing, and boom, the buffalo wing was born. What used to be considered undesirable parts soon became a crave-worthy bar food. Why wings were undervalued. Breast meat compared to breasts and thighs, considered low-value cuts, often used for stock or thrown out by butchers or kitchens. But the buffalo wing craze, dude, I honestly think that you just have to remove the bone and then crush up all the stuff into like a paste and then just make nuggets out of it. The reason why I think that is because it is the little bones and stuff get caught in people's throats. Did you know that chicken wings are $180 billion a year industry?
Yeah, that makes it probably be honestly more, I guess, specifically chicken wings, chicken market in general.
All right, how about this one? Let's take what's a problem with the food? What's a problem with the food? Ice cream headaches. If there's a solution to this, you just move your tongue to the top of your mouth and it gets rid of it nearly instantaneously. Brain freeze, 100% of the time it works. Let's look this up. I don't want to give the wrong reason. Why does moving your tongue to the top or the roof of your mouth stop a brain freeze instantly? Great question, and actually got a cool, pun intended, physiological explanation. A brain freeze, aka an ice cream headache, happens when something super cold like a slushy ice cream hits the roof of your mouth, your palate quickly. The cold sensation suddenly chills blood vessels in that area, especially the sphenopalatine ganglion, a nerve bundle located near the back of your palate. Your body, thinking something's going wrong, rapidly constricts and dilates blood vessels, which triggers pain signals that are referred to your forehead, like a false alarm to your brain, like an ice pick headache. Why does pressing your tongue to the roof of your mouth help? Your tongue is warm, and when you press it against the roof of your mouth, you warm the palate up again. It stabilizes the temperature, calming nerves, and it stops the rapid constriction and dilation of blood vessels, which stops the pain signal from being sent to your brain. So that's why. You didn't know that?
That's some weird border nerve.
All right. What about
I have a good piece of news.
you got 11 labs.
Personalizing. What did you say?
To make the sound of somebody eating chicken wings? Do you watch Hot Ones?
Personalized. I know what it is.
Is that the kind of sound you want?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess they're eating chicken wings there.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm just trying to figure out what you want. Okay, go ahead.
Personalizing ASMR content by having an AI whisper the viewer's name and significantly enhance the personal attention trigger, which is one of the most potent ASMR stimuli. Research shows that about 69 to 75% of ASMR participants for personal attention, often delivered as whispering, as the primary inducer of the tingling sensation.
All right, I can see that. So you just personalize hoodoo, which you would do anyway.
Yeah, so I think that because we can use AI to personalize it.
Okay. Well, you didn't even think it was a good idea at the beginning, and now you're trying to personalize it.
Why do you think I didn't think it was a good idea?
When I first told you, you were like, well, can't you just use YouTube to do that?
Yeah, then I thought you were just like making some like archive things like personalizing
All right.
the AI personalization.
Okay, let's just end child. Most common choking causes children foods. We're just gonna hollow them all out. Here we go. Grapes. So you cut the grape in half or something. Hard candies, you put a circle in the middle. What do you call those? Like a peppermint? You just put a circle in the middle. Everything needs a circle in the middle. And I think companies will like this because it means they have to put less product in. So like everything should kind of have like a donut shape. Oh, you want to know an idea that I had when I was in first grade that I think is just the best idea? Still, I think it's one of the best ideas I've ever had. You ready for it? It's putting a donut hole in a donut and calling it the whole donut, but it's a pun. It's like whole WHOLE, but it's also HOLE. No, like I guess I've seen these things. What do you call those? Timbits? Do you know what a timbit is? Yeah, no, I know. I've never had them, but I know that they're a thing. So imagine a timbit in the center of a donut. Yeah, and you can like pop it out and eat it, and then eat the donut.
Literally just going with Tim Hortons and ordering Dunkin' Donuts.
Well, it would just be, but it's the whole donut, meaning like you get the entire thing. So I think there's something also like sexual about putting, like popping something out. It's at least erotic. I think it could be very popular. Yes. All right. What are we gonna do for new feeds? Yeah, Yeah. It's like the opposite of a zero is a Newfie. All right. Oh, did you know that Newfoundland is an island? Yeah, you did because I sent it to you.
Yeah, it's very good.
That is fine. All right.
So, here's my problem. Give me a list of PR visits around 10,000 people per year.
Cars.
For example,
10,000 people don't go to the. Oh yeah, I guess they do.
oh, what's this? I don't know why. Attorney falling is what. This AI says.
What are you using?
Using the Instagram llama 3.2.
Oh, that's garbage.
As we go into the emergency room, what are you here for? Toothpick.
Less embarrassing
You're like,
than.
yeah. You
Less
just
em-
say yeah.
Who are you, Zoot? Less embarrassing than like stuck anal beads. All right, how about this one? How do you get soccer to be more desired in North America? Go.
You import a lot of people from the United Kingdom.
Isn't that Canada?
You host the World Cup in Newfoundland.
And the Olympics at the same time.
World Cup and the Olympics.
Word. And the Super Bowl.
That's what. Are you talking about? Soccer?
No, I know. But just to bring more attention and get a lot of people there. I was just joking, but okay. Not really the Olympics. You would just host the World Cup in Newfoundland?
Oh wait, no, I know I have the answer. How to get soccer more popular in Canada is make a ice hockey variation where people are skating on ice in like a hockey arena, but making a soccer ball. I think that would actually be cool to watch.
Yeah, that would be
We
cool to
might
watch.
make a sword.
Wait,
We gotta make a sword right now.
but what? Like how? Like couldn't you get really hurt if you slipped and fell?
Can you get really hurt if you slip and fall over?
No, like your head's gonna hit like the soft ground. That's
So
like
you can wear like equipment, I guess, like a helmet. It might not be like cords, it might be like big padding inside. Yeah, there should probably be some padding.
what does it say?
Cactus related injuries.
Cactus related injuries.
Cactus hair. Bears. Remember when you thought that the bear hair was a terrible idea?
Yeah, I still think the bear spray is a terrible idea.
No, you don't. Take that back.
I think that it is a novelty idea.
That's a, that maybe it's not the best idea for a business.
Like a gun is a good bear scare. But if you can't use a gun, then why not make this like device that's like absolutely wild?
Yeah. You don't live in America where you can just go to Walmart and buy a gun. Children and adults have visited the after ingesting batteries.
Oh, that's a big one.
Like,
There's a big one there.
why
It's
do they eat the batteries?
the little cell batteries, and it burns a hole in their stomachs and can kill them. Because it looks like candy, it's like silver, and it's in a lot of toys.
Right, not like double A's.
They eat those too, but the big ones are those cell ones.
so you don't poop it out, and then it just over time finally degrades to like metal around it, and then
Yeah, but it happens pretty quickly.
vending machine accidents.
Oh, here's one.
People get trampled by vending machines.
Yeah, there's something like more people die from vending machines a year than from sharks because they try to tip them over and they fall down on them. Okay, here's one. You ready for this? Swallowing of magnets. People, like especially kids, swallow magnets because it looks like candy, and then the two magnets stick together in their stomach lining, and it can cause death.
Selfie-related injuries, people have cars and shit with selfies.
Yeah, I bet that's a big one. I see like once a day somebody dying from taking a selfie just on Twitter. It's usually these guys in India who are like hanging off the side of the car and they don't look the right way and they fucking get hit.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people record themselves these days.
What
Cough, cough.
what douches?
You're very likely to die taking a video selfie. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, for sure.
You're that's one that's
How are you celebrating Pride Month?
taking a selfie in front of a vending machine.
Very cool.
Candy, so I can get free candy that is magnets that look like candy. While listening to
When I was in junior high, there was a soda machine that was really old. It was from like the 1960s or 1970s. It was from the 70s because it was canned soda, but it was old. And basically, what I figured out is if when you put your money in, if you hit multiple buttons at exactly the same time, it would release multiple cans of soda immediately. And so what I would do, usually soda was like 50 cents, and I would, like the guys at my school would go up and want to buy soda. And I didn't do this a lot, but I did do it because I had like the magic touch on this thing. Let's say you wanted a soda. I'd say to you, all right, instead of paying 50 cents for a soda, I'll charge you 25 cents and I'll get you whatever flavor you want. And so somebody would be like, okay, I want a Coke. And I'd go up and let's say I'd want a Coke. I would just hit the multiple buttons at the same time and have 2 or 3 sodas fall at the exact same time and then just have this little collection. And I would get a soda and they would get a soda. And basically, I'd be able to like make more money.
No one else could do it. Did you have to do it like at the same time, or like one after the other?
Like exactly the same time. And I'm not saying other kids didn't figure this out because they saw me do it, but you had to do it like it was almost like you had to like hit it the timer or like hit the things at exactly the same moment so that the electrical mechanism would release them. And the kids they just weren't as good at it. They hit one before the other or whatever. And I just was better at it than any of the other kids. And the athletic director, this was all like a fundraiser for the school, and the athletic director saw me do it one time and was like, what, like, how did you just do that? And I was like, oh, well, if you just hit the button. Yeah, and he's like, well, you shouldn't be doing that. And I'm like, well, you should have a better fucking machine. And the next year they got a new one that was all bottles, and you couldn't do it anymore. But for like 2 years of my life, I was like I would, because of this, I was the coolest kid, but I was really like, of the vending machine. Older kids would come up to me and ask me to do it for them because they couldn't even do it. And so I was like super cool. And no, it sometimes didn't work, and I had to like figure out how to do it. But it was like I could get it like maybe 80% of the time. So not every time, but like sometimes I could get 3 of them, and like that was hard to do. Basically, I'd have to take my whole arm and hit all of the buttons at the same time, and it would release, and you get. I think maybe on occasion one time I got 4, but like at that point it was like you were using 2 hands and stuff. But I just remember this. We just had this old machine. So there was this show in the United States known as Happy Days.
You have to also hit the button. You have to also hit the button that releases the coin back to you at the same time.
I wish that worked. No. I wish that worked, but that was not a thing. There was a show in the United States called Happy Days, and the coolest guy in the show, the Fonz, Henry Winkler, would go and he could just hit the jukebox in a certain spot and it would play a song. And that's kind of what I was. I could hit the vending machine in a certain spot and get multiple sodas. Oh, now that's a good question. No, I think one day I went up to the machine with a friend, and sometimes we would fuck with each other. Like, let's say I wanted a Coke, and I put the money in for a Coke. Our friend would just hit one of the ones like that we wouldn't like I don't know, grape soda or something that we didn't want, just to be a dick. And we did it at the same time. Like I hit Coke, and he hit grape soda, and they both came out, and we were like, no way. Like, I think that's how it happened. It was not like I was just messing around with it. It was like somebody was trying to fuck me, and I was able to figure this out. And yeah, and then I just I was like, I mean, I just remember older kids would come up to me, and I didn't do it for money. It's not like I did it because I wanted to make as much money as possible. I did it because it was just fun to do. It was like I was scamming the system basically. And let me see if I get this, if I got the money part right. Okay, so I'd put 50 cents in of my own and get like 2 or 3 sodas. And then somebody would come up to me and I'd say, I'll sell you a soda for $0.25. And they'd give me $0.25 and I'd give them whatever soda they wanted. Maybe I got 2 or 3, and then I could sell another one for $0.25 and make my original 50 cents back. So basically I got to drink free soda, not for that long, but it worked. It took me like maybe 20, I would say maybe, it probably worked for about 18 to 20 months of my life. And then they got a new machine. And I remember when they got this new machine, it was like, oh, well, there goes the end of our fun. And they got this new machine specifically because they knew I was rigging the system. And I would teach other kids how to do it too, but literally you had to hit these things at exactly the same time. But it became like a game, like, you know, and I could see if that machine fell on you, it could kill you. It was a very heavy machine.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to tip them over. They're pretty stable, but their center of gravity is also pretty high. If it somehow falls,
That's right.
there was like a period of my life where I was like, I don't know, 8 or something, and I was just searching up on YouTube vending machine hacks, and then I'd go and test them out on the library one. There was people on YouTube that are like, oh, you type in this code 316252, and then hit the button, and then it's like, whoa, this unlimited soda coming down. They had a video of it working, but I think I'm pretty sure it might have been working. And then, yeah, the only way to get it to work would be like using like a coat hanger or something. Because that's where you get
Yeah. So I had
and also you get trouble probably if you're using a coat hanger.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the difference that of my system, where I hit the multiple buttons and get a thing. They wouldn't give me detention for it because it was like it was different than as if like okay. So here's another story. I had two friends of mine.
Actually punished you for it, but you kept doing it?
No, they did not. They did not. But I know these two kids. They were friends of mine who broke into there was like a closet that kept all the candy, and they broke into it, and they got in trouble to do that because that was like you were maliciously stealing. But my thing was like, I'm not really like the teachers were like, he's not really stealing if we have such a shitty machine. I mean, I guess he is, but it was like a fine line that I played, so I never got in trouble for it. But the kids I knew who would like actively take from the vending supply, they would get in trouble for it. It was, but I just remember thinking to myself like, if they ever like try to get me in trouble for this, I know my parents would back me on this one. Like it was almost like a slot machine, like a soda slot machine, and like it would be one thing if I went into the closet where all the soda was stored and took from there. That's like breaking and entering, basically. Like that's theft. But if you want to have a shitty machine, that's on you. And if I'm able to sometimes get fortunate and get multiple sodas, and then I got really good at it, then that's basically your fault. I do remember that we had like a snack machine as well, but we never figured that one out. Like I know that I remember kids who were like young. We would try to. I wouldn't, but like I'm saying, guys at the school would try to get the like smallest kid to try to see if he could stick his arm up into the vending machine, but that never seemed to work very well. The coat hanger thing, I think, would have been considered a little malicious, but I can tell you, I was like the Fonz for a period of my life. Still am, baby, but especially back then. Yeah, man. Well, I just remember seeing this movie. They brought in a new vending machine. Not only was it like too advanced to pull that shit, but also it was more expensive. Soda, I think, became $1 or $1.25 or something. And when I was a kid, soda in the can was generally, I mean, I know I'm older than you are, but like it was 25 cents. And I remember it was kind of a big deal when they started to move it up to 50 cents. And then it went to like 75. And I don't even know what it is today. Well, it's probably like $2 or $3. I don't know. I haven't bought a soda in machine like that in a long time, but I can probably see it's going to be like $5, probably in the not too distant future.
We got some really glitchy AI, three-legged, glitchy basketball net ice soccer generations. People are getting into it one. I specifically said no hockey equipment, skates, but
Oh, yeah, what would you call your...
soccer.
I love it. That's a beautiful, beautiful name. That's a great one.
What would you call it?
You took the words right out of my mouth.
It actually, like, I think this would be a pretty entertaining sport, to be honest. Like hockey soccer, like, because that ball is flying around, people are skating with that.
Wait, do you do it on skates?
You know, it's really hard to control. That's the thing that's good about it. Like, it's hard. It's pretty hard to control, so it's just like a crapshoot. Balls flying around everywhere.
Do you do it on skates?
Yeah.
Is it this? Okay, I mean, is there a way to do it on shoes?
Shoes is called regular soccer.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, is the goal the same
The
size?
only difference between this and it has soccer goals.
Okay,
It's literally soccer, but with played on ice equipment on skates.
okay. And you have all the equipment of hockey?
It's like light equipment. There's not like obviously there's no hitting, so you're not intensely crushing on the board.
Okay. You can't touch the. Can the goalie touch the ball still?
Yeah, the goalie, only player that can use their hands.
No sticks? No hockey sticks?
No hockey sticks.
Have you ever tried to kick a ball on ice skates? Isn't it difficult?
I think that, yeah, if you're moving and trying to kick the ball, you might be getting soaked. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, my fear would be
I don't think it would be that impossible, but it would be a little different.
when you kick the. Okay, well, wouldn't you puncture the ball with your skate?
No, it's other hollow, don't let it fall. So we use the ball that's right in the center of the
That doesn't make any sense. What about? So it's just like an extra thick ball.
Yeah.
Okay.
Outside.
Why isn't this a sport? Okay. Oh, dog, that's a cool idea. You know why I don't think hockey is that popular?
It is popular. It's a big sport.
No, I understand that, but people don't like to be cold. Dude, what about? How about this? Now this is a thought. Yeah, I know people in Arizona do it to cool off, but Arizona doesn't have hockey anymore, so it shows how well that worked. They became now the Utah Mammoth. Duh. Um, okay, what about this? Hockey, but it doesn't have to be in a cold environment. It could be like 75 degrees. So like basically super chill the ice.
I mean, that's pretty much, if you've ever been like the Air Canada Center or any hockey arena, it's literally not cold.
Okay, I mean I've been to like some youth hockey places and they're cold inside.
No, but that's not like an NHL. Yeah. What is
Like the Anaheim Ducks play in the Honda Center, and they have like um, regional hockey centers, and those are always really cold.
okay, the temperature inside Scotiabank Arena when you've done an Maple Leafs game is typically between 58 and 60.
Too cold.
I don't know what that means.
Too cold. It needs to be like 70. It needs to be like 69 degrees.
Oh, 60 is 15 degrees, so it's not like, that's like room temperature.
It's still a little cold. It's still a little cold.
It's not at all like 0.
No, I get that. Okay. I just think it should be a little warmer than that. 69 degrees is like,
69 is 20 degrees.
yeah,
There's a lot of 5 degree difference.
exactly.
You want 5 more degrees. I'm
100.
sure they might be able to.
I think they should. Okay, how about this? Have you ever seen hockey? Have you ever? Oh, I know. I'm sure you've seen this. This was on Shark Tank. Did you ever see that thing where it's iceless skating rink?
I've already had plastic ice for a while.
Right. It's really expensive. Though.
Yeah, but you have to water it.
That's true. But it sheds.
It's stickier than regular ice.
Yeah.
It's still works.
All right. So okay, how about this? How about this? Playing hockey on that kind of ice, on that plastic ice, or playing sake on plastic ice.
Might be a little bit better, possibly, or just slow down. Like assuming that plastic ice is like more sticky and slow, it might help people fall.
Exactly.
But the first is that you can play out in like the desert.
Right.
It'd be good for desert stuff.
Right. All right. Have you ever seen somebody play pickleball on an ice hockey rink? And if so, what would you call it? All right. Give me 30 seconds to come up with a really good name. I'm gonna get my food. Hockey ball. Just a moment. All right. I think that's probably the best name that you have. Hockey ball or whatever. What about air hockey, but like a big version of air hockey? What are your thoughts on that?
I think it would be really sick if there you could like kind of ride the paddles, you know, like you just you could ride it, you can like control the paddle and I think the surface of an air hockey table is fun because it's like basically like a hovercraft.
Exactly. I think hovercrafts are very much underrated.
Did you know that Bubba Watson, who's like this professional
Golfer.
PGA player? I'm gonna send you this video. I'm not even gonna spoil it. But I'm sure. Can you guess? Can you guess what I'm about to say? Because I already gave you all the ingredients.
Does it involve air hockey?
Bubba Watson is a golf player.
Yeah, I know. Is it the one where I don't think this is the right one, but he says he'll give somebody like a certain prize if they hit a hole in one at his house and they hit it through his window or something?
I listened to the video. It's the most awesome thing you'll ever see.
Is it better than hoodoo?
You can use both at the same time.
I think you can.
It's the Voodoo experience by what? It's like a physical
Dude, I need Facebook. This shit is garbage.
I think anyone can open the room.
Oh, this is baller. Yeah, I have seen it. I've seen something like this. Yeah. Oh, I mean, I've seen this, but I haven't seen this video. This is baller. Dude, okay, imagine this thing.
Hey, now this would be like if you just had a golf course.
Bumper cars.
Like, car golf.
Yeah.
And now that's a good idea.
Right.
Bumper car golf. Because I'm doing it like, hey,
Right.
Like, here's hovercraft bumper cars.
How baller would that be? I like it.
That's like a next generation. How do you solve the problem of you're hot, you live in a desert area, and you want to cool off and try to do things AC or a creative way to get cool.
It's called a swamp cooler.
That is basically an air tailgater.
Arguably, I mean, what is it? I mean, don't you need the convenience of a cave?
That's the one caveat.
All right, let's think of a sport you can play in a cave. Laser tag. Yeah, let's see. Is there any cave laser tag? I'm surprised laser tag isn't more popular. They have laser tag Berlin in the bunker. Underground laser tag.
Can anyone just buy the vests and make their laser tag thing?
100%.
It was a good idea that I saw and it hasn't taken off, but this is like a very, very good idea.
What's that, big dog?
It's basically an app that allows you to play like a version of laser tag against your friends where you download it and then whatever you shoot, you got like aim at your friend or whatever, and then if you somehow hit them, which the phone somehow knows, whatever.
That's kind of an amazing idea.
But it would be probably better if, I mean, arguably, like the whole laser tag thing is you wear that vest, right? And then like that gun somehow knows if you hang someone.
Right?
That maybe, I guess you could play without the vest and then just sell the gun. It's hard to buy that the gun would be able, or the app would be able to know if you have the
Yeah. How could you do that?
Supposedly, they have that already. According to like some Chinese TikTok photos.
They used to have on phones, it's like something that went away, but like an IR reader, like an infrared reader. You used to be able to hold
to scan items at a checkout.
Not like that, but hold two phones. No.
Long distance, no, but it's like a long distance one of those.
Yeah, but that would cause issues. That's a laser that could hurt people's eyes. No, it was you hold two phones together closely and it would transmit data. You've got a good idea with the phone laser. I mean, is there something just called phone laser tag? Outdoor battle royale.
Hovercraft bumper car video.
Smartphone laser tag. Oh, dude, it's only $60 and it's amazing. Look up. This is why I'm broke. Phone laser tag. It's amazing. That's how you do it. It's only $60.
This is why I'm broke. I feel like I've missed it.
It's on Reddit.
If I take the photo, I want to know how well it actually works. Oh wait, the gun probably has.
I would think that you'd have to shoot the other person's gun. Like maybe their camera, like the camera's on. Let's see, how's it work?
Like the gun receives a signal that's like the size of a human body around it.
That laser tag gun is cool. Play laser tag with other friends with the smartphone laser tag attachment app. Available for both Android and iPhones. This laser tag app and gun not only make laser tag games instantaneous, but it also has cool features like armor, ammo, and health pack. That's baller. Wait, you're shooting each other, right?
Yeah.
Smartphone laser tag. Yeah, okay. Move over nerf laser tag is back. Skyrocket recoil.
That's a good ASMR trigger. Smoke. Something else.
Oh, okay, so the gun has the hit detection.
That's what I thought. I don't know what the. Is this green just like a video game? You don't have a person.
No, that has your health and all your other shit on it. Armor. Alright. What about
iPhone umbilical cord charger, but they want $6,000 for it. Okay, so
you charge your phone and with your umbilical cord?
no, it's literally a charger, but it looks like an umbilical cord.
Oh, and then what?
$6,000.
Okay, not that. Are you ever on the Destroy and Broken subreddit? It's amazing.
I'm on the actual website now. I haven't been here in so long. This is good.
Have you ever paintballed?
I haven't done that in a while. For reasons, or I got gifted an airsoft gun at the post office.
Okay, that was going to be my next question. All right. I've never been a big fan of airsoft because it can put your eye out.
Airsoft will destroy your eye.
Have you ever seen?
Wear goggles if you play.
Have you ever seen? Yeah, but you have to have those on, and somebody's gonna be a dick and just shoot rounds. Have you ever seen gel blasters? They're sponsored Kill Tony or were. They're based out of Austin.
Yeah.
It's like the water. It like shoots. Like
kids, I don't know how many kids choke to death on gel blasters here, but I can't do that.
no, that's fine. I think it's probably you could probably eat that stuff, and it wouldn't be too big a deal. I think you probably could.
I've been eating meals my entire life, and I could be just eating a gel blaster.
Word dog. I think it should be mandatory to have cameras on every cruise line in 360 degrees.
Oh, it's not an invention that's put in the thing that I told you before, which is like turning light waves into sound. But you can probably turn sound waves into light as well. Keep talking about whatever.
so that you can't throw somebody off board. It's just, and I don't understand.
The cruise ship, the non-overboardable cruise ship.
I don't know about that, but just the idea that like
No, that's good. You can sell that to cruise ships. No cruise ship doesn't want advertising.
I don't know why that's not a thing.
People like railings. I mean, yeah, you think that there'd be like a wall of plexiglass or something. But totally engage, like, I don't know, maybe it would act the way that you get like the mic.
What about net? What about a net? That's just a little below deck.
20, 50-foot wide net around the entire boat.
I mean, I know it wouldn't look good for aesthetics, but it would save people's lives.
Yeah, how many people get thrown off cruise ships?
Too many. We don't know. It's not checked. We don't know.
We know how many people went like this.
Let's look this up. Per year, how many people go missing on cruise ships?
What's your guess? I mean, that's like
15.
maybe 10,000.
Okay, I said 15. They say 19 to 25. That's too many.
Well, approximately 200 people missing each year. One cruise ships, 19 overboard. It's quite the spread there.
That's because they don't necessarily know.
The missing people, yeah, the overboards are like confirmed. But the disappearing, I mean, that's pretty much overboard. What could be 200? Overboard is, it's just got like the prison cell. The windows are all like prison cell windows, steel bars.
Well, 200 people is just too many. You should have cameras in 360 degrees and a net below. That's not that crazy. You could make a net that doesn't look bad.
I mean, that's like pretty much invisible.
Exactly.
But you don't want people to like cut.
You couldn't cut the net. Like
Below.
if you jump below, it sends off an alarm. The ship stops. I mean, if anything, it would just give people like an alert. Though I hear, and like if you fall from the deck to the ocean, it can kill you. The fall can kill you, depending on the size of the ship. But these mega ships that are like billion-dollar ships, there's no reason you can't put 360-degree cameras and a netting system that alerts somebody if they fall overboard.
And even like literally a simple motion sensor to like alert people.
I think
You have a rescue boat.
I think a weight sensor, because a motion sensor is just going to be triggered too often.
The side of the boat, like below, I guess a weight sensor, sure. Whatever the sensor is, that's like a human being is falling off the side. But at that point, you might as well just put the safety net there. It doesn't even have to be that wide, because you can't really jump like 50 feet wide.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Or you just make it Or you just make it so that it's physically impossible to actually, like, there's nowhere that you can actually get through. You have the possibility.
I get that, but people still don't want that glass in between them and the ocean. What I'm saying is that you have a net, and if you fall on the net, it sends off an alarm, and the boat stops, and so they can see what happened, and then hopefully save the person.
Yeah, the only bad thing is people like have like watermelons or something.
That's cool. You have 360 degrees of cameras operating, and that person gets banned from ever being on the ship again.
And possibly a crime like pulling the fire alarm, basically.
100%. Exactly. Great idea.
Yeah, it's crazy that that's not actually a thing.
Exactly.
You jump straight into the ocean.
And nobody's going to know.
There's no alert. We have technology that can, for the price of like 70 cents on eBay, to notify every single person on board, but we're choosing not to put that in this multi-$100 billion ship.
It doesn't make any sense to me.
Now that is a good idea. Would you agree? That I came up with, or like, oh, what's your idea?
That wasn't your idea. That's my idea. 360
I
degrees.
literally came up with that. What? I said the non-overboardable cruise ship.
No.
But you added the net. So it was we both made that idea. That was a collaboration.
No, you're saying that you put up plexiglass. I'm saying no.
I never said plexiglass. I said that this does not allow by design people to go near like ledges.
No. That's not going to work. People want to go up to the ledge and look over and not have anything impeding them. What I'm saying is that if somebody does and perhaps throws you over or you jump over, there's a net there that will catch you and then set off an alarm so that the crew can help you out.
I agree that is a better approach.
So what part of this idea was yours?
I sparked. First of all, I could have came up with that variation. I spent like 20. He didn't take it right away. I thought that like 10 minutes ago that I guess you could do it. And you could do it with trampolines, whatever. But you did reach the idea first, so full credit to you. But I did plant the idea of a non-overboardable cruise ship. So.
Doug, I'm the one who said 19 people die a year. And then we looked it up. It's like could be as many as 200. You say a non.
That was after the non-overboardable cruise ship.
But that's not a thing. I don't want a non-overboardable cruise ship. Sometimes you need to have people go overboard in the case of like needing to get on lifeboats and stuff.
That concept is solving the problem.
Doug, I'm the one who even mentioned cruise ships. You didn't even mention cruise ships. I'm the one who did.
Did you really? Before I said non-overboard, I think I just said it as a clue.
No, not at all. I'm going to YouTube. I'm going to check it out. What I said.
Well, YouTube doesn't record my audio.
I'll be able to hear exactly what happened.
You hear my voice exactly? Because I don't know.
Dog?
That would make your YouTube experience better.
You can hear your voice. It's just you can't hear it from that device. But you can hear it from all the other devices. Just one moment. We're going to the tape, baby.
The first time we've ever used the rewind feature. Immediately on YouTube.
Okay, I'm talking about vending machines.
Oh, you're way back.
Yeah, you can hear you. I'm saying that wasn't your idea, that was my idea.
I definitely agree with the non-overboard cruise ship idea.
No, here, I found it. Okay, I'm talking about the netting. I know. Okay, here we go. Okay, I asked you, have you ever paintball? And then you're like, no. And then we started talking about gel blasters. Okay, so we both say that we're not fans of airsoft because it can put out your eye. Okay, then we talk gel blaster. Their sponsor, Kill Tony. They're based out of Austin. It's like the water that shoots. Then you say, I don't know how many kids eat the little things. I say, word dog. And then I just randomly say, I think it should be mandatory to have cameras on every cruise line in 360 degrees. Yeah, so I definitely brought it up. We were talking about gel blasters, and then I randomly talked about this 360-degree camera thing because it was a similar conversation that we had the other night about national parks. Don't you remember?
We're talking about missing people, matching cards,
And Banff. Exactly. Okay. How about this? How do you stop people from getting lost in national parks? I think if you want to go to a national park, that's cool, but you have to wear a tracker. And you have to take a bear scare with you. They're mandatory.
You already have a tracker, usually it's just your phone.
It doesn't work in the national park because there's no cell phone signs.
Well, then how does the tracker going to work?
Satellite?
What's going to prevent someone from losing the tracker?
It's a little button that you put on your clothing. It's a good point.
If the tracker falls overboard, it falls into a net, and then a little alarm system is sent out, alerting the park people to that exact location.
That's a thought. Or like a drone. Dude, I've been in a national park. I went mountain climbing in Cleveland National Forest, which is here in Orange County, like maybe 7 years ago. And I'd never been like a mountain climber. And I just thought, all right, well, I'm just going to try to do it. I'm going to try to climb to this peak. And I had to drive my car into this national forest. And it's like, you really need four-wheel drive to be able to do it. And I was able to get in and park, but I got there later in the day than I thought I should. And I got this, I knew a cell phone wouldn't work there, but I got this thing at RDI or Dick's Sporting Goods or something that was like a satellite GPS. And I started climbing this mountain. And man, it was so hot. And it was around fire season. And I really thought that like I could spark it. Like if a fire started here, it would just take up I would be a dead person. There's no way to survive. And I just got really like I started noticing that all these people were coming down from the mountain and no one was going up to the mountain. And I recognized that it was probably getting a little late. And so I remember turning around and I was just pretty exhausted because I'm climbing like a serious mountain. And it's called Mount Diablo. And, or no, that's a different one in Northern California. It's Mount Santiago. And I basically just was very fortunate to turn around when I did. Because by the time I got to the bottom of the mountain, it was like dark. And I would have been stuck on this mountain all night, and I had to work the next day. And it was just I don't want to say terrible experience. So then I wanted to climb at least like one mountain that month. And I climbed Mount Lee, which is where the Hollywood sign is. If you've ever seen, you know what the Hollywood sign is. So that's a mountain called Mount Lee. And when you get to the top of Mount Lee, it's literally like all people who are just tourists. So like nobody speaks English at the top of the mountain. I found that to be fascinating. Might have been one of the best stories you've ever heard, aside from learning about me trying to be the Fonz and successfully being the Fonz with a vending machine, and learning about how I intend to stop all cruise ship deaths. Isn't that fascinating?
That story was so bland that if we were on a cruise ship together, I could not guarantee you not going overboard.
Do you know? No, that's hilarious. Do you know?
But you know what would prevent you from going overboard is that stupid fucking netting system that you installed.
Yeah,
Even if I wanted to throw you, I would be like crying that I couldn't throw you overboard even if I wanted to.
it would. All right. Do you know that it had to do with this netting? Oh, well. So what was I talking about? So I think that I know why I told that story about climbing mountains, because I feel that if you're going to go into the national forest, they should have, like, for rent or free or whatever, those little trackers that I had that basically told you where you were. Because if not, you could get lost very easily. That's what I was saying. So basically, to prevent people from getting lost who were unprepared to go mountain climbing or deep into a forest, you should be able to get a tracker at the front, and it should be free.
Would require an investment.
I mean, not a huge amount of money. Dude, a lot of people die in.
Are they going to return the tracker?
So that could be a thing, like you pay a deposit on it and you get it back when you return it.
That's actually that's mandatory.
Right.
That's a search and rescue operation.
No, dude. They have an issue. So people climb Mount Baldy, which is just like a little north of LA, and it a lot of times, like, people aren't ready for the climb and they get stuck up there, and they have to call, like, the emergency services. And, like, fortunately now, like, I don't know, fortunately, but whatever, iPhones now have, like, some kind of setting that can send a signal to a satellite, and it's very expensive to get yourself down, and they charge you personally. So what am I saying?
iPhones have satellite phones now.
Yeah, just for the purpose of emergency services. It's on, like, the newer iPhones.
That's a good feature. You have to buy it for $1,200 satellite.
Word Mockingbird.
We saved 10,000 people from going to the hospital for toothpick injuries. We saved, I don't know how many people going missing in national forests. 100 missing people from cruise ships. Those are not
We're saving the world, dog.
The selfie one, I don't think it's pretty much impossible to prevent. I don't know, maybe not. Except for netting. Netting could be used to prevent all selfie deaths. There was just adequate netting.
Netting everywhere. Well, here's one, and they've already started to do this, but I feel that all baseball stadiums should have netting all around, because people take bats to the face and they take balls to the face, and it can really hurt them. So, like, basically,
My parents were at a baseball game and they're in the upper deck, and the foul ball came rushing back. It went right between their heads and just crushed some lady behind them, and she got hit in, like, the mouth, bleeding out like crazy.
and that could be prevented with netting.
Well, netting.
Exactly. Well, they've started to because there was some law, or it wasn't. It was just a court ruling that said that baseball stadiums are not responsible for those kind of injuries. But more and more people have died that way, and so that opens up issues. So I just personally think that you should play baseball, and it should be a completely netted field. And so what? That means you can't catch a foul ball anymore, or baseball. That's fine. Those days should be over. If you want to catch a baseball, go play baseball outside. But too many times somebody's not paying attention, or the sun's in their eyes, or whatever, and they get seriously hurt or killed. Here's another one. Same thing should happen at hockey games. I understand, but still, my aunt was at a hockey game, and somebody got hit with a puck right behind her, kind of like your parents. Same thing, but it knocked them out cold. They were bloody all over. I think towards center ice, and just the puck went awry. Right. Right. I think it might have deflected off something at some point. I'm not exactly sure. And I mean, I'm not saying she was exactly at center ice, but like not behind the net. Or not behind the, yeah.
Or here's an idea of instead of increasing the nets of the arena, like the Park Ranger, Park National Park idea, every person walking into the stadium has a mandatory full body shield, Brian Shield outfit that they have to wear at all times.
Too expensive, not practical. Just put they make a net now that you can see through perfectly, and you can't tell if it's a net or not. It just looks a little tinted. Just put that all around. It wouldn't interfere with people viewing the sport, and it would protect people and their lives. On top of that, it would protect players because then, like fans can't throw stuff at them. Yeah, but they make new kind of netting that is really, it's like almost like pantyhose, like tights, like it's really sheer, and you can just see right through it. It's not even like thick. It's almost like it's like a trampoline, but you can see through it.
I haven't been paying attention to the net technology, but the net that I recall seeing is still transparent, but you can still tell it.
Okay. Well, I just think it should be around the whole stadium. If you have a ball flying at, I don't know, hundreds of miles or like 100 miles an hour, you should be protecting people. Especially in today's age when people are on their phone. People are on their. Now that's a good one. You can't stand in the fairway, but you can stand like 10 feet off of the fairway, and if the golfer.
You're in the rough, but the player misses their shot, so they're hitting it the ball into a sea of people.
Right. Do you want to know what I think is the solution to this?
I think limiting where spectators are able to.
No, because guys still hit drives in the wrong direction, and it's still going to hurt people. Do you know how you solve this issue? rubber balls. No, I'm serious. I even had one growing up. It's a really
How much with like protection?
no, because that's still gonna hit random people. Rubber, and then you have the issue as well of like municipal courses and people hitting it onto the street and hitting cars and stuff. But with rubber balls, they just bounce, and you can hit them 300 yards still.
I don't think you can hit a rubber ball like 3 yards and get
It is dense rubber. It's a very hard rubber, but it's still soft enough that it.
It's like a rubber bullet.
Yeah, but it's not going to kill somebody if it hits them in the head when a golf ball does. Right. I mean, it's known as less lethal, but a rubber bullet's traveling at a much faster speed than a rubber golf ball. So the only difference, no, I think it's very easy to get adopted. Here's why. There are enough people, at least in the United States, but I'm sure in Canada as well, who live on golf courses. And it causes all kinds of property damage every year. I mean, thousands and tens of thousands of dollars for individual homeowners that it hits their windows, it breaks. I'm not saying it's going to stop necessarily breaking windows, but you could get stronger windows where the golf hole is. And so with that, then also the golf course itself won't have any possibility or less possibility of having any of the people die on their property. Like that's a liability worry that they have, and it's just going to continue to increase, especially with as far as people hit the ball, and then on top of that, the surrounding areas of a golf course. And it's not going to be that hard to change. I've already had a rubber ball, and you could hit it just as far as a normal ball. It's just it would travel. Yes, I had them when I was a little kid. Yeah. So I don't know how I got them, but basically when I was a little kid, we would play golf a lot, and somebody got me some rubber balls, and you could hit it just as far as a normal ball, but it would not hurt. At least not nearly as badly as a normal ball. You know, a normal ball, if you cut it in half, it has like basically different layers. A rubber ball is just rubber all the way through, and it has the little indentations like a normal golf ball. Everything about the ball is the same. It has the same flight path. The only thing that's different is it bounces differently, and that's generally just on concrete. Like if you hit the ball on the golf cart or on the cart path, it'll go probably like maybe 50% further than a normal golf ball. Aside from that, though, everything else is the same. It doesn't make the same noise, and it's a little different putting. Those are the only differences.
Yeah, I didn't know that they actually existed or that similar.
Yeah.
It sounds like they can still, like, if you got it in the head at full speed, it can still do a lot of damage. Maybe less damage, but still.
Exactly. The only thing is, I'm just trying to make it less lethal. I don't want to kill people. Look, I'm telling you, as somebody who started this stream to straighten out my golf swing, I've hit balls every which way. I've hit slices, I've hit hooks. I've been able to straighten out my drive as well. And you just don't know where it's going sometimes. And they can be very dangerous to people. So the solution... Well, I mean, I'm sure it kills people a year, but it does a lot of property damage as well. And it's not like it would make the balls any more expensive. In fact, I bet you they're cheaper if you just make them all rubber. I mean, have you? It's not the same, but I don't know. Have you ever seen a squash ball? Okay, you know how a squash ball is like a dense rubber? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, exactly. Just like a bouncy ball. Think of like a bouncy ball, but a golf ball.
If you're using a squash ball, like that level of bounciness, I feel like a bouncy ball, it can't be too bouncy for golf. We're going to have to change the way that they play, which they might not like, but it doesn't help. Like, if it's an acceptable level of bounciness, then probably for it to be considered for a golf.
Yeah, I'm not talking about like a super bouncy ball. I'm just talking about like um, that kind of density, and it comes off the club basically the same way you hit the ball, exactly the same distance, or not exactly, but very very similar. And look, if they can change a rule in golf that you can have the pin in when you putt, which you currently can do, but you could not do when I was a young person. That was a two-stroke penalty and like a total no-no. Then they can change what the ball's made out of. Also, one of the major concerns in golf is the pace of play, and like they want people to play faster. And the argument could be made that a bouncy ball, like um, ball, I don't know if it'll necessarily be faster, but it's not going to do as much damage, which means you won't necessarily have as many holdups. And like, imagine a perfect example: you're playing into someone, and you're like, "Oh, this ball will never catch them," and then it does. It actually hits somebody. Then you're going to have all kinds of issues where you're going to have to seek medical treatment and all the other stuff. If it's a bouncy ball, it's just going to hit them and bounce off them, and it's no big deal.
Yeah, you can just hit into people now.
Well,
you screw up,
it, yeah, I mean, think about it. I mean, we don't as golfers, but when you're saying four at somebody, you are literally telling them that their life is in danger potentially.
Here's another reason on why rubber golf balls are superior to conventional hard golf balls. At the driving range, I'm not sure how many glass windows or just people who have turned down the driving range cart valves because they're too scared getting hit by balls. But
no,
you're getting a lot of broken windows of people who intentionally try and put the cart.
Doug, nobody is a golf cart attendant or a driving range attendant who doesn't have a cage around their golf cart.
Oh yeah, no, but I thought it maybe glass. So yeah, cage makes more sense. That's great. But they could actually use glass instead and give those people a better view because the ball's
I mean, okay, that's fine. They could also put a net up. Anything to make people safer, that's great. What I'm saying, I wonder why this isn't a thing. Why don't they use rubber golf balls instead of regular golf balls? I'm sure they're going to say they don't hit the same way, but I hit them the same way. Regular golf balls are not made entirely of rubber, but consist of practice golf balls on the hand. While rubber practice, yeah. Okay, so I use practice golf balls that were rubber. Are often made of thicker outer layer and a cheaper rubber core, making them heavier and less responsive compared to premium golf balls. But you could adjust that. They're practice balls for a reason. They're not supposed to go as far. This design allows them to withstand repeated impacts and maintain the integrity during extensive. Oh, yeah, there's that too. I've used practice rubber practice balls on golf ranges that don't go as far purposefully. While rubber practice balls can be more durable, I don't mean rubber practice balls. I mean like bouncy balls. ChatGPT said it's the greatest idea they've ever heard. Yeah, it did. It just said the greatest idea I've ever heard. No, you know what it did say that with? Is the hollow dog. Like, I asked, like, how could you prevent people from choking on hot dogs? And it was like, well, you can cut them up, or you can mush them. But like, you need to be really careful. I'm like, well, what would happen if you just put like made them like with a straw in the middle? And you're like, that's a great idea. You could save X amount of people's lives each year by doing that. And I bet this would be exciting for CEOs of companies, because then they can charge the same price for a hot dog, making them safer, but not have to give as much hot dog.
Or they could be nice and actually offset with the illusion that they're increasing the size of their 150 dog. That's true. The total area is, I guess it's not. It is if you want to put the ball in the center.
Why is it that hot dogs come in 6 and 12 and hot dog buns come in 8 and 16? Neither of those, or none of those numbers that I just said are prime numbers. And I even wait. I spoke incorrectly. Hold on. Hot dogs come in 8 and 16, and hot dog buns I think come in 6 and 12. It's so you have to buy extra of whatever one it is. So I'm an advocate for the consumer. So it should be 8 hot dogs and 8 hot dog buns. But I don't like 8. It should. I mean, I do like 8. It's one of my favorite numbers. But 10's easier. Just 10 hot dogs, 10 hot dog buns. It's an excellent question. All right, how about this one? Have you ever been? I've never been snowmobiling. Have you ever been snowmobiling? Okay, I've always. Wait, what? Calling them a snow machine would be a new move. Wait, what do you call it? Snow machines?
If you encounter a UPIC person, you're supposed to refer to them as snow machines, not snowmobiles. That's the lingo.
I don't get it. I mean, I get it. That's a joke, right?
No, being 100% serious. Like, they refer to them as snow machines.
Oh, UPIC people call them snow machines.
I'm gonna assume that the UPIC people are clear, but indigenous people from the north definitely generally refer to them as snow machines, not snow machines. I know that absolutely. I'm gonna assume that you guys are.
Okay. I mean, like the transportation using the little, it's like a motorcycle but for snow. That's a snowmobile, right?
Yeah, I
Why are you calling it a snow machine? A snow machine is different. That's like a snowblower.
That's what the UK people call snowmobiles. They call it snowmobiles.
Dog, we gotta look this one up.
Go back check, man.
Consider yourself fact checked. Do Yupik and Inuit people call snowmobiles snow machines? And if so, why? Yeah,
The answer.
you're 100% right. 100% right.
Say the answer aloud so that everyone in history will understand.
Well, this is for Alaskans. This is for Alaskans, but so while many people outside Alaska say snowmobile, in Alaska, both native and non-native people, snow machine is the dominant term. It's like referring to it as an ice chest or a cooler. It's just it's a different name. They're like soda and pop.
Right. I think also Nunavut people fall into that category.
Aren't Nunavut people? That's an area, dog.
I know, but I'm pretty sure Nunavut people also call the snow machine probably Yukon, Northwest Territories. If I believe so, and possibly Greenland.
You know there are like, how many people do you think are in Greenland?
Very small amount, right?
More. Yeah. Lower. Correct. About 55,000.
They're all probably concentrated in the same coastline area. They don't move around the perimeter.
The capital of Greenland. It's where the only hospital is. Nuuk, and it has a population of about 19,000. You want to know what? Like in
Their top exports are halibut, and then there's like this specific type of like bison thing that's there that they also
it's like a. It's not a bison. It's a deer, isn't it?
Yeah, there's some for some animals.
Do you know what their cultural traditions? Wait, I think this could be like incorrect, but we'll look it up. But basically, if you were a traveler in that area, it was tradition that you were welcomed. You would be given dinner by the husband and wife, and then the husband would leave, and you would stay with the wife and be expected to impregnate her, and that would create diversity and a stronger population. Let me see if that's correct. Yo, dog, what's that Greenland tradition where if you had a traveler, it was like an expectation that the husband would leave and the wife would spend the night with you to create like stronger lineage? You're referring to a traditional Inuit custom, sometimes called wife hospitality or sexual hospitality, which is practiced among some Inuit groups. Okay, so including those in Greenland and other Arctic regions like parts of Canada and Alaska. The practice is not universal and varied by time, place, and culture. But here's a breakdown. So I'm not saying this is everybody, but in some Inuit communities, hospitality to travelers could include offering one's wife or another female family member for companionship, including sexual relations. The idea Was it purely sexual? It was tied to values like generosity and hospitality, strengthening social bonds, potentially improving lineage or creating alliances by mixing bloodlines, especially if the guests were considered strong, skilled, or genetically desirable. Was it expected? It wasn't universally expected or enforced. It was more of a permissible and sometimes honored custom, depending on the individuals and community involved. The woman's consent also varied based on the group and era, though modern interpretation heavily stressed the importance of consent. Is it still practiced today? No, it is not practiced today in modern Greenland or in other Inuit societies. Contemporary Inuit communities follow modern cultural norms, and this historical tradition is usually discussed in anthropological or historical contexts. Important note: Western explorers, missionaries, and anthropologists often sensationalized and misunderstood such practices, sometimes interpreting them through a biased or colonial lens. So while these customs did exist in some form, they deserve respectful contextual understanding, not stereotypes or oversimplification. What are your thoughts on that?
Pretty interesting fact.
I think it's kind of hot. Kind of hot.
There could be other criteria that you have to meet.
Like having a huge dong. Check.
How many of your hours of your life have you spent streaming?
Yes, that's the first criteria.
That's usually how societies gauge a dominant a male is.
They will in the future. It'll be like, "What's your story?" And someone will be like, "Oh, I don't really have one," and then I'll be like, "Just YouTube me, baby."
You don't really need the heritage as another dominant.
Do you want? You didn't ask how I'm celebrating Pride Month.
How are you celebrating?
By solving all of the world's problems with Riser. All right.
I've the only gay pride parade I've ever been to is in Cologne, Germany.
Yeah. No, I've never been to anything gay. Oh, wait. I went to a gay bar one time, and that wasn't my choice. My friend was leaving for Iraq, and we were underage, and none of the bars would serve us, but the gay bar would because we were like young men. And so we went to the gay bar, and they didn't make us pay cover or anything. We were like, it was like you got treated like a hot chick. And my friend got wasted, and because he was leaving for Iraq the next day, and I had to basically pull him out of the place. And the reason why I did was some guy came up to me and said, "May I buy you a drink, you handsome twink?" And I was like, "We're gone."
Being nice, complimenting you. Earlier in the stream, I heard, were you guys saying how handsome and sexy I am? Because I get that all the time.
That's true. All of that is true. I mean, he was just probably noticing reality. But that was also the first time I ever saw cross-dressers. And well, and then And then
URL in my Brave browser now has like a purple line around it, and I'm really not fond of it.
Happy Pride Month, man. The same night,
Is that why it's there? Is
probably,
that why it's there?
probably,
Purple.
probably. The same night as well, my friend and I tried to go to this lesbian bar. We were going to every bar that we could. Like literally, we were just going to the bouncer. Like, dude, he's leaving for Iraq tomorrow. Won't you let him get drunk? And everybody was like, no. The lesbian bar, they were definitely not letting us in. But this gay bar did, and I remember having to drag my friend out of it, and he got really drunk, and then he went to Iraq the next day. Yes. No. He went to fought and he fought in multiple wars. Yep. No, I mean he's got a wife and like 5 kids, and he's a successful engineer, but he was kind of not a good student, and I would say that he was a Marine in the military. Basically, he wanted to be a Marine his whole life. His dad was in the Marines. His dad fought in Vietnam, and it was kind of just like his destiny. And he's straight, but that night, if I wouldn't have pulled him out of there, I could have seen him going home with a dude. Not because he's gay, but because he was so drunk. Yeah. Have I ever been to a gay pride parade or anything like that? No. That's not my thing, even though I'm transgender. I'm actually a woman. So that means I'm a lesbian. You figure it out. Did I tell that to who? Oh, yeah, that one guy? Yeah. Or one person? Yeah, I did. He misgendered me. Which is like, he was like, oh, I'm sorry. He's like, oh, I'm sorry, she. And I'm like, it's actually they. Like, no big deal. I don't care. Just call me whatever you want. But I felt badly. I still feel badly about misgendering that person because I saw in their profile it was like she, her. I'm like, that's not real. That's just somebody fucking around with me. Did I tell you? I know I told you. That person got fired later that night. That was wild. Right, just how it was in there. It was like the only thing in their profile. I'm like, oh, okay, you're funny, I guess. Whatever. That's not a funny joke, but like, I mean, it can be. You can put some funny stuff in there. There's a guy on Kill Tony who.
Personally, I think that even if you are like whatever gender, sexuality, like the first thing on your social media, you don't need to advertise as your pronouns or whatever. But I guess it does help with not being misgender.
I think we should just remove pronouns altogether. Just call people by whatever their name is. So I would be like, that's Riser stuff. Riser's going to the mall. Riser enjoys dogs, whatever. Instead of saying he, she, it, whatever. Just call them by their first name. That's how English used to work. Pronouns are a more modern adaptation. Word, Mockingbird.
We don't need entirely there solved a bunch of mental health.
Exactly. In fact, That's what we should do. Instead of having pronouns of like he, her, them, or whatever, you just say I don't use pronouns, and then you just call them by their name every time.
Don't even ask.
Right.
What about genders?
Yeah, I mean that's still like a thing. Like, but at least if people wouldn't get so offended. There's this TikToker. I'm sure they just do it for views. You might have even seen them. They look like a dude wearing women's clothing, but they sound like a dude. They're not even trying. And then they just record themselves at fancy restaurants. And when the waiter or the waitress or whatever, the service staff comes up to them and they're like, "What can I get started for you, sir?" And they're like, "I'm a woman." And they just do it for views. And then the person's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." And they're like, and they say this every time. It's like a knife to my heart. And it's like, dog, like I would look more feminine in women's clothing than you do. You aren't even trying. Like, I get it.
Are they wearing the dress?
Yeah, but it looks like a dude in. It looks like someone in drag, as opposed to like a.
Are they trolling or serious?
They're serious, but I think they
They're
just.
recording it for TikTok.
Yeah, but they do it just to get views. Okay, how about this one? Why isn't cross-dressing considered like female blackface? Isn't it? Yeah.
Maybe blackface is actually wrong. If you're talking about what I think you're talking about with like white people braiding their hair and being straight dance.
Well, no, it's where you wear like black on your face.
Okay, well there's like a whole bunch of like this whole movement hanging around with white girls trying to become black females so they like braid their hair.
That's different. That's different. And I get that. That's a different thing though. This is where you're like actively trying to look racist, like in one of the old time minstrel shows, with like red lips and
I don't think that the intention behind it if you're like cross-dressers are trying to just make fun of females. I don't think.
so it's intent.
I mean, yeah, but there's a difference between some blackface person who's being racist and one that's not. They both have the same paint on their face, but the one is doing it to mock another race.
Right. You're right. Okay. That's an excellent answer.
Very good Vikings.
Yeah, so intent's important, and I agree with you. Okay. And yeah, one's used to hurt a group of people, another is used to look like a group of people, but it's not used in a hurting or mocking way. Okay. I just kind of never had that discussion openly. How about this one? Okay, this is a fucking Pride Month discussion. All right. I tried to have this with a gay guy the other day, and he did not understand what I was saying. Okay. So for all people watching this now or in the future, I like MILFs. I don't like transsexual porn. That's not my thing. However, I have learned of an increase, like huge increase, amongst straight men who like transsexual porn. And this didn't make sense to me. If they're straight, why do they like transsexual porn? Well, it's like this. Imagine you're watching normal porn between a guy and a girl, okay? Generally, that means there's going to be two boobs, a vagina, and one penis, correct? Okay. But in transsexual porn, depending on um, how many surgeries the person has had, a lot of times this involves a woman with two boobs and a vagina, and a man, or not a man but a transsexual, with two boobs and a penis. So why isn't it which means a net gain of two boobs? Does that make sense? So why isn't it like even straighter to watch porn between a transsexual with a penis with boobs having sex with a woman than it is just a normal dude having sex with a woman? No, I think that it's like basically you're getting two extra boobs. Okay, let me ask you this. Is it gayer to watch a straight man have sex with a straight woman or a transsexual with a penis and boobs have sex with a straight woman? Which one's gayer? You know, I actually think it's the first option. If you're looking at the dude, so like, I agree with you. I mean, if that's your thing, that's cool. But I kind of think that, so then it gets into the question, is lesbian sex the ultimate, for a dude, for a guy, the ultimate straight porn? Because there's no penis involved at all. People will study this in the future, people. I know you will. There'll be college classes just occurring, people getting really in depth on this. I tend to think that the more boobs there are, the straighter the pornography. So basically, again, to summarize it, no, I think it's more, I'm trying to make it more mathematical. Here's the difference. When you're watching porn, allegedly, you're not watching the dude if you're a straight dude. You might be watching the dick go in a woman and imagine it's your own dick, which I think is like the normal thing to do. But you're not. No, I'm not locking eyes with the dude. And so like, I guess it should be considered exactly the same, whether it's a transgender person with a penis having sex with a woman versus a straight man having sex with a woman, because all you should be really looking at is like everything from shaft going into the chick. You don't want to look at the dude. Does that make sense? No, that's like the straightest thing I think there is. These are great questions, man. And I really don't know the answers. I just mention them for your benefit and the benefit of the world in the future. So what's straighter porn? Two chicks having in a porn?
Equally as straight.
Wait. Two chicks having sex in a porn? Or a straight guy having sex with a straight woman?
If you're talking about like, I mean, technically the lesbians are literally be qualified as gay. So if you talk about on the scale of gay as in two dudes going at it versus straight, which is a dude and a female. And a female and a dude, and also two females are both equally as straight compared to two people.
No. Okay. So if you were saying like if it's okay, let's say you have a friend and you barge in on them doing their business to a video. Is it straighter of them to be watching a straight guy having sex with a straight girl or two lesbians going at it?
You just gave me my answer and that they're both equal.
Okay.
That's my opinion. No less gay.
This is a tough one. It's paradoxical. Okay.
Do you see my logic though? Assuming that you're talking about like what's gay is two dudes, and I don't think either of them are more or less gay.
Okay, I get you. Okay. That makes sense.
I don't know how you could possibly. I mean, I get. No, I get why you could make the argument for the lesbians with no penis being gay or something.
Right.
I don't agree with that.
No, you summarized it perfectly. There's nothing gay going on. Well, I guess there's a lesbian part, but like, there's no male gayness in the two in the video with the lesbians or with the man and the woman. Okay, then how about this one? Let's say same scenario. You barge in on your friend and he's watching a trans, like a person with breasts and a penis have sex with a woman. Somehow that seems.
That is way gayer than the two lesbians.
But how? There's nothing gay going on.
No, the man is arguably like not straight or having breasts. Typically, that's not a characteristic associated with straight men.
No, I'm saying your friend, you barge in on him, and he's watching a person with breasts and a penis have sex who's straight, let's say, they just want to look like a woman, have sex with a female who's straight. According to your logic, that's just as straight as a dude having sex with, like a normal guy having sex with a woman, or two lesbians having sex with a woman. We're just not used to it because it's not like a thing. It's not been a common porn choice recently. But I'm kind of in agreement with you.
When did my logic state that?
You said in the video, nothing gay. You said in the video,
you are putting words in my mouth. You can't just say, oh, this other variable is also included, and it also is automatically included into whatever you said. Because they're not, once you add in boobs into the male, even if they're performing a straight act, it's still indicative that there's some other sexuality associated with them.
But they're straight. They only have sex with women, and they've only ever had sex with women. They just want to look like a girl. They just want to look like a girl.
It's reasonable, I guess. That's 1,000% straight. Is that the answer you wanted?
I think no. I'm using your logic, and I think you're right. So what do I mean? It means that the act becomes gay when there are gay people involved and they're doing gay stuff. But if it's a trans person who's straight having sex with a woman, that is straight. Now, wouldn't you would kind of, to your friend, you'd be like, wow, that's an interesting porn choice. But it wouldn't be any different than two lesbians or two straight people. Because technically they're all straight except for the lesbians. No, you summarized it. You summarized it very well. It only becomes gay when it's dudes doing gay stuff with the intent of being gay. Yeah. So then it would be like your friend who was watching the trans person have sex with the straight girl. It would be like the same as somebody who had like a it would just be like somebody of a different race having sex with somebody else. It would just be like that's still straight. So it would be like
I was waiting for the punchline in this equation where you're going to explain afterwards how this is related to saving lives, people's lives. But I figured it out on my own, which is that now in previous timelines where this philosophical question wasn't answered, there would be people that got caught because their dad or their mom or some friend walked in on them with a female dogging a female, and they get into this big spiral whirlpool of a debate of whether or not it's gay. But the person who found them was like, no, it's gay, and then they later sadly throw themselves off a building. But now they don't have to do that because we've defined what it is. We saved somebody.
There you go. All right, what about this one? Like if you know, like.
Can I ask a what more gay question? Because it seems like in the honor of Pride Month, you've been hogging the dance floor a little bit, Rabbi.
Go for it, big dog. Go for it, big dog. Let's see your Charleston.
Let me brainstorm this, and if I actually come up with one,
All right, I got a tough one. So if you know anything about Greek philosophy, during, let's just say, like Socratean era, Plato's time, Aristotle, the, the relationship between two men, well, it was, I don't even like this one, but the greatest relationship, even higher than a man and a woman, was considered to be a younger man and an older man, because the older man, like from a sexual way, the older man could bestow knowledge on a younger man. And there was also an idea that, like, when you go to war, you care about those people more than you could even care about your wife. So my thought is this: I think there's a higher level of love that really hasn't been achieved or doesn't get achieved, except in some rare cases, where you would go to war with your spouse and they would save your life and you would save their life, and then you'd have sex with them, and then you'd also learn from each other, like in platonic. What are your thoughts? Oh, dude, he totally fucked dudes, young dudes. I mean, I wasn't there.
Why is there no bagel Tinder?
Bagel Tinder?
Bagel Tinder.
Bagel Tinder?
You know how bagels are donut shaped?
Yeah,
Where's the bagel Tinder?
that's a phenomenal idea. I love that idea more than I almost love anything. We wouldn't call them that, though. I guess we call them bagel holes. Have you ever had bagel chips? Dude, they're chips made out of bagels. They're amazing. I think you can get them at like Ralph's or I don't know what they call it in the Northwest, but yeah, dude, it's what the fuck is the name of it? It's got like a dude's name, two names. The big grocery store chain up there. But what it is just like old bagels, not old moldy, just like day old bagels that get a little hard. They slice them into thin chips and then sell them. No. They become like croutons. They're really good. Dude, they're amazing. They have like cinnamon. They have plain cinnamon, chocolate chip, oatmeal raisin, everything. Yeah, poppy seed, definitely. I mean, chocolate chip bagels are a thing. Dude, they're amazing. It's basically like a bagel, but with a little bit of chocolate in it. Generally, they're not together, but they are in this case. All right, how about this one? With the bagel holes, that's a great idea. I don't know why that's not okay. All right, how about this? Let's ask AI why that's not okay. Yo, dog, why aren't bagel holes a thing like donut holes are a thing? I don't have one in California, but I've heard of them in like neighboring like cities that neighbor Canada, like Seattle and Detroit and Buffalo. Yeah, people do make people. Oh, so they call them bagel balls, but it's not the same as a leftover piece like donut holes. If someone wanted to bake mini dense boiled and then bake dough nuggets and mini bagel texture, boom, do it yourself bagel holes. Trademark it and you're onto something. Dog. That's a great idea. I've never heard AI say trademark something and you're onto something.
They really do it.
It says trademark. The last words are trademark it and you're onto something. Want a recipe for bagel hole style bites? Good job.
I was eating a bagel and I was looking at the hole in it. I'm like, why aren't there bagel words?
Well, it goes back to my
I
idea.
have my clue as to why they don't exist.
All right. What about?
The donuts are made in a mold, I'm guessing, right?
No, they're like made in a
They
log.
don't like take like a hole puncher and like just hole punch it.
No, it's like a. You like make a log and then put it in a circle.
Yeah, literally too.
Right. All right. How about? But you have a great idea. Like I'll tell you this. Have any idea that you've had tonight? I've had like 11 great ideas. You have had one, and it's that.
I believe I came up with the seed output of the non-overboardable ship.
Dude, the non-overboardable ship doesn't make sense. You have to go overboard sometimes to get people off if they're in danger.
Well, you're taking it up concept. You can still load in and out of the ship. You don't, to get in and out of the ship, you don't go overboard. It's like going over the railing.
Okay. So are you saying put glass up?
No, they make netting that is invisible that you don't even know is there.
Okay. But I'm saying you don't put it like vertically, you put it horizontally below the deck.
Yeah.
So you can't even see it.
This technology will save a lot of people from getting hit by baseball in the future, as well as other sporting events, and it is the way of future technology. So
I'm in
I
agreement.
get the hesitation, not wanting the safer adaptation of one amount of shit, but there's still these nuances of, I guess,
All right, how about this one?
I think
How about
horizontal netting is not as good as bagel.
no horizontal? Horizontal is good.
Which will specifically be sold in packs of 10.
Okay.
No, that's right.
No, you still no for like donuts and stuff. It still has to be a dozen. It's just traditional. All right. How about was Tim Horton a good hockey player? Yes or no?
Sorry, I'll hold it.
All right, how about this? Ketchup and mustard in the same bottle. Oh, actually, I have a really good idea. I'm glad you're here. I could talk to somebody about it. With him, I could talk to someone. Okay. So, no, not that. That's not it. That's not it. That doesn't make. I mean, that'd be nasty. I guess it could work in some. It'd be novelty. No, but get this. Instead of having things in jars, you have them in tubes, like toothpaste. That way, you can get the entirety out of the contents of the bottle or the tube. So, like, what do I mean? Instead of like having peanut butter in a jar, and it's really hard to scrape the sides, and you're still never going to get it all out. If you put it in a tube, like toothpaste, you can basically squeeze every single morsel out of it. It's basically it's more economically beneficial to the consumer. It's more environmentally friendly because you don't have all the plastic waste. It's like not as much uh, plastic waste, and I think it's cost effective to the consumer. It's like it's easier for them to get everything out. Like I have a bottle here. I'm never going to be able to get into some of these grooves and stuff, and probably like 5 or 10% is just going to get thrown out. But if it were like a toothpaste container, I could get it all out. Does that make sense? I have sriracha and ketchup.
You don't know if it's full or not until you go and squeeze it.
Especially in glass bottles. So yeah. So you just have it in like a toothpaste tube.
Oh, and the tube could be transparent as well.
Absolutely.
You see the contents because that's like it's going to be all the manufacturer and people can't see it. It doesn't even entirely need to be transparent. It could just be like a little thermometer stripe
Down the side. Exactly.
Yeah.
And then you just have it be whatever color the company wants to, with which they want to advertise. What do you think of that idea, though? That's $1 billion. That's $1 trillion idea.
I'm trying to think of the reason why that's not $1 trillion idea. And it's pretty difficult. I mean, for the contents and size of the thing that you're dealing with, you're going to need some long or like wide, like assuming that we're keeping the same dimensions as a regular tube of toothpaste, and altering those dimensions might make the squeezability different.
Dog, have you ever seen those little keys? It's basically a thing that you put at the end of a tube of toothpaste and you twist it, and it like makes it so you get everything out.
I've never seen that.
So it's like this little thing that just fits on the end of a toothpaste, and you just twist it, and it like flattens the tube out, and so you get like 99% of everything out.
Yeah, let me see. Toothpaste flattener. Oh, I see it now. Yeah, it's like you can basically have like two whatever. Something that I can press inside. And that's basically what your hands are doing.
Yeah, but it's when the point when like if you're really trying to get everything out, you'd use like the counter or something like that. And it's not like you have to provide these on every bottle. It's just something you have at home, like a can opener. But it would work for every condiment. Think about it. Mayonnaise could come in a tube, and mustard in a tube, peanut butter in a tube, jelly in a tube.
Altering the shape of that peanut butter to now be shelf space, but if assuming that a bunch of things are in tubes, I have a special food over
Exactly. Exactly. Right. I agree. I'm trying to think of something. Okay, so we think this is a good idea. Try to think of something that does not work in the tube. Maybe salsa, because salsa has like chunks in it. It could still work though. It just needs a bigger mouth. No. It would work. You just have the hole be bigger. It would work perfectly.
Yeah, I was imagining trying to feed it through like a tiny pencil.
Right. But no, you just have it be like the size of a soda bottle.
Yeah. I mean, your argument is that it will save you could set 5 to 10. When I say how much food is not saved.
Yo, dog, how much more efficient could squeezing out the food in containers be if people use tubes like toothpaste as opposed to jars like peanut butter? Give me percentages. Like it seems like you would use maybe like 95% of everything in a tube and perhaps only 90% of everything in a jar. Something like that approximate. Can you help me out there? Yo, I got you. Let's break down with some approximate efficiency numbers. Tube style packaging like toothpaste. You can squeeze almost everything out, especially with flexible tubes. Rolling from the bottom gets the last bit. Estimated efficiency, 95 to 98% usage of the product. Jar style packaging like peanut butter. Harder to scrape the sides and bottom, especially as it empties. Some always gets left in grooves or corners. People often give up before it's totally clean. Estimated efficiency, 85 to 92%, depending on the shape of the jar and the thickness of the food. If it's sticky, it's harder. Approximate comparison. Tube toothpaste waste is about 2 to 15%, and a jar is 8 to 15%. Real world implications. That's potentially 5 to 10% more usable product from a tube. Over time or scale, think manufacturing foods over survival rations. That adds up big.
Oh my lord. That's like a mind-blowing revelation.
It is.
This gave me efficiency from why is it only used in toothpaste that practically those tubes? That's like the only thing in our daily life that's like, oh, we're going to use the efficient tube for Colgate. God forbid.
Why isn't this packaging used more often? Why is it just in toothpaste? Great follow-up. You're seeing the gap most people don't question. So why aren't toothpaste style tubes? Okay, top reasons. They cost to manufacture. Tubes are more expensive to make than jars, especially multi-layer ones that prevent spoilage. Oh, I would think that it wouldn't be as much. Jars, plastic or glass, are cheap, mass-produced, and easy to fill in production. Production type. Tubes are great for semi-soft, squeezable stuff like toothpaste, mustard, and ketchup, some icing or frosting. But they don't work as well for solid or chunky foods, salsa, chunky peanut butter, foods that need to be scooped or spread thick, like hummus or Nutella. User experience. People like the feeling of scooping or spreading from a jar, especially with things like peanut butter. Tubes can be frustrating when they get near empty unless they're super well designed. Storage and presentation. Jars look more appealing on the shelves. That's why I think it is. Branding, space, transparency, shape. Tubes can feel clinical like medicine, especially in food markets. Recycling and sustainability. Most tubes, especially toothpaste ones, are harder to recycle due to mixed materials, plastic and aluminum. Jars are easier to reuse and recycle. Tradition and habit. Where tubes are gaining ground. Premium condiments. Gourmet mayo or wasabi uses it. Camping or military rations, baby food pouches. Some nut butters now come in squeezable packs for fitness and travel. I feel like you could get the cost of the tube down to be what glass is or plastic pretty easily. That to me is something in mass production. You
I mean, not even mass production, just selecting the right materials.
exactly.
I don't know what it's about the multi-layer thing because it seems like there's like a little jar, like the lid of the jar just has the groove and you rotate it around. So it's like toothpaste things, basically the same thing, but smaller. That's what creates like this airtight seal.
I
I know
think
what it's talking about.
I think it's about tradition and habit, and jars look more appealing on the shelf. But that's just like a thing that you have to make consumers realize they're both the same, and you're going to be getting
5 to 10%
exactly,
savings
exactly.
time is crazy.
Hey, that's a huge savings, and I get why it doesn't work.
I thought the savings was like a micro fraction, and I was like, okay.
No, it's like
Not worth
10%
it.
more.
It's like a tiny micro fraction.
It's like
But
10%
it's
more.
actually really like 5 or 10% is actually worth transitioning even from the social stigma. Oh, you use a tube. Oh, we don't like tube people here.
Dude, I bet people will start eating peanut butter out of the tube in the future.
You pick people 5 to 10% more sodium.
100%. Umami. They'll have umami through the roof. And if they get an ice cream headache, they just need to take their tongue and place it on the roof
There is,
of their mouth.
I guess, like some limitations, like with the jar, your scooping ability is like you can scoop a lot out of the jar. The tube,
Dude, I bet you I could get you.
thing,
I know I'm interrupting you. Apologies. I bet you I could squeeze out faster than you can scoop. Peanut butter. So peanut butter, you have to like stick a knife in or a spoon, and then you have to like put it on the bread or whatever. And here's another issue with that. This is a big one. Okay, no, this is a big one.
now you're washing a knife.
Now you're washing a knife. When you don't have to do that with the squeezable kind, you just squeeze it on whatever you want, but then you don't like that's an issue where you take like peanut butter knife and put it in there, and now you've got bread on your peanut butter knife and you have to wash it off and put it back in.
I was
So
in the sink for like 3 weeks just collecting insects.
well, wait, I don't think you might be catching it, but no, think about this. You're making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. You take and you have one knife. So the way you do it is 2 knives. But anyway, you take one knife.
On that knife that you're throwing out as well.
There's that. But then you're contaminating your peanut butter with whatever's on your bread.
I guess. Yeah.
Think about it.
You got a tiny little bagel ball that is now living inside your peanut butter jar.
Yeah, and then that's going to get...
It shouldn't how many people a year God knows to the ER.
Yeah. No, but think about it. Anything, jelly, mayonnaise, you're gonna get
It
crumbs.
doesn't work with liquid, but here's another one maybe is like soap. So you need kind of an outbreak container for that. You possibly design
Soap's a great one.
tube.
Soap's
So
a
that the tube is like basically like a long pyramid and it'll stand up. Normally, like you can't balance the tube of toothpaste on the bottom. That's because the mold or whatever. It's not wider at the base, but potentially you could make one tube that stand upright and you balance it like a pyramid. And you have your little tube thing, possibly a safety and a little, you know.
if you have a wide enough mouth, you'll be fine. No, think about
I don't
this.
think so. I don't think soap containers though are leaving that much residue.
No, soap's a perfect one. I know I haven't done this, but I've seen people do it on Reddit. When they're done with their shampoo bottle, they cut it open to get the remainder out. You know where this is a really big one is women's makeup. Women's makeup is the biggest one because it's so expensive and it gets stuck to the sides and you can't ever get it out because it's in like a little glass bottle. This is like a multi-trillion-dollar idea.
Yeah, no, there's like some massive technology that.
It is. So, this, I don't know exactly how I thought of this. It actually came to me in a dream, but
Wait, this idea came in a dream.
yeah, so did you.
So like, I gotta put my peanut butter in my toothpaste.
No, I'm serious about this. This happened like 3 years ago. I had like this idea, like this whole thing, me streaming my life, came to me in a dream. And it's like I say, like I wanted to record my golf swing, which is true. But that even came to me in a dream. Like this all, I just had a dream, and it was more vivid than anything I've ever had. It was as close to an alien. Like there weren't, to my knowledge, aliens involved, but it could have been. But they had in this stream all of these inventions that would come out of this stream, and the hoodoo was in there. That ASMR idea, that was a dream that came to me in a dream. That's why when you said, "Hey, I've got this idea for this," like that's how I already knew that this was an idea. And then that's how the toothpicks came about as well, because I knew people hurt themselves with like the club sandwich. And then I think that's why I'm so about the cameras on a ship, because I heard about the amount of people who go missing on ships, and the netting around a baseball stadium, that as well came to me in the stream, and I'm just now talking about it. And then the container, squeezing all the stuff out, that was all in the stream.
How is it possible to have that much?
Dude, it was a dream unlike I've ever had before. It was like,
Like downloading.
yeah, exactly. And it was more vivid than any other dream I've ever had. Like any other dream I have, I only remember like a couple of things from it. But this dream that I had, I was with some. No, it wasn't any time around that. It was just like I was with some rabbinical colleagues in one of their houses, and they basically said that I was a very special person, and that I was going to be like almost like I was going to create something that was bigger than the Bible. And it was basically, they explained that it would be like we have different epochs of society, like epics. So the first one was like the Epic of Gilgamesh. The second one was like the Bible, and this had the potential to be the third one. And that it would essentially be like a new kind of how would I say it? Like a new event for society. That like this stream would be like a story of someone's life, and it would be very impactful. Now, not everything in this dream that I had has come true perfectly, but I was told that it would be like funny in the end. Like I would be like, I don't know, whatever team is going to win the World Series, and they don't win the World Series, but eventually 50 years from now, it would be found that the team that actually won the World Series was doping, and then the team that lost actually should have won, and they'd be rewarded, like awarded. So like, but like there are some things on the street that were in the stream that have definitely come true. Me live streaming my life, me straightening my golf drive. I used to always have a really bad slice and a really bad, or just a really bad slice, and I was able to straighten that. What else? A big one. I remember asking these questions in the stream, and they were talking about AI, and they were like, those chat bots. Like this was like 4 years ago. Those chat bots that you used to use that weren't very good. You type into them, and you like it would be like like ask any question that you want, and you'd ask it a question. It would just be like call our telephone number, whatever. It wasn't an AI bot or anything like that. I remember being asked in the stream, do you remember, those? And I'm like, yeah, those chatbots suck. And they were like, there's going to be a chatbot in the future, and you're going to use it all the time. That's ChatGPT. And it works really, really efficiently. And you are going to, they told me, like, you're going to get banned on all these accounts, and you're just not going to let it stop you. You're just like very dedicated to this, and then eventually you're going to go viral, and you're going to talk about world peace because that's very important to you, and you're going to be like the most eligible bachelor in the world. So don't worry about hooking up with chicks. You've hooked up with far many amount of chicks for you to be happy for a while, and you're going to have a really big family, like. And I already know who I'm going to marry. I'm not going to say who, but if they told me in the stream, I know exactly who it is. And what else did they say? What'd you say?
Pamela Anderson
I don't want to comment on who it is, but it's not anyone that you know. It's not anyone that you know. And it's not anyone that I've met either. So, they're just they're I don't even want to comment on it. And there's the idea that we get married, I think, for 40 years, but because of life extension technology, it's a punishment to be together forever. And so we would be happy with like coming back and falling in love in the future. And there was a way to revivify people who had died, so you could get people who had died back. And that's how I found out about like life extension. Mind uploading was the big one. Like I was into some of this, but like not as much as I am now. And the thing that would be really big for me is I would talk about technology, and like I know like this list of technology that I'm fascinated by, and mega projects like the Bering Strait Tunnel and a transatlantic tunnel and maglev trains and a Darien Gap highway and a space elevator and perhaps a space slingshot. Like all these things that were kind of in my memory to some extent. Well, they would become like reality over the course of my life. But the inventions are the ones that we talk about. And I remember asking, how do you know this? Like, how do these rabbis know? Now, it just could have been a dream, but this was a clearer dream than I've ever had. And I was like, how do you guys know this? And they said to me, it goes back to a physics question that I had when I was in ninth grade. I remember going to my professor. Well, he was a professor He was a teacher, but he also was a professor at university. Very smart man. One of the heads of physics in the United States. He was up for a Nobel Prize at one point. A team he was on was up for the Nobel Prize. And I remember saying to him, we were learning about particles. And he said, I remember saying to him, if you knew where a particle was traveling, basically its location, and you knew its speed, wouldn't you be able to basically predict the result? And he said, yes, but there's an issue with that. We can only know, and this was 25 years ago. We can only know either the velocity or the location. We can't know both. And I just refused to believe that. And I thought, in the future, we'll be able to know both somehow. And so this idea was this, that if you knew the location and the speed of all the atoms and all the particles on Earth, you could run a simulation with a powerful enough computer and know where everything in the world, where it would result. Like basically you would know how people's minds would work, and you would know where their intentions would be to go, and you'd know with whom they would meet and fall in love and reproduce. Like you would be able to, if you had a good enough computer, run this as a simulation. The only thing that would run in which you'd run into it. Well, your free will is basically pre-programmed into you in particles. What it does assume is that it's a closed system, so that like you wouldn't have an asteroid or a meteorite or something like that destroy the system. But the idea is that if you had a closed system, well, so I was thinking only the solar system. So basically, because I was thinking like you would need too big of a computer to be able to measure the entire universe, but the solar system was something that I could think you could compute. And if you could do that, you could predict the future. And these rabbis were like, that's exactly right. And I remember being like, okay, well, so I wanted to know the big questions of the world. Like, I knew we weren't alone. I know there are aliens out there. And this very well could have involved aliens. I don't know. The people in it were what it's called the rabbinate. Basically like collective group of rabbis of the world. And it's not like they were all there. It was like they were, I was there with a colleague and he was speaking on their behalf. And so I asked the big questions of the world, like, okay, what about the Big Bang? Like, is that accurate? And if so, what happened 1 second before the Big Bang? And it was, this is the answer that I received. So I don't know if it's true or not, but it was this. Our human minds currently at current capacity cannot understand what happened before the Big Bang. We can't compute. The best way to describe how to picture time is like this. So, you know, we were talking about a donut or a bagel. That's a toroid shape. They would tell me that I would really like that shape, that circular shape. And so, if you took a string and it was like your timeline, and the Big Bang was the start of that string, and you wrapped it in a circle to the point where it was the shape of a bagel or a donut or something, eventually you wouldn't be able to know where the start of the bagel was, of the string I should say, because it would be all wrapped into a bagel. And essentially that's how, and then perhaps at the end when it ends, like the big crunch or whatever, if you could perhaps tie the two together, but basically you would just have like a big ball of yarn. And I remember even this, there was an emoji, it's the yarn emoji, if you've ever seen the yarn emoji. and I didn't use emojis before this. There were a lot of things that this dream caused me to do that I mean, I wasn't on social media, and now I have more social media than any person ever. Um, okay, so if I go to the emojis, there's a yarn emoji that would be like very important. Okay, yeah, here it is. Oh, so it does look like that. So it's like a big ball of yarn, and I guess in this version you can see kind of where it starts, but it would be like, imagine you took that end of that yarn emoji and stuck it inside the yarn. You wouldn't know where it started or where it ended. And that's essentially what time is. The way that we can contemplate it as a human. So what does that mean? That we will spend our entire lives as humans trying to figure out what happened before the Big Bang, and we cannot compute that with our minds. It's like a limitation on our brains. But once I was able to tell this to people, it would give them some. That's just what this dream was. I'm not telling you whether that's true or not. I'm saying just that's what this dream was. This was not my idea. Same with the ASMR software. So about that, I remember in this dream they were like, there are going to be there's a lot that comes out of this. There's more that comes out of this than the Apollo program. And I'm like, okay. And they're like, you are a really big critic of the Apollo program, but you won't be in the future. You basically think of the astronauts who have been really brave people because they were forced to do what they did, and like eventually you guys would be able to get through the Van Allen radiation belts and everything, and it would just be, you wouldn't see them as complete charlatans or frauds because anybody who was put in the same position would have done the same thing. And the moon, all of that, yeah. And yeah, so it's possible. You just need a lot of shielding, or you need to be able to manipulate space-time to create a force field, and that's the most efficient way to do it. But there are ways to do it with just lead shielding or other types of shielding. So it's not impossible. It's just, it would have been impossible with the Apollo space capsule. Now, there were other things that were like the invention. We're not going into it. The inventions, the ASMR, that software becomes a really popular software in the future, like Spotify, like where everybody basically has it. And then, so there were brands. This was very like in the brands. What brands win out in the future? So Facebook, I knew Facebook would be called Meta before it was be called Meta, and it actually is going to be called. It's going to merge one day, perhaps, with Verizon, and it will just be known as Verizon. It will have a seat at the United Nations, along with Amazon. So they will have seats for companies in the future at the United Nations, and they, I think, will be on the Security Council. They'll be such large companies. ChatGPT. That's how I knew like about ChatGPT becoming like I have a good feeling that it's going to become the like it's going to buy Google Chrome. There are going to be a lot of CEOs that step down because of this, including Google's Sundar Pichai and Tim Cook, because I make fun of them throughout this for the last 3.5 years. I make fun of them almost every single day because their technology sucks, and they're sitting on like huge wealths of technology, particularly Apple. Apple has a lot more technology than they are willing to divulge currently. They allow it to seep out, and yet so they talked about phones. Phones would go through several iterations. You'd have the flip phone. You'd have infinite borderless phones, and you'd have a flip phone, and then a flip phone. This is already done by Huawei. That opens up into a tablet, and then eventually the phone just becomes projected on your hand, and then eventually it just becomes projected in the air. If you've ever seen Parks and Recreation, the final season, they're able to use their phones just like in a projection. And then it's just in the mind. Other things that like we didn't have when I first started this, that
What other technology that Apple has? What does Apple with AI or seem like they're building any consumer?
well, they are resting on their laurels of Siri, and it sucks, but it becomes really good in the future. And um, I can tell you the best one. I think I become the voice of Bixby, which is like the Samsung one that nobody uses. I can tell you that now this is just a dream, and again, not everything took place. It could be wrong, but like I'm a major advocate for the self-driving car, and I actually have like elements of the self-driving car on the stream. And then I do a lot of digging into that. I can tell you that.
We probably talked about Tesla and stuff, and there's like the guy in California that I was watching, I was like reviewing the self-driving car, and then like not too long, his whole channel is dedicated to taking new Tesla updates on drive, and I get the crap for it. And he was like, oh well, software is too good now, so it's pretty boring around that. Reviews.
Well, Tesla is launching a self-driving car. I think in June, so this month. There's. Oh, I know. The Tesla isn't really a car company; it's a robotics company, and robotics would be really big in the future. Obviously, like I talk about building robots. I never built robots before. And so the big robotics companies like would be like Honda and Toyota. They would no longer create cars in the future. Perhaps they would just focus on robotics because these companies don't make a lot of money on selling cars. They're just very expensive, and they make more money on robots. Tesla, Boston Dynamics is the big one. What else would be a big one?
Is it possible at all in like potentially the near future that I mean supposedly right now you can purchase a Tesla humanoid robot. Is it possible to like then those say you have like 5 or whatever, and those robots to do jobs for you and then just turn it
Yeah, but there'd be some limitations to that. Basically, there'd be a universal basic income because those bots, you wouldn't be able to like contract them out. The companies would just buy their own bots. Universal basic income would become a reality, and we'd have a second renaissance of like artists because people would be able to have computers build anything they want. So they would yearn for human created art and human created music. That would be a big thing. There was a lot in having to do with cryptocurrency. I didn't really have too much of crypto mind before doing this, but Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 would literally become the world's reserve currency. And I remember in the dream, this is before I even met these people at Harry Potter, that there'd be this cryptocurrency, and its ticker was Bitcoin, but it wouldn't be like the other Bitcoin. It would be like a new kind of Bitcoin. But yet, in the future, anytime anybody referred to Bitcoin from the past, they would think we were talking about Harry Potter Bomb and Sonic 10, but it would have really been the original Bitcoin. That one would still be very successful. Ethereum would be good, even though I'd never heard of it. But Solara would be really big. And that would be because when this goes viral, it'll be much more affordable to the common person than Ethereum, which is still very expensive. There would be a bunch of others. There'd be different iterations. There wouldn't just be like one cryptocurrency to rule them all. There would be like different iterations of it, and that would just depend on like marketing. And it really just turns out like a successful project of any kind, whether it's a cryptocurrency or any product or whatever, is just about marketing. People would understand that I'm the greatest marketer in the history of mankind, and whether that's true or not, who knows? But that, like, when they look at how I market stuff and I use like emojis and capital letters and things like that, it's to get people's attention. I use the colors red and yellow, generate hunger, but also to catch people's eyes. Like, there are reasons why I use what I use. What else? I remember this. I would be the person in first Orthodox Jew in the state of California to wear a hat in my driver's license, and I thought that was just crazy. But I actually went to the DMV and got that done, so I know that was a thing, and that would give me a lot of confidence. Like, hey, if this happened, maybe a lot of these other things in this dream could happen. I knew that I would change genders, and like the big thing, like one of the things would be that this would be very funny. It'd be like all this would be very funny, and that's why comedy would be so like in like all the comedians that I watch.
Would become the most popular.
It becomes very popular, and there are branch offs in like every major city, which is already happening. They've already started this in Toronto. They have like 2 minutes to kill is what it's called. What else? Okay, so cities that would change. So like the University of Vancouver actually becomes a thing. I know we joke about it, but it's like there's a reason why we were. That's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. Bear scare becomes a thing. That's an invention that becomes a thing. Okay, what else? All the things we talked about tonight. So that would be hoodoo, the you pick toothpicks, all the things about like not making fun of, but like how we talk about the Inuit people and the Yupik people, and even the Newfies thing. That like there are reasons why we get on this topic, and I'm like, let's switch it to this or whatever. Like there's all of that. There would be a thing. There would be a contingent of people with whom I become friends on this, and they'd be very diverse, which they are, all over the world. That I wanted to know, like, how do I go viral? And I thought it would be. So here's the thing. That would be a big question I would have, and it would be like we're not going to tell you, because if we told you, it would ruin the surprise, kind of. But it's going to happen. I've done that, but you get your account banned for spam. Oh yeah, definitely. I think they don't tell you the exact parameters either, so you don't know what the maximum. Actually, it's funny enough that you say that. I had a sock puppet that I called Saki way back when I first started this, and it was named after Jen Psaki, who was the press, the press. What would you call it? The head press woman. She was, I think, press secretary of the United States. Her name's Jen Psaki. And so I had this like I think we've talked about this. Do you remember who Lamb Chop is from Lamb Chop's Prolong, like a sock puppet? Anyway, I think we've talked about that. But anyway, I had created one. Pickleball becomes really, really big. Flag football becomes really, really big. Hovercrafts become really big. Hovercrafts become really big. What else becomes big? That's why when we talk. Well, actually, the kind of car in the future, eventually there's some kind of like hover car. Oh well, okay. So this is one. I would ask, like, I was allowed to ask some questions, and it was really like it was like I was talking to aliens, but I didn't feel abducted or anything like that. Um, it was, what about the flying car? And they were like, the flying car already exists. And I'm like, okay, well, why don't we use them? And they're like, you do. They're helicopters. That's basically the flying car. And they become quieter and more convenient to use in the future. And that's the flying car. And it was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. But then there's another flying car in like 100 years that actually uses like it doesn't fly really high in the sky, but it's just like a hover car. And I've seen one in a video game, and they're like, it's like that kind of that was in that video game. The video game is named Full Throttle. It was a LucasArts game, which is like George Lucas from like the 1990s. It was on like Windows 95. It was a very early game, but it was a fascinating game, and it had some interesting technology in it. What else did like there? I mean, like I'm telling you, I told you all this right now, and I don't share this with really very. I've only shared with a few people on this, and I can tell you that that's more than like I had a dream last night, and the dream last night I can't tell you basically anything more. Like I can't go on and on and on. But this other dream I had, the big dream is the it told me like all the stuff that I would do. Um, I would have this list of chicks I would bang when I would go viral, and I know that I don't like this is kind of embarrassing to even say, but and I could be wrong because again, they told me some of the stuff you say is not going to be right, especially in terms of politics, but it'll be funny in the end, and at the very, very end, everything that you say will be right. And that could be because of time travel or whatever. But the first chick that I bang when this all goes viral is Hillary Clinton. And I know that sounds crazy, but that's kind of how it was. What else was it? There's a lot. Especially in terms of like city growth, what happens with the earth. So like I was like at least with global warming, global warming may not be as much man-made as perhaps some people think. Perhaps it's more than other people think. But nevertheless, the Earth is going through a period of warmth, and areas like Vancouver or Toronto or even like New York will become warmer than they once were, and the winters won't be as bad. So those will be more desirable. Puerto Rico would be the 51st state. It won't be Canada. And Guam and Samoa will be like the 52nd and 53rd state. California will secede from the Union and become its own country. It's already the fourth biggest economy in the world. New York would do the same eventually. The Carolinas would combine, and the Dakotas would combine. Texas would become its own state, or own country. Eventually, Mexico would take back the land that they originally had before the Mexican-American War. Eventually, like things would be borderless, but that's like a long time from now. What else? Like I know I'm just rambling, but this was all in one dream, and it was just fascinating. Well, the idea of the tubes, like that all was in the stream, and that saves people a lot. And I haven't mentioned this yet, but the way that it's marketed by executives is this: we have a premium product. We want our consumer base to use it all because it's of value. We don't want them wasting the product. Does that make sense? No, I mean this was like these were like ideas that I had that I didn't really talk about, but they're like we were just sitting here. We were just
Apparently, are a few foods that do come in tubes.
yeah. Oh well. So this is what I wanted to say. What kind of even started me on all of this. There was a dog toothpaste that I would use, and not I would use, I shouldn't say that, on my dog, and it was peanut butter, and it was like a peanut butter flavor, so the dog liked it. And I remember thinking, why doesn't normal peanut butter come in a tube like this? And it was just an idea, but is that something that I came up with tonight? No. Is the first time I talked about it on the stream? I think so, but it's not. It's just something that came in the stream. Okay, I've never seen it, but that would be very common in the future because of waste. So what else? I don't want to keep talking, but like those are just some of the things. And again, not everything comes true, but the far majority does. And like everything that I just said really doesn't seem like that crazy. I mean, you could see it, some kind of software being like Spotify that's ASMR, or you could see ketchup coming in a tube, or you could see toothpicks being made out of candy cane material. I mean, like these aren't crazy things, but all of these things were something that these were inventions in the dream that I had. And now I'm just about now. This is the first I've talked about them, but and you may be like, well, we came up with those together, or like a lot of them tonight, and it would be like, well, this is how it was described to me. I asked these rabbis, how do you know what you know? And they explained to me it would be like this. Imagine we watch your streams in the future. We could tell you everything about what happened on them, and we could like explain it to you in reverse. And so it would be as if somebody saw that discussion that we had about putting, creating toothpicks out of candy canes, and somebody told me that. And then they would be like, we'd begin this conversation, it would come about. And so, but like, is tonight the first I've ever thought of the tubes or ASMR software? No, it's like, this is all, I've thought about it before, but I didn't. I would love to tell you, Riser, that this all came to me because I'm super smart, but it wasn't. It came to me in a dream. Isn't that wild? Absolutely. Oh, I can tell you. No, I did not. It's something that I remember hearing a podcast like 10 years ago, more than that, 15 years ago, about a very successful man who lost his daughter at sea, and they weren't able to prove what happened to her, and he basically dedicated his entire life to making people aware of that the cruise industry is very corrupt, and that these cruise ships are flagged in different countries, and they're not, since a lot of this happens in international waters, there's not like a really good way to have a judicial system. And
Was he saying putting nets horizontally?
no, he didn't say anything like that. He did not say anything like that. But he did say that, perhaps I remember him saying that there's just very limited cameras that point out to the ocean. If anything, they all point inwardly, and they should point them in both directions, so you know if anybody ever goes overboard, so that you can, because it's very easy to kill, like to murder someone this way, and it does happen. The thing about baseballs, I remember there was a sign that I saw that basically from like Dodger Stadium or some MLB stadium that said, beware of flying balls. And I remember being like, oh, if you got hit with a ball, I bet you get like a huge payday. And it's like, no, you don't. You actually don't get anything because they warned you about it. And if you read the back of your ticket, it states that this is for entertainment purposes, all liabilities on the ticket holder, et cetera, because these cases were like adjudicated like in the 1930s, like very early in baseball history. And so that it would make sense to put nets up. Okay, so like just from the sports that become famous, baseball becomes like the most I don't want to. Is it the most famous? It becomes more famous than it once was, and like it's in kind of a lull period now, but it becomes big, and I don't exactly remember why. Basketball, but there's a type of basketball that becomes very popular. They don't raise the hoops on basketball courts, so they keep them at 10 feet. Um, they changed the lanes of the basketball. Have you ever seen international basketball played where the lanes of the court are actually at an angle? Have you ever seen this? It's how they play in the Olympics. Okay, so if you want to see it, just look up. Exactly. And you'll see the lane is at an angle, and that actually becomes the standard. Um, and the NBA becomes boring to people. It's already boring to people. So they start adding some different features. Like they add a 4-point goal. It's like a circle near half court where you can shoot. And then eventually, the most exciting kind of basketball, if you look up, it's Steph Curry. Steph Curry playing basketball in Korea. This becomes the most exciting kind of basketball. Now, again, I could totally be wrong here, but he played. It was a one-on-one. Yeah, it's Steph and Steph Curry take on some Korean comics. That's what it is. And they basically it's like 1-on-10 basketball. Soccer changes. So soccer's currently like not catching on in the United States, and that's why I asked you like, what could they do to make soccer more exciting? Do you remember when you were a little kid and you played soccer? Everybody kind of plays this way. Instead of having you had to kick it inside a square goal or rectangular goal, you just had to kick it past the line. Do you know what I'm referencing? Okay. Well, generally, if you're like in just like if you're playing on like a basketball court, since there's no goal, you just have to kick it past the line, and then it's considered a goal. Basically, there's an invention. I don't even know what you call it. It's a soccer invention. Soccer tool kick upper 90. There's this thing that is invented. So not this generation of soccer players, but the next generation of soccer players become so good that they're able to kick the ball anywhere in the goal, like wherever they want. And it's because of this piece of technology that comes out. It's already out. I've seen it. So it's like a soccer. I don't know if it's a machine. It's like grid. Kick. I don't know if I want to say upper 90, but it's a jugs machine. Let's see, is that what it is? Let me look at a jugs machine. Baseball pitching machines. No, I mean that's close. Ball launcher and trainer soccer machine. Sports check. Let me just ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT. Yo, dog, what's that soccer trainer that basically has like a grid and the parts of the grid light up and you want to kick it inside the grid? It's like a futuristic soccer trainer. It's doing that searching the web thing, which I don't like it to do. Blaze Pod, a high-tech training gear. Okay. Okay. Let's see here if it's Blaze Pod. BLAZEPOD. Blaze Pod. What is that? Soccer. It's still not it. It's sort of close, but anyway, there'd be this machine that basically soccer kids would get really good at it because with each generation, people get better and better at sports. The NFL would no longer be tackle football within like the next 10 years. It would be flag football. And they've already had discussions of doing that. And I don't know, did you hear the United States is going to compete in flag football in the 2028 Olympics?
I just clicked on the ASMR video and it's the most cringe thing I've ever seen.
Okay. Well, perhaps I've said too much, but these were just.
I was listening up until the ramble of flag football.
That's okay. Did you hear that the United States is going to do flag football in 2028? In the Olympics? So basically, the United States has a current flag football team, but that flag football team is basically not going to be as good as the NFL players, and the NFL is going to allow people in the. Is what? Yeah, that would be really big in the future. Like that was in the stream. That would become a real league. WNBA players would eventually make as much as NBA players. What else? I wish I could find the soccer thing. Let me try one more thing, and then I'll shut up about it a little bit. But again, I don't know if this is true. It was just it would literally be like, hey, Rabbi, I had this dream, and I'm going to tell you about it, and it was like really vivid, and I'd be like, okay, well, whatever, it was a dream. Who knows if it's true? Yo, dog, what is the soccer goal that lights up in different areas as a soccer trainer? The smart soccer goal. The goal or area lights up in specific zones. That's what it is. Smart soccer goal. It's a smart goal? No, that's different. That's a thing having to do with a Toka smart goal. Small gauge. Okay, yeah, smart goal. Circular station light up targets. It's okay. I think it's a smart goal. Smart goal soccer.
Kick it as high as you want.
Still, it has a different concept. Light up. Smart goals, cognitive football training. You know what? I mean, I know where I saw it. It was on Reddit. So, and Reddit becomes really big. I mean, not that it isn't already, but it's not used like Facebook and TikTok. It becomes that big. Soccer goal, lights up. Light up. Okay, let's see if that shows. Okay, media. Let me just put future soccer training. Their search sucks. Okay. It would go to sleep, man. Take care. It's been a long night, but we came up with some great ideas. Don't steal them. I've been talking to the point where I'm losing my voice. I don't know about that, but I know there's one for bad breath. Yeah, that changes in the future. It's already if you go to like a like I read about this on Reddit, like on
There's like these kind of hybrid. Oh,
they come in bags.
yeah, like that bag. It's like a tube and a bag.
All right, Pim.
It's amazing kid. So you can just go, hey, I'm gonna save you 5% of all your profit. What? Here's this way. Yeah. Have you ever heard of dude?
Right. You know what? Before you go, one last thing that I recall: you don't buy laundry detergent in bottles anymore. You buy it once in a bottle, and then you go to the store to refill it. It's like almost like a soda machine. Okay, there you go. Well, they didn't when this started. Exactly. That becomes the future. The future's now, old man. All right, Pimp, go get your sleep. It's late as fuck. Oh, the rubber golf ball is in there. That should that. Yeah, I'm gonna take 50% credit for that because I came up with the whole donut. But that's a great
I
idea.
will give you, I grant 50. I grant, yeah, at least 50%.
Perfect. I will say this on all of these business ideas, because I come up with a lot of business ideas and people want to run with them or go into business with me. I say on all of them, I want 51%. You do with it whatever you want, but I want 51%. So consider yourself a 49% owner in Bagel Balls.
On my own idea.
You got it, man.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Pim.
I think I'm a 70s soda machine. Just play like 15 cents and then two soda cans and hand me one.
100%, my friend. You're funny. I don't tell everybody that, but you're funny. You must be watching William Montgomery.
You as well. You're funny. All right.
Thanks, Pim.
Take care.
Peace,
for
baby. Later, skater. Hey Alexa. Hey Alexa. Alexa, Alexa, play jazz. Alexa, play jazz. Alexa, play jazz.